Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in today. Today, like I said yesterday, we're going to be doing a little bit of a special broadcast. Today, we're going to be doing all day live breaking news coverage of this meeting as it is happening between today, like I said, dude, do not interrupt me, dude. Don't you hate it when that happens? Anyway, guys, today we're going to be doing live breaking news update coverage of what is going on in Alaska, in Anchorage, Alaska. Very soon, shortly, President Trump is going to begin his meeting with Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. And they're going to be trying to come to an agreement to de-escalate the situation in Ukraine. So right now, we're just going to get into the show. By the way, folks, today, like I said, we're going to be live for hours. It could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. So if you are tuning into this video after the fact, if you see this on YouTube or on Rumble 5 hours later, just a heads up, this is going to be breaking news live coverage. It's going to be a little bit slow. It's going to be hit or miss. Sometimes it's going to be, well, we're going to have our ups and we're going to have our downs, okay? But what seems to be the case is that all day today, we're going to have tidbits of information leaking out, coming out, and that is what we're going to cover. This entire process, step by step, we're going to be breaking down as it happens. So first off, let's kick off the show. Right now, there is a flight. This is flightradar24.com. This airplane is flying all the way over from Magadan, far eastern Russia, flying over the Bering Strait. And it is actually going to be landing in Anchorage, Alaska in probably 15 or 20 minutes. Now, this flight is this is a really cool website. You can see how many people around the world are tracking, as we are right now, tracking this specific airplane. Right now, 186,000 people all around the world are looking at this exact screen, this exact airplane that we are looking at right now. Why? Well, a lot of people are speculating that this is either Vladimir Putin's airplane himself, that he is on this airplane, or that maybe this is an airplane that's kind of flying a little bit ahead and Putin might be, a couple minutes behind this airplane. I think it makes sense to me. I'm not an expert, but it makes sense to me that maybe Putin would be on a different airplane with his transponder turned off so people would not be able to publicly track it. But anyway, this airplane is probably part of Putin's, Envoy. And they're flying over and they're going to be touching down in Alaska here very soon, at which point, so the schedule that was made public yesterday afternoon was that Trump and Putin were going to be stepping into the meeting room in Anchorage at 10:30 Western. Right now, it is 10:19 Western. So the original plan was that they were going to be meeting initially 11 minutes from now. Now, they're probably a little bit behind schedule, given that this plane is just about to land. They are probably a little bit behind schedule. But anyway, as you can see, looks like the Vladimir Putin envoy is going to be touching down on U.S. soil very soon. So we're going to keep an eye on this. We have a lot of breaking news updates to go through. Let me take a look here. Yeah, that's right. In fact, actually, take a look at this, folks. I want to show you something right here. We actually have a little bit of a breaking news update hot off the press. So where did we say that this airplane is coming from? This airplane is coming from Magadan, a town it's called Magadan in far eastern Russia. Okay, well, take a look at this. We've got a corroboration right here. So Putin, on his way to America, made a stop in Magadan to honor the U.S.-Soviet alliance in World War II. Putin laid flowers at the heroes of the ALSIB memorial, which commemorates the brutal Arctic route where 8,000 U.S. aircraft were brought into the USSR during World War II. Okay, and so this is Putin allegedly in this town Magadan just a couple hours ago. There he is. And so this is an American soldier shaking hands with a Soviet soldier in World War II. As you guys know, of course, you know, for the first couple years of World War II, when the Nazis were combating the Soviets, America was actually sending a lot of aid, military equipment, jeeps and airplanes and bombs and weapons to Russia so that they could fight the Nazis. It was through our Lend-Lease program is what it was called. And so anyway, a lot of this came across. We're going to go back to Flight Radar here. Anyway, we were sending a lot of it from Alaska over to Russia into this town called Magadan. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that, but anyway, so, you know, I wonder, just out of curiosity, like I said, today we're kind of going to be all over the place here. I wonder if we can find that, we're on Google Maps right now. That's Anchorage. This is Google Earth. Here it is. This is that town. You think we can find that that memorial? Let's see. Maybe you guys don't care about this. Maybe it's not that. Oh, you know, if I had to guess, it's probably right there. Is that what we're looking at here? No, that's a different one. Okay, well, anyway, that's where Putin made a stop, and he stopped at this memorial just a couple hours ago. That's where he was. And so, by the way, the reason why we are talking about Anchorage, Alaska, hopefully I'm not making anyone motion sick here by moving the camera around like this. Putin's envoy is on their way to Anchorage, Alaska right now. This meeting, here's a fun historical fact, if anybody cares about this. This meeting between Putin and Trump is taking place. It's called, what is the military base called again? It's called Elmendorf Air Force Base right here in Anchorage, Alaska. And they are going to be meeting at a building. This is the military base here, this Air Force Base, next to the Anchorage Airport, Alaska. And they're meeting in this building. It's called Quarters 1. Specifically, this is the building where today's meeting is taking place. This is what it looks like. And the reason why this is worth noting, that this is where Trump and Putin are meeting, is because this is what it looks like, I guess, during Christmas at some point. The reason why they are meeting in this building specifically, it's called Quarters 1. This building actually has a huge amount of historical significance. And the reason why, can I zoom in on this picture here? This is a plaque outside of the building. Site of the historic meeting between the President of the United States, Richard Nixon, and His Imperial Majesty Hirohito, Emperor of Japan, Elmendorf Air Force Base, Anchorage, Alaska, September 26, 1971. So in 1971, Richard Nixon, who was a great president, we love Richard Nixon, we really do, I do. He met Emperor Hirohito. Let's take a look at what else this said. At this location, President Nixon welcomed His Imperial Majesty Hirohito, Emperor of Japan, to American soil, the first meeting in history between the heads of state of these visit by a reigning monarch of Japan to the United States of America. Now, can I read the rest of this here? During the past quarter century, we have built a structure of political, economic, and cultural ties which spans the space between our two countries, and may this historic meeting demonstrate for all the years to come a determination of our two great peoples to work together in friendship for peace and prosperity for the Pacific and all the people of the world, said Richard Nixon. Emperor Hirohito, he said, together with the Japanese people, I constantly raise to heart that all the presidents of the United States and her government and the people have given us unstinted assistance, materiality, and morally after the end of the war. In the restoration and building of our country, I take this opportunity aboard Air Force One about 2 hours ago, released a statement here mid-flight, and I want to play this for you guys. Take a look at this.
What will make a success of this summit today?
I want to make sure our audio is at the proper level here.
What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's There's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers.
Okay, folks, buffering. Okay, well, this is a YouTube problem and not a Rumble problem. We are live on both platforms. So, the first thing that comes to mind here is, hey, my beautiful wife, who is probably tuning into today's broadcast, sweetie Kathy, if you are using the internet upstairs, do me a favor and stop. Maybe that would help. Maybe we're having some type of bandwidth error. So, sweetie, if you are doing anything on the internet right now, I'm not sure exactly what the problem is, but we're going to try to cut down the bandwidth, I guess. I don't know. So that's the first thing. Beyond that, I don't know. Guys, given that Rumble is the Rumble broadcast is doing just fine, and given that the YouTube broadcast is not, I'm going to speculate. I'm going to go out on a limb here and speculate that this is a YouTube specific problem and actually not a me problem. Does that make sense? That would be my guess. I think this is probably a YouTube website issue on their end. And given that's the case, I don't know. I think there's probably not a whole lot we can do about it. Hopefully this issue just kind of resolves itself, but it is what it is. Sometimes that's the way life is. It is what it is. But I will say that it seems as if the Rumble broadcast is doing just fine. Seems to be the case. We are Matt Morris TV on Rumble. So there's that. Oops, and now it froze again. Okay. Well, we're just gonna keep the flight tracker up here on the screen. And YouTube seems fine. Everybody, yes or no in the YouTube live chat. Does the YouTube broadcast seem fine? Yes or no? Yes or no? This is, of course, for me, a little bit frustrating. It sure is. No doubt it is here. I'm waiting to get some feedback from you guys in the YouTube chat. Yeah, it just froze. It's fine. YouTube is fine. YouTube is great. Okay. Switch it off and back on again. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to flip it on and off. There's nothing worse than doing that. No, yes, yes. So it does seem to be like 50-50. I'm looking at the YouTube live chat here, and maybe half of you guys are saying that it is okay, and the other half are saying that it is not okay. Well, I'm trying to think of anything else I can do on my end here. Maybe I can do some things. You know, maybe it is possible that looking at the flight radar website is, you know, taking up too much bandwidth on my end. So I'm going to close out of some of these. I don't know. This is what I'm going to do. What's going on here? I'm gonna go back to 2D on Google Maps. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn off globe view. We're going flat mode again. All right, I think I've pretty much done everything I can to fix this issue. Hopefully it is going to resolve itself. Bear with me. Hey, if you guys are bearing with me, I appreciate it. Of course, this is a little bit frustrating here. I'm looking at my upload settings. Everything is fine. So, I don't know what to tell you guys. I apologize. Sometimes that's just the life goes. Here's what I'm going to do, okay? We're going to stop talking about it. I'm just going to continue on with the show. If it lags out, if it's buffering, I'm sorry. That sucks. It is what it is. That's the way the life, that's the way the world is. Is that okay? We're just going to continue on, but sitting here and talking about it and complaining about it is not going to do anything. So we're going to continue the show, and it is what it is. Now, I think we were lagging when I played this. I'm going to double back and play this again. This was Donald Trump aboard Air Force One about a couple hours ago, 2 or 3 hours ago. Trump said, I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it is not today. This is President Trump a couple hours ago.
What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be.
He's not going to be happy if he does not get a ceasefire today. Now, by the way, real quick, let's talk about the way that today is going to unfold. Okay? So this meeting is scheduled to begin in the next 10, 20, 30 minutes. They're going to be entering this location, this building here, in the Anchorage, Alaska Air Force Base. We've talked about this before. It's thousands of people a week. I mean, here is the just, it's an unfortunate question that has to be asked, I suppose, but it does have to be asked nonetheless. How many more people need to die before we are willing to come to the table with you? Actually, hold up. Let me see if we have any breaking news updates here. Oh, we actually do. Pause. Take a look here, folks. This says a Tupolev Tu-214PU airborne command post with the Russian Special Flight Squadron, which regularly accompanies and is possibly carrying President Putin himself, is now preparing to land in Anchorage, Alaska, while a U.S. Air Force E-3C Sentry airborne early warning and control system operates over the Bering Strait. So, hey, I suppose this plane here that we were looking at a minute ago, I am 10 times more upset and frustrated than you are. So that's where we are. Can't do anything about it. Sorry, that sucks. I will say that we are also live on Rumble at this very second. It seems like this is not my elaborate plan to get everybody to go to Rumble, but it does seem like the Rumble broadcast is not lagging at all. This is a YouTube problem. This is a YouTube streaming problem. I don't think this is on my end. If this was on my end, if this was my problem, then the Rumble broadcast would be lagging also. But it is not. The YouTube broadcast is lagging. So that's just the way that it is. I apologize. It is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. I see some people in the YouTube chat, they're like melting down as if I'm the one doing this. No. Sorry. I am frustrated also. I'm frustrated just like you. Okay. So I'm taking a look around here for for some updates. Now, this was a couple hours ago. Take a look at this. This was posted at 5:13 a.m. my time. This was 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago. This was President Trump boarding Air Force One in Washington, D.C. on his way to Alaska.
And there is the president making his way up to the top of the steps there for Air Force One, making a wave to the crowd and entering Air Force One. He has a long flight ahead of him. And there is the president.
So this was 5 hours ago. As far as we know, President Trump is actually in Alaska right now at this very moment. I think he has successfully arrived. He is fine in Alaska. But, I had closed that flight tracker website because I thought that might have been what was making my broadcast lag. But given the broadcast is still lagging, even after closing the flight tracker, I'm just going to reopen the flight tracker. So it seems like Vladimir Putin's entourage here is actually about to make landfall. They're about to land here. in this international airport, Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport. They're very close. Well, I think we should just leave this coming out of the oh, folks, you're going to like this. I've got a special surprise for you guys here. Because maybe what I can do here. Is that it? Perfect. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that what we have right now is a live cam feed of this Alaskan airport, of this airport up in Alaska. Oh, you know what? I realized just a couple moments ago I said something very stupid. This Russian airplane is not going to land at the international airport. They're just going to land at the Air Force Base itself. You know how I said they're going to have to land and then drive over to the Air Force Base? No, they're not. What? Hello? Just land at the Air Force Base. Duh. So probably actually what we have here is a live cam feed of the Air Force Base itself. That is what we are looking at, I believe, right now. So, hey, if you guys keep your eyes peeled, do me a favor, and we're going to be seeing this airplane land actually any minute. So everybody keep your eyes peeled. I think this is what our live feed is at this very second. Nobody blink, because you can tell this airplane is coming in right now. I think we're going to be able to watch it happen too. This is pretty cool. And by the way, I'm going to try to get one more little piece of information for you guys here while we watch this airplane come down. Hold up here. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time that Donald Trump met in person with Vladimir Putin was June 28th, 2019. Wow, so that is over 6 years ago. It's been over 6 years since President Trump met with Putin in person, which is exactly what's going to be happening today. Now, keep an eye on this, folks, because once again, this airplane is landing, should be landing. In fact, looks like it has probably touched down, according to our flight tracker, to our flight radar. Zooming in here. And so if we don't see this airplane pop up, then this must be looking at the Alaska International Airport as opposed to the U.S. Air Base, which could be a possibility. I don't think so, but I guess it could be a possibility here. Maybe that is the airport. Maybe it is. Now this is something that I'm curious about. We're going to see how exactly is, if this is Putin's plane, how exactly is Putin going to be welcomed to the United States? Are we going to have a red carpet for him? Is Donald Trump going to meet him on the tarmac? Is, some representative of Trump's, a member of the Trump administration going to step out there and say, hey, welcome to the U.S. or what? What is that going to look like? I'm going to actually take a look around here. I'm going to see if I can... Oh, you know what, folks? There's the airplane. Do you see that? Guys, I think that is actually the airplane on the runway right there. What would make sense to me is that the live broadcast is actually a little bit delayed behind flight radar. And so if you take a look at that, I made the camera a little bit bigger there. It is possible, maybe likely, that that Putin is actually on that airplane right now. He just landed. I think that is him. Otherwise, it's a pretty big coincidence, huh? So that's probably him right there. Now, what is the name of this? Let me see here. Elmendorf Air Force Base. Yeah, that. In fact, you know what, folks? If you look at the angle of this camera, that definitely is it. That is it. That is the airplane. Because you have all the Air Force Base stuff in the background there. That is it. Okay. Now, While that plane is still taxiing on the runway there. What do we have here? What a day for YouTube to be lagging out, man. What a day, right? Could have been any other day. Had to be today, of course. On a nice, exciting stream just like this one. Had to be today. Now, by the way, we've had some hiccups today during our broadcast. Some of you guys have super chatted. I have missed all of them. So I want to say, if I missed your super chat, I want to say I appreciate it. I apologize for missing it. It was not intentional. We were having some tech difficulties, so really I do appreciate it. I really do. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. I've got something interesting that I want to show you guys here. If this is actually what I think it is. Let me just get a confirmation here before I pull this up for you folks. Yep. Okay. Bear with me here. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. So it does appear that Putin is going to make somewhat of a grand entrance of sorts, I suppose. We do, in fact, have a red carpet. We have a bunch of, they look like Russian fighter jets parked on the Alaskan runway here. It says Alaska 2025. This is where we're at the moment. And so any second, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually going to see this. You know, I suppose that we're going to see Putin step out. The airplane's going to roll up to the stairway there. Now, I do want to say real quick, here's a super chat that I did catch. Andy Lunchbox, hey, thank you very much. Guys, I want to say it one more time. I apologize. I'm a little bit frazzled right now because we were having some very annoying tech difficulties. It seems like maybe everything is fine now. It seems like everything is good now. I hope, I pray, frankly. So we should all pray for that, I guess. But anyway, thank you all for bearing with me. You know, whenever I'm doing a live broadcast like this, I'll tell you what, I don't really get mad or frustrated very easily. Really, I don't. But, ooh, tech difficulties. If I'm doing a live broadcast and the internet cuts out or it's lagging, ooh, that's one thing that really gets me going. So, seems like things have worked themselves out. So, hey, thank you all very much. I appreciate everybody for bearing with me. It means a lot. It really does mean a lot. So I see some of you in the chat, they are saying these are actually F-35 US fighter jets. Okay. All right. You know, do we have audio for this live feed? We do. Perfect. Okay, well, hey, what do you folks say we do something crazy? Why don't we just put this up on the big screen? Like, duh. Like, let's just do that, and then we can put that there. Let me do that. Okay. All right, yeah, why don't we just have both angles and we'll put that up on the big screen? That's probably the nicest way to do that. Thank you all. You know, it is worth noting. I think a lot of these other, you know, news broadcasters here on YouTube, especially all over the place, they're part of big production studios. They've got teams, they've got editors, they've got producers, they've got researchers, all this stuff. I literally am just a guy in my house with a webcam and a microphone. I'm just like a guy. So I don't even have $1 million, let alone $1 million production team. So really, sincerely, thank you all very much for tuning in. It really does mean a lot.
Before it's time.
However, that being said, if anybody would like to super chat $1 million, either here on Rumble or YouTube, that would be appreciated. If we have any $1 million super chats, then maybe we could fix some of these issues. But until then, thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. YouTube is working better. Okay, great. Okay. Okay. And so while we have this up on the live feed, I'm going to try to find some new updates for you guys. I'm going to take a look around. Yeah, I'm just the definition of regular guy. That is true. Thank you. That is the case. Maybe a little bit too regular. Okay, I'm taking a look around here on Twitter. I'm looking for some updates here. This is kind of unrelated to what we're talking about today, but this is hot off the press. President Trump has just deployed 4,000 U.S. Marines and sailors to the waters around Latin America to start going after the cartels. I would want to see specifically exactly where he is doing that. We say Latin America. Where in Latin America? We're going to have to look into that later. But anyway, curious. He's had enough of these cartels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have a photo I want to pull up on the big screen here. I really do. Give me 1 second here. Okay, yeah, take a look at this real fast, folks. Breaking news. The stage is set for President Trump's high-stakes press conference with Vladimir Putin. The backdrop is called Pursuing Peace. Great optics. Can we zoom in on this picture a little bit? So, let's kind of break this down a little bit. I see somebody in the live chat that says you talk too much. Hey, Sherry! Hey, Sherry, this is my broadcast. It's my show. Okay, of course I'm going to talk on my show. Sherry. Anyway. Maybe you... Hey, Sherry, have you considered that you talk too much, Sherry? I've had enough of you talking. Sherry. Anyway, so guys... President Trump has said, he said this yesterday, that depending on how this, the meeting with Putin is going to be private, and then depending on how the meeting goes, there might or might not be a press conference after the meeting, the private meeting between Trump and Putin, depending on how it goes, right? If the negotiations fall through and nothing happens and Trump gets pissed off, if Putin is belligerent, whatever, then maybe there won't be a press conference at the end. But President Trump yesterday afternoon said that if things go well, if they're able to work out a deal, if they have something of substance to announce, then maybe both of them, Putin and Trump, will get up here in front of the audience, in front of us, really in front of the world, and kind of break down what the plan is going forward. So it's exciting. However, I will say, you know, I think you can kind of logically think through this. If Trump wasn't optimistic that they were going to be able to come to some type of agreement or some type of deal, then they probably wouldn't be having this meeting in person anyway. You know what I mean? So I would guess that they kind of came to an agreement over the phone. They kind of know what the rough plan is. They're going to meet in person here today, and then they're going to do a big announcement. That's my sneaking suspicion. Now, over here on Rumble, we have a big-time super chat. Where's our live broadcast? There's our live broadcast. We've got the U.S. military men out there setting it up. Good for those guys. The mystery of why. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope they force Putin to watch Brittany Griner play basketball. Man, why are you bringing Brittany Griner into this? Have you guys seen everybody is going over to these WNBA games and they're throwing dildos out onto the stage, out onto the court? It's like, man, why do we got to be throwing dildos out onto the WNBA games? It's a little bit... I mean, okay, actually, to be fair, it is funny. It is funny. But anyway, come on. We need to be adults. We need to be mature here. It is a little bit disrespectful. Okay, anyway. Anyway, we got to bring up Brittany Griner, really. Do you think Putin actually ever met Brittany Griner? Probably not. He probably never actually even met her. Or him? Him? I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure. Anyway. So, hey, Putin's personal aircraft here is going to be pulling up to this red carpet here any minute now. Can I get that full screen? There we go. Okay. All right, Matt, what about the little green man of Ukraine? So this is what Trump has said about, presumably you're talking about Zelensky. Now, I think it is fair to acknowledge that whether or not that meeting actually happens between all three of them, it depends on how today's meeting goes. So I think everything kind of depends on what happens today, what is going on today. How does today's meeting go? How does it go? And now, folks, I will say today's meeting, once they actually, get inside of the negotiating room, it's a private meeting. We are not going to be watching their entire meeting. Their meeting could, their negotiation today, it could go on for 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours privately without us. So here's the deal. When they are talking to each other, Putin and Trump are in the private meeting together. We are not invited, I hate to say. We're going to keep on doing coverage. I'm really starting to question whether or not Sherry is behind some of these technical difficulties. I really don't know. No, I will tell you folks. So these issues on YouTube, I do not think these are my issues. I am live on both Rumble and on YouTube at the same time right now. The Rumble broadcast is not lagging at all. The Rumble broadcast is fine. It's only the YouTube broadcast. So I think this is actually not a me problem. I think that this is a YouTube problem. I am just as frustrated as you folks are. I wish it wasn't the case. Lord knows I wish it wasn't the case, but it is. But it is. Hopefully the day goes on here and it just kind of works itself out, but this does seem to be a YouTube problem. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead. I think we probably don't need that footage up there. We can probably get rid of that. And this we can probably get rid of also. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Okay. Now, if you guys want the honest to God story, we moved into we've been living in the town that we live in right now for about 1.5 years. And when we moved in, fiber internet wasn't an option. However, after we moved into this house about 1.5 years ago, they installed a fiber line on our street. But by then we were such close friends with the small town ISP, really small town ISP, just 3,000 people live here. We said, we're not going to switch over to fiber. It was Comcast because our small town ISP has been so nice to us. They really are very nice to us. So for the last year or more, we have not had fiber internet because our small town local ISP has been so kind to us. And now I'm really regretting that decision. Although, like I said, I don't actually think that this is a me problem. I think this is a YouTube problem. This is a YouTube issue. I really do not think this is a me issue. But anyway, it's true. My internet is a little bit crappy. That's true. Can't deny that. Okay, now let me take a look at, see if we have any breaking news updates here today. Because things are happening every second. This is 7 minutes ago. Breaking news. Russian President Vladimir Putin has just landed in Alaska for his meeting with President Trump. This is Putin's first time in the United States in 10 years. Trump is about to pull off something absolutely incredible, is what this says. Now, we actually have footage of that plane landing. Take a look at this here. We can go ahead and pull this up. So this is Putin's airplane. And of course, as we saw, they landed, 7 or 8 minutes ago. That is Putin's airplane. So it seems like that plane that we were tracking on flight radar, seems like that actually was Putin's plane. And they're coming down. Sure was. They say flying in an airplane is safer than getting in a car. Per capita, there are way more car accidents than there are airplane accidents. They're putting out the red carpet here. They're sweeping it. They're vacuuming the stage. And I'll tell you what, I think really if you want to avoid airline accidents, really you should just not fly on like Air India, Air Malaysia. You know, some of these other airlines, you just probably want to stay away from those. Have I updated Windows? Yes, everything is updated. As of this morning, it's all updated, all of it. I even updated Google Chrome today. You wouldn't even believe it. Now, I will show you guys something here. I want to give you guys a little bit of a recap. So today's meeting is happening at an Air Force base. It's called the Elmendorf Air Force Base. We are in Anchorage, Alaska. This is Anchorage, the biggest city in Alaska. Right here, beautiful state. Putin has flown all... I mean, guys, this is a long flight for Putin. You know, gosh, this is just such a big country. Putin is hanging out in Moscow. He flies all the way over Russia. He takes a little break here. We saw him a couple hours ago. He touched down in Magadan here, and then he got back in the airplane and flew over the Bering Strait up over here into Anchorage, the United States. And now anyway, he has landed at Elmendorf Air Force Base, is what this is called. And they're going to be meeting at this building right here in the Air Force Base. This is a historic building. It's called Quarter One. Sorry, I'm trying to show you something here. Yeah, that'll work. So you can see here's a 3D view. It's called Quarter One. Now, the reason why this base is interesting, it's because this is where President Nixon in 1971 met with the Imperial Majesty Hirohito, the Emperor of Japan. Hirohito was the Emperor of Japan from the 1920s up into the 1980s. I think he passed away in 1989. He's one of the longest, emperors or, imperial leaders in all of human history. His reign was very long. Anyway, Nixon met him here. They had a peace meeting, a little peace summit here in 1971, I think it said. And so anyway, so Trump's meeting with Putin today is taking place in this exact same spot, in this exact same building. And that building looks like this. It's just a little cute, kind of quaint building. But this is where Nixon met Hirohito. In fact, here's a picture of that. There he is. There's President Nixon and Hirohito and his wife. And Mrs. Nixon, I'm not sure what her name is, Mrs. Nixon. And they had a peace summit here. This was the first time that any Japanese leader had ever stepped foot on U.S. soil. Back in, was this 1971? So by the way, Hirohito, he was the emperor of Japan during World War II. Okay, just to put all this into perspective, he was emperor for a very long time. Very long time. And so it is this very same building. Right. In fact, they might even break out the same chairs and the same table. Who knows, for a photo op? We got to see. Putin is coming on out. He's got to roll up his airplane. Come on out, Putin. Mr. Putin. Oh my gosh, how many people do we have tuning into YouTube right now, folks? We have 6,200 people on YouTube right now. That's what I see. And then on top of that, we've got another 1,900 on Rumble. Everybody, make sure to follow and subscribe. It means a lot. It helps a ton. I really do appreciate it. I got to say, you YouTube guys, those of you that are tuning into YouTube today, I really appreciate it because we've had a lot of technical difficulties on YouTube. So I want to say thank you very much. If you're on YouTube especially, you're dealing with all the technical difficulties. It means a lot. You guys are strong. You guys have grit, okay, on YouTube today. If you guys are dealing with all this pain in the ass, baloney bullcrap that's been going on today, I can't believe it. It's starting to frustrate me a little bit. But anyway, it seems like things are fine enough, maybe for now, for the time being. So they're still trying to get this red carpet, set up. They're still setting this up. I see this. It says Hirohito went to Disneyland in 1975. That's great. Good for him. I hope he had a fun time. Disneyland is fun. I hope you had fun. Also, hey, Michael P over here in the YouTube chat. That's a massive super chat. He says, Morris Force, thank you for all you do. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really do, Michael. I got to tell you, I think today we're going to have some good news by the end of this meeting between Putin and Trump. I think we're going to have, maybe not a total resolution to this conflict in Eastern Europe, but maybe we're going to have a ceasefire here. What do you want to bet? I will bet that we have a ceasefire. I will bet that we will have a ceasefire. Although, listen, guys, I'll tell you what. We already know how the far left propaganda media is going to try to spin any of this. We already know what they're going to say. Let's say we're a month or two from now down the road. Maybe we do have a ceasefire. Maybe we do have a peace deal. But a condition of that peace deal is that Russia, Putin, gets to keep some of the territory that he has conquered in eastern Ukraine. You already know how the left-wing mainstream progressive media is going to try to spin this. President Trump capitulates to the evil Putin. President Trump is giving Ukrainian territory over to Putin. It's not a peace deal as much as it is a surrender. They're gonna try to spin their bullcrap. And so we already know that's what they're going to say if something like that happens. And so here you have to flip the question back on them. Okay, listen, what is your peace deal? What is your proposed peace deal? Here's a question. How many more tens of thousands of young Ukrainian men need to die before you are satisfied with this war? How many more people need to senselessly die before you are willing? And by the way, you're sitting over here in the safety of Brussels or Washington, D.C., arguing that the war needs to go on. Are you carrying a gun in eastern Ukraine fighting? Are you in the trenches risking your life stepping on landmines? No, you had McDonald's for breakfast. You have a nice, cozy office job in Washington, D.C. You got no skin in the game. Okay, President Trump, this is the reality. President Trump is out here trying to save lives at all costs. The killing has got to stop. I saw an estimate that said a 250,000 people have died in the last 3 years. I don't know. God, it's hard to get an exact number on this. How many people have died in the last 3 years, three and a half years, because of this war that never even should have happened in the first place? You know what I'm saying? And by the way, I like McDonald's. I do like McDonald's. I can't deny that. Man, a nice bacon McDouble. Man, a nice sausage egg McMuffin. But listen, how many more young white European men in Eastern Europe need to have their legs blown off before we say enough is enough? This is senseless. President Trump, Putin, Zelensky, shut it down. Okay, that's where we are at. And by the way, we had a survey, a poll a couple months ago come out. It said that 81% of Ukrainians have had enough. 81% of the Ukrainian people want this war to be done. The meat grinder has got to be shut down. We've seen enough. It's been enough. And we're not even talking about civilian death. God knows how many people have died. Oh, we have oh, would you look at this, ladies and gentlemen? This is unrelated to what we are talking about with Russia, Ukraine, Trump. But, we have a moment here, so I figure I'll show you guys some breaking news. Breaking news, Democrat New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell has just been indicted by a federal grand jury after an FBI investigation for corruption. Democrat corruption is finally being prosecuted. Mayor Cantrell has been accused of accepting bribes on numerous occasions, including being bribed by New Orleans Saints tickets with New Orleans Saints, like football tickets, from a city inspector to, quote, look the other way. Imagine my shock. There she is. Beautiful woman. She's a real looker. Real beautiful woman. Can't deny that. And she got by the FBI. You want accountability? There's a little bit of it. Okay. Now take a look at something here. By the way, Christy, I see the $10 super chat in YouTube. I want to say thank you very much, Christy. And I've seen you tuning in before also. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Christy. Hope you're having a good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have another one of these here. This is from Jumpin' Jack, a super chat here. Super chat from Jumpin' Jack. He says, Matt, the politicians do not give a crap about people dying. They only want money and power. They just want meat for the grinder. I think you're right about a lot of them. I'm not going to say that every single politician is just a bloodthirsty psychopath, but yeah, there's a lot of them. Yeah, and by the way, on both sides of the aisle, this thirst for blood and desire to have just never-ending foreign wars, etc. This is an issue. This is a desire that almost, and a lot of times, supersedes the left or right dynamic. You've got people like this on the left and on the right. Now, thank God, it seems like President Trump is not one of those people. Trump is trying to shut down the meat grinder. I think we can be happy about that. But you're right, a lot of them are. A lot of them are. A lot of them are. I think, you know, it's hard to understand what compels a person to be that way. I don't know. I guess one of the most evil and ultimate expressions of power is the ability to condemn other people to death. You know what I mean? And it's sick and it's twisted, but you do see a lot of these politicians, it's almost like they get off on sending other people's children to go get blown up. Unnecessarily so. You know, it's one thing if it's a war that has to happen, you know, you're whatever. But a lot of these wars, they're not necessary. They're totally unnecessary. And I think a lot of these freaks, these you know, just evil, corrupt politicians on both sides, a lot of the time, they almost get off on it. It really is a terrible thing. Now, I want to take a look at this here. This is from John M2213. Thank you. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, John. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And we had another one I missed here. This is from Just Michael. He says, thank you for your dedication to saving America from the woke mob and globalist demons. Praise Jesus. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. There was a viral thread on Twitter or X the other day that was talking about how some of the most conservative, regressive, radically conservative people in this country are people that have grown up in radically progressive cities. If you are a blue city conservative, for in my case, I'm a deeply radically regressive conservative type of person. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. So I was surrounded by a lot of this stuff, a lot of these people, and I was molded by it in the other way, if that makes sense. And so I think, you know, I think a lot of these radically progressive, these conservatives that come from radically progressive cities, they're just a little bit different. They've seen it all firsthand. A blue city conservative. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. And thank you. Hey, Michael, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Look at this, guys. Putin's airplane is going to be rolling up here any minute. They've got the stairway out here. They've got the red carpet set up. They've got all the optics. They've got the fighter jets in the background. Alaska 25. Any minute now, he's going to be stepping on out. So thank you guys very much. Let me take a look here. And this is also from Alstrom. Alstrom, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Any minute now here. I see this user in the Rumble chat, the Gaming Murphy, says, off topic, one of Epstein's former residents in New York just blew up in New York City a few hours ago. Firefighters are trying to control the blaze. So we can quickly talk about this. I saw that there was an explosion in New York, but I had no idea that this had anything to do with Epstein. I'm not sure if that's the case, but anyway, there was a big bomb or something. I'm not sure. In New York City. This is a couple hours old now. Just a short little video clip here. This is the only angle of it that we have that I see. But anyway, whether or not this has to do with Epstein, I have no idea. I don't know. We have an article here. Wow. Look at all those firefighters up there. I gotta say, man, firefighters are some of the bravest guys. This is probably my most respected job. Out of all jobs that a guy can possibly have, if you are a first responder, firefighter type of guy, that really is something else. Really is. Anyway, crazy. But anyway, yeah, so whether or not that has anything to do with Epstein, I'm not sure. I guess I have to take your word for that. Excuse me. Okay. So I suppose what is going on right now is that, well, we have lost our broadcast. We're going to give that just a minute here. I'm sure that that feed will be back. It seems like they're doing a whole photo op situation. So I imagine that that will be back any minute. Now there's something else I can show you folks here while we are kind of on standby. Speaking earlier aboard Air Force One with Fox News' Brett Baier about today's summit in Alaska with Russian President Vladimir Putin, U.S. President Donald Trump stated that he thinks the meeting with President Putin is, quote, going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast. Take a look at this.
She is doing very well. We're setting records economically like we never have before, including the stock markets are all at a record high. We're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars with tariffs. We're going for a meeting with President Putin in Alaska, and I think it's going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast.
I mean, if it doesn't, you walk.
I would walk there.
He's going to walk. So this either works out, it either goes the Trump way or Trump is going on the highway. Now where is our feed? Oh, we have some protesters outside of the Air Force Base in Alaska. Well, I can go ahead and put this up here for a moment. Stand with Ukraine. Do these folks not understand that the reason why President Trump is meeting with Putin at all in the first place today is because he wants to stop the killing? How much more can you stand with Ukraine than by trying to negotiate a peace deal, to de-escalate the killing, to save the lives of all these young Ukrainians that are getting blown up every single day? How much more can you stand with Ukraine than that? You know what I mean? It's just insanity. Keep in mind now, Joe Biden was in the White House for 3 years. The first 3 years of this war, not once did he even talk to Putin. Not on the phone, not in person, not in Europe, anywhere. Didn't even pick up the phone and talk to the guy. How are you going to de-escalate this? How are you going to save lives if you refuse to even talk to Putin, who is, you know, half of this equation here? Regardless of what your opinion of Putin is, bad guy, good guy, evil guy, terrible guy, whatever, right? Guess what? Regardless, you're gonna have to talk to him if you want to navigate out of this terrible, deadly situation. You're gonna have to do it. It's got to happen. Now, what is that over there? No, nothing. Okay. Now, folks, I saw somebody ask in the live chat here whether or not Trump is already on the ground in Alaska. I believe so. I believe that Trump is on the ground already. Now, given how this... Oh, you know what? They must be getting close. They've got these guys lined up. They're ready to do their salutes. They've got the flags, the standards up there. So, given that these guys are up here getting positioned, ladies and gentlemen, I would imagine that this thing is going to be happening here pretty soon. That's my sneaking suspicion. So, I think here any minute now. Any minute. Now, by the way, I also want to say something. I think maybe some people take it too far. So let me make my opinion here known. I think you can, one, say, listen, the United States should not be giving as much or maybe any money to Ukraine. We have our own problems. We got to take care of America first. That's me. But also you can say, listen, oh, there's the plane. This is Air Force One. This is Trump. Hey, you're going a little bit too fast. Hey, slow down. Hey, hey, where are you going? You missed it. Pull it around. Anyway, and then you can also say, listen, you know, I wish no ill will on any of these Ukrainians, on any of these Ukrainian people or Russian civilian, Russian people, I don't want anybody dying over here. So first off, I don't want anybody getting blown up in Eastern Europe. That's why we need to de-escalate this. But then also, you know, we shouldn't be sending American money over there. We have our own we have Americans to take care of first. America first. So, you know, I see some people, they're like, oh, screw the Ukrainians or screw the Russians or whatever. Listen, I don't think it has to be like that. I think you can say, listen, we gotta try to negotiate a peace deal, but also we shouldn't, you know, we shouldn't be funding the war. And I think those things are actually, I think they go together at the same time. So anyway, that was Air Force One. That was President Trump there. And maybe he's going to be pulling around. He's going to be doing donuts in the parking lot. They are driving in reverse. What is going on here? Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think we are about to see President Trump pull up to the stairwell here. And they're going to be coming on down any minute. And, you know, presumably after President Trump disembarks Air Force One, then I think Putin's going to come on out also. This is a big historic day. Trump has not met Putin in person in real life since 2019. It has been over 6 years since these two individuals have met each other in real life in person. So this really is a pretty big day. You know, and the circumstances of this meeting really could not be of more importance. It's a big deal. Got a big deal they're negotiating here today. Beautiful plane. What a beautiful plane. Can't deny it. Just a massive plane, too. Massive. You know, just imagine how far aviation technology has come in the last 100 years. About 100 years ago, we're talking about the Wright brothers just discovering flight for the first time. And now we have you know, stealth bomber jets and everything. It is nuts. It is something else. All right, President Trump is going to be stepping out of this plane here any minute. Any minute. You know, I would imagine that a lot of European leaders within the European Union are kind of sitting here holding their breath. Because they are not a part of these negotiations. Trump and Putin are. This is between Trump and Putin. And then if Trump and Putin can work out a deal, then maybe Trump is going to bring them into the fold. He's going to bring in Zelensky. He's going to bring in the EU. This is Trump and Putin right now. Okay? Really the two head honchos in this situation. And so I would imagine that a lot of the EU leaders are sitting here, you know, maybe freaking out, nervous, biting their fingernails, so to speak. Because, you know, that maybe they have a different agenda, some of them, than what Trump's agenda might be, which is de-escalation, ceasefire, peace. All right, there's a red carpet. The stairway's pulling up. All right. Watch your step. Yeah, they had to put that sign there on the stairs, watch your step, because Joe Biden kept falling down these damn things. So they figured, you know, just to be careful. Let's just be careful and go ahead and spray paint that on there. And any minute, Trump is coming on down. It is a big day. You guys know normally we don't do all-day live breaking news coverage like this. This is kind of deviating from our normal broadcast schedule. So today, there's a reason we're live today. Today really is a big day. Well, it has the potential to be a big day. Let's put it that way. Depending on what kind of deal they work out here. He's locking it in. I'll tell you what, though. Listen, hey, in Joe Biden's defense, those are some steep steps. Listen, mate. Hey, I might be inclined to stumble up and down those things also once or twice. Those look pretty steep. All right. Did Putin land already? Yeah, Putin landed about a half hour ago. Seems as if Putin is kind of hanging out in his airplane right now. I think that Putin and Trump are going to join each other. There's a podium set up at the bottom of this stairway here. They're going to join each other on this podium. So I would expect that shortly after President Trump disembarks, they're going to bring out Putin's airplane, and Putin is going to come out, and then they're going to, you know, shake hands on the podium, and then they're going to go have their private meeting. And so, folks, once again, this is worth saying. This private meeting between Trump and Putin, it could go on for 10, 20, 30 minutes, or it could go on for 2, 3, 4 hours. We don't know. I think it kind of depends on how the meeting goes. If it's a good, productive meeting, or bad vibes, unproductive meeting. So, regardless of how long this meeting lasts, and it is a private meeting, meaning we're not going to be able to watch it. It's behind closed doors. Once the meeting is done, they're going to come out and do a press briefing, a press conference. That is public. We will watch that. But during the private meeting, I'm going to keep the broadcast going. We're going to keep hanging out. We're going to go over all of the updates and news that we can find. This is going to be an all-day live breaking news broadcast. So if you are new, either here on the beautiful website of Rumble, everybody say hi on Rumble, or on the beautiful, lovely website of YouTube, everybody say hi in the YouTube chat. We're going to be live all day, so make sure to follow and like and subscribe over here, over there. It means a lot. It sure does, and thank you guys again for tuning in today. We've got, I don't know, gosh, between the two audiences here, about 10,000 viewers tuning in. I better not make any mistakes. That would be really embarrassing. Can you imagine making a mistake in front of 10,000 people? Man, that would be pretty scary. That said, it is worth noting, if I ever do make a mistake, it's because I wanted to. It was intentional. Real quick, we do have some breaking news. You guys are going to like this one. Kamala Harris's stepdaughter says she is really struggling and having anxiety attacks because of climate change. What is her name again? This is Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. She has climate-induced anxiety. Amazing. Really, that is just something else. I'll tell you what, though. You know, to be fair to her, I'm sick of the summer. It's too damn hot. I'm ready for fall. So I've also had enough of this climate. We got to cool it off a little bit. I'm just not a big fan of the summer. Now, we have a little supplemental piece of information here I want to show you guys. This is what is at the base of this stairway here, if you guys can take a look at this. So they have a podium here, a little stage, says Alaska 2025. Got some fighter jets. This is Air Force One as it was pulling up. So you can imagine here at some point soon, Trump and Putin are going to be standing up here together, shaking hands, taking photos, whatever, you know. Won't be long. Won't be long now. Where did my... There it is. Okay. No, listen, I'm just not a fan of the heat. I'm just not a fan of the summer. I like the rain. Some people, they get seasonal depression when it's gray and rainy and cloudy. They get depressed. Oh, I'm so sad. I love it. I love it. There's a reason I live up here in the Pacific Northwest. I love the rain. I love the clouds. The snow. We're cool. The snow and I, we get along. It's all good. The sun. It's the sun. It's the humidity. It's the heat. Don't like it. No, sir. I don't think there's any amount of money that somebody could pay me to live in Phoenix, Arizona, for instance. You pay me $1 million a year, 10 million. I don't think I could do it. I would just melt. Couldn't do it. Now, right this very moment, guys, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump, he is inside of this airplane. He's hanging out. He's probably, you know, what do you think Trump is doing right this very moment inside of this airplane? He's probably playing Fortnite. He's probably playing Minecraft. He's playing some video game in there, hanging out. Nah, who knows? I don't know what he's doing in there. Going to the bathroom? Could be. Sipping a Diet Coke. Yeah, that probably is. He is probably sipping a Diet Coke. You're probably right about that. Drinking vodka. I don't think President Trump drinks alcohol. And you know what? That's a smart thing. Drinking alcohol is probably not. We could probably all be better if we drank a little bit less alcohol. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. Oh, folks, take a look at this. Breaking news report. Today's meeting between President Trump and Vladimir Putin will now be joined. It was going to be a one-on-one meeting with translators as well. But it was only going to be Trump and Putin. Now we have an update. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, and Steve Witkoff, they are going to be joining Trump during his meeting with Putin. So now it is Trump, Rubio, Steve Witkoff, and Putin. Now, whether or not Putin has some partners, I'm not sure. If he's got some support attending this negotiation today, I'm not exactly sure. Trump is rehearsing his negotiation rhetoric. Probably, you're probably right about that. He's practicing. You gotta practice. I would imagine that Putin is going to have some people out here with him during these negotiations. But I'm out here scanning for updates for you guys. Trump is getting ready inside Air Force One right now. I see from Air's Mommy in the Rumble chat, she says President Putin is bringing 5 others with him. 5 other people, huh? I'm trying to find some more information about this. As of 7 minutes ago, we got a report that said Trump is coming out of the plane. Trump is ready to come out of the plane as of 7 minutes ago. Well, he has so far not, in fact, come out of the plane. Give it time. Give it some time. Here's an update for you folks. The Russian ambassador to the United States, Alexander Darchev, expects a, quote, positive outcome with today's meeting, but no breakthrough from the Trump-Putin summit. So he's saying he doesn't expect a breakthrough, but he does expect a positive outcome. This is from the Russian ambassador to the USA. It's hard to even know exactly what that means. Okay, we gotta see. Trump said about a half hour ago aboard Air Force One, he said, if the meeting with Putin doesn't go well, he's just gonna go home. If this is a bad meeting, Trump said, I'm going home. He's ready to walk. I see the question here from Kevin. Kevin says, will Vice President J.D. Vance be included too? So we have not heard anything about Vance being included in today's meeting. And I think the reason why, generally speaking, they don't like to have President Trump and J.D. Vance in the same place at the same time, especially maybe in a sensitive situation kind of like this, where maybe there is a heightened security risk, or, you know, maybe they are afraid of threats in a situation like this. So Vance is probably somewhere else, because it's always in the back of their head, you know, what if there is an assassination attempt or something terrible at this meeting today in Alaska? Well, you got to have the vice president as a backup somewhere else. You know what I mean? So generally speaking, they do try to keep them separate. It's actually on very rare occasion, Vance and Trump are in the same room at the same time. They do try to keep them separated. So probably not. Yeah, it's a risk. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's the designated survivor. Yes, that is the proper term for that. True, true, true. You have a designated driver. Trump has a designated survivor as the president of the United States. And, you know, I don't know, taking a look here. You know, listen, around this world, there are a lot of people that obviously don't like Putin, and there are a lot of people around the world that also don't like Trump. And so I don't know. Listen, if you are chief of the Secret Service today, you got to have this place on lockdown. You know, there's a reason why they're doing this in this Alaskan military base. Can I show you exactly where this is happening today, folks? So this is Anchorage, Alaska. This is the biggest city in Alaska. Alaska International Airport. This is the Elmendorf Air Force Base. So Air Force One right now is somewhere on this runway. We're looking at it right here on the runway here. This is a U.S. Air Force Base. So they're going to say hi, shake hands on the runway, and then they're going to travel down here to this building. This building right here. This is on the Air Force Base. Today's meeting is taking place here in this building. So you know this Air Force Base is on lockdown. There's a beautiful golf course. Wonderful. Anyway, this is on lockdown today. You've got two of maybe the... These might be the two highest profile individuals in the world. Well, two of the top 3 or 4. You know, I would imagine that probably President Xi Jinping, he's also one of the highest individuals, highest status individuals in the world. Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping, who else? You know, it's on lockdown. The point is, it's on lockdown. Secure environment. Now, I'm taking a look at my live chats here. Once again, everybody here, thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Today's a big day. Today really has the potential to be a big day. You know, I don't want to be overly optimistic here, but could you imagine if they actually come out of this meeting today and they say, listen, we have a unilateral ceasefire, the end of the war. We are announcing the end of the war. I don't want to, you know, be overly optimistic. I don't think that's going to be the case. Is there a 1% chance that that could be today's breaking bombshell news? Sure, it could be. Could be 1%. I don't know, maybe 2%. Who knows? But if anyone can do it, it's going to be Trump, no doubt about that. Couldn't be anyone else. I think we all know that's true. That would be nuts. That would be something else, though. Now, let me take a look. I was reading last night, this is maybe 12 hours ago, that the Ukrainian military launched their largest drone strike attack into Russian territory to date. This was 12 hours ago. Massive drone attack. Far to the east in Ukraine. Now, what am I reading here? I just read an article. I'm reading a headline here. It says that J.D. Vance is somewhere in the United Kingdom, and he tried to go into a pub to get a drink in this British pub, and they refused to serve him. J.D. Vance. So we were talking about people around the world strongly opinionated. I don't like Vance. I don't like Trump. I don't blah, 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 right? I guess some British pub refused to serve J.D. Vance a pint. What's the pub name? It's called the Bull Inn. The Bull Inn. It's a famous British pub, allegedly. There you have it. What do you know? Now, any minute, folks, right now, we are waiting for President Trump to disembark Air Force One. This is, Air Force One is what we're looking at right here. He is on the runway in this Air Force base in Alaska, in Anchorage, Alaska. He's going to be stepping on out here in a minute. And then I would imagine shortly after President Trump comes down the stairway here, then they'll pull up Vladimir Putin's plane as well. I think Putin has already landed. He is hanging out in his airplane for the time being. Somebody in the live chat said, Matt, would you rather live in Arizona or Alaska? As if there's even a debate. Alaska, of course. In fact, a couple years ago, we were considering Alaska. We decided it's not for us, but we thought about it. We were actually moving in about a week and a half. It's a big deal. In about a week and a half, my wife and I and our 2 kids and our dog, we are moving to Idaho. We're moving to Idaho. Right now we live in Washington State on the West Coast. We're moving to Idaho. So I guess a little bit of a heads up here. In about a week and a half, I'm probably going to be gone for maybe 2 or 3 days because we're going to be doing a big move. A big time move. It's like a 6 or 7 hour drive. So it really is going to be a pain in the ass. So I might be MIA for 2 or 3 days in about a week and a half. But hey, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, listen, here's the problem. I think a lot of you guys know what I'm talking about. Natively, I'm from Oregon. I'm an Oregonian. We've been living in Washington for about 5 years. And it really is a shame because Oregon and Washington are beautiful states. Just gorgeous. We love the nature, the forests, the hiking, all of it. We love it. But these states, Oregon and Washington, they are infested. They are infested with far-left radical progressives. And so we are finally pulling the trigger here. We are moving to Idaho. We're getting out. We are escaping, is what it is. Tennessee, I think, is a lovely state too. I think so. Any minute now, President Trump is going to be disembarking Air Force One. That is what the world is waiting on. Literally, the entire world is waiting on Trump to come walking down these stairs. Quite literally. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that are looking at what we are looking at right this very moment. Come on down, President Trump, and then Putin is going to come on out after him. They're going to pull up his plane, and he's coming down next. Soon enough. Soon enough. Soon enough. Yes, northern Idaho. Yes. Yep. That's right. That's right. It's a beautiful area. I'm scanning around here for updates. Seeing if we have any breaking news information here. I'm seeing this. Check this out. Oh, you know what? Hold up. I'll go ahead and play this for you folks. Got a little short video here. Huh. Real quick here, ladies and gentlemen.
We know that the Russians brought along a huge delegation. It includes possibly hundreds of Russian businessmen who want to capitalize on whatever comes out of this and potentially seize on opportunities to strengthen economic ties and get around some of the sanctions that have been keeping Russia's economy down, looking to sort of enjoin the two economies and bring Russia back into the world economy. That might be out of the question if President Trump does not get what he wants out of this meeting, which is to be a ceasefire. He told reporters on Air Force One he's going to be very unhappy if he doesn't get one today. And he has repeatedly threatened severe consequences, including those secondary sanctions.
So this is not surprising at all that maybe a component of the ceasefire deal or peace deal is to integrate the Russian economy into the Western world economy, you know, build some type of business ties, ongoing business relationship with Russia. This is not surprising one bit. And the reason why is because we've talked about this a lot on this show over the last couple months, is that who does Trump view as the number one enemy of the United States in the 21st century? Almost all of Trump's geopolitical foreign policy and economic policy is targeted specifically at neutering or stopping this one enemy. Who is it? It's China. Trump is concerned about China. Our American elite, our American establishment is very concerned about China. And so it makes total sense. It's not surprising at all that Trump, as a component of these negotiations with Putin to de-escalate the situation in Ukraine, that Trump would say, hey, listen, let's de-escalate this and then let's integrate you into the European economy, integrate you into the American economy, and pull you away from China. Let's further isolate China. You know, Russia is China's biggest trading partner. They're like this. They have hundreds of billions of dollars every year, maybe trillions of economic ties every single year. And so what if Trump was able to actually pull Russia away from China as a component of these deals, right? So we're going to see. I'm would not be surprised about that one bit. Not at all. It's going to be very curious. Ni hao ma. Yep. China's coming up. And you know what? That assessment that China is probably America's number one geopolitical foe and also economic foe of the 21st century, I think that assessment is totally on point. I think that is the case. And I think the sooner we realize that, the better. I think so. So we're going to have to see. So this is something that we are talking about today. Once they come out of their airplanes, once Trump comes out, once Putin comes out, they're going to shake hands, take a couple photos, and then they're going to go and have a private meeting. During this private meeting, we're not going to have a live stream footage, so I will still be live. We're going to keep on talking about all of this stuff, but this meeting today between Putin and Trump is going to be behind closed doors. So we're going to wait however long it takes, however long that meeting is, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, I don't know. But we're going to be here breaking down the news the entire time. Whenever they come out of that meeting, the plan is that they're going to be having Putin and Trump together. They're going to be hosting a joint press conference. They're going to be talking to the media today after that meeting, telling us, you know, what did they discuss, what's going to be happening going forward, etc. So we're going to be here for that. We're going to be here all day. Today is going to be a very long broadcast. And of course, we are live right now on YouTube and on Rumble, Matt Morse TV, all over the place. All over the place. You know, I have to say, folks, I'm about to be crossing a big threshold here. The daily videos that I make, you know, the 8, 9, 10 minute long videos I do every day, those have been going very well on both YouTube and Rumble. The live streams that I do every day now on YouTube and Rumble, those have been going very well. And I said, man, what's the one thing I'm missing? I got my daily videos, my 8, 9, 10 minute long videos. I've got my daily broadcasts. Those have been going well. You know, they're generally about an hour long. What am I missing here? Shorts. I've been missing shorts. And so, hey, listen, hey, Abstentia, I see you in the chat. Do not spam the channel. I don't really care what you post. You can disagree with me. You can call me an idiot. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. But just do not spam the channel. Do not spam. Okay, thank you very much. So anyway, what did I missing? I'm missing some short form content. So now I think every day I'm going to be making shorts. Also, some YouTube shorts. Maybe I'll post them on TikTok. I'm not sure, but anyway, that's the plan. So we're gonna be doing it all. But anyway, back to today's news. We're trying to get President Trump to come on out of the plane. We're saying, listen, Trump, come on out of the plane, dude. Come on out. President Trump and Putin are watching Matt Morse TV and watching and reading the comments. Could be the case. Maybe President Trump is in the chat. He's watching the live streams. Hi, Trump. Hi, President Trump. Come on out. Come on out. There was a news report I saw the other day. Gosh, I forget which outlet reported this. Forget which one. But anyway, they were saying that President Trump is going to be running for a third term. President Trump has confirmed that he's going to be seeking re-election in 2028. I don't think that's the case. This is ridiculous, of course. But anyway, some left-wing news agency was reporting this. And I mean, as you all know, he actually can't even do that. However, there is one way that President Trump could become president again. And we've talked about this before. So let's break down this entire situation. Per the U.S. Constitution, if you have already served 2 presidential terms, you are actually not allowed to campaign to run election again, either as president or as vice president. You're not allowed to do. You can't do that. Can't do it. However, it says you're not allowed to campaign. You can't be reelected as vice president or president if you've already been president for 2 terms. There is one thing you can do though. Okay? It's kind of complex, so try to pay attention here. President Trump, and by the way, I don't think he's going to do this, but this is technically the only way that it could happen. If President Trump had 2 loyalists, for example, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, they campaigned in 2028, and then they successfully won, and now we have President J.D. Vance and Vice President Marco Rubio. Okay, that's step 1. Hold that thought. He's got 2 loyalists in the White House as president and vice president. Then what would have to happen is the Republican House GOP would have to vote to make President Trump the Speaker of the House. Fun fact, You don't actually need to be a sitting U.S. representative to become the Speaker of the House. I, right now, could be voted Speaker of the House. You could be Speaker of the House right this very moment. You don't need to be a current U.S. representative. You don't need to be. Anybody could become Speaker of the House. So Trump would then be voted in as Speaker of the House. And then now that Trump is Speaker of the House, which he could be, in theory, he would have his two loyalists, Marco Rubio and JD Vance, step down. They would say, hey, listen, we are stepping down from Vice President and President. Okay, well, if something happens to the Vice President and the President, then what happens? The Speaker of the House becomes President, who at that point is Donald Trump. So this, per the Constitution, this is the only feasible technical way that Trump could be president again. Now, is this going to happen? No, I think this is insane. It's incredibly complex. It's ridiculous. I don't think that's going to happen. But that is a constitutionally sound way that Trump could become president, could have a third term in the White House. That's the only way possible. I don't even want that to happen, but it could, technically. Now, this is a massive super chat from Raya, one of my favorite viewers. Thank you very much for tuning in today. Thank you very much. Massive super chat. Good to see you. Says, thank you, Matt, for your wife and family and Argos towards your exciting move. Yeah, we're moving soon. Thank you. Thank you. I'll give you a little bit of an Argos update. You guys don't get too worried, but I do have something to tell you guys. We have about a 4-month-old German Shepherd. I got to go back and do the math. Oh, hey, hold that thought. Sorry. We'll talk about the dog later. Guys, this is President Putin's airplane all the way from Russia. He has flown over. By the way, Raya, thank you again. Massive super chat. That means a lot. Thank you very much. You are very kind. Thank you. Thank you. This is Putin. Wait, I'm sorry. That's the wrong. Hold on. That was a couple decades ago. Sorry, my bad. Wrong song. I got the wrong tune there. Anyway, Putin has landed. Here he is. There's his airplane. It's a nice, thick airplane. And so he's pulling around too. So maybe they're going to have these guys disembark their airplanes at around the same time. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, look at that. We've got three. These guys maybe look like Marines at the base of the stair. I'm not sure exactly what they are. Probably Marines. I don't know. Standing at the bottom. Actually, you know, it would kind of make sense that you'd have a bunch of Russian guys standing at the bottom, don't you think? Maybe those are actually Russian military personnel. I'm not sure. I don't know. I frankly don't know. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll find out here pretty soon. We'll see. It's a big old plane. Yeah, so they've got two different, you know, stairways here set up. That's one hell of an that's a big old airplane. I remember when I was a young boy, I used to love flying in airplanes. Now I'm an adult, and man, it just sucks. Airplanes suck. Ugh, I gotta get on the airplane. Ugh, pain in the ass. It hits a little bit different these days. All right, there it is. They pulled it up. And so Trump, of course, has been idling inside of his airplane, Air Force One here, for probably 45 minutes. He's been hanging out inside the airplane. Trump's airplane is bigger. That's true. I don't think you have a more secure, technologically advanced, expensive aircraft than Air Force One. I think you can say, you know, maybe like a B-52 stealth bomber or something is maybe more expensive. I'm not sure. That's a curious question. I'm going to figure that out. What is the most expensive airplane in the world? I don't know. Yeah, it is the B2. The B2 Spirit stealth bomber is the most expensive, it says, with a price tag of $737 million. Some have suggested, hold that thought. Some have suggested that the Boeing 747-200B, that's Air Force One, could hold the title with an estimated cost of $3.9 billion after all the upgrades. Okay, so it depends on whether or not you count the upgrades. I think you've got to count the upgrades. Of course you have to count the upgrades, right? Oh, speaking of Air Force One, here we are. This is Air Force One. All right. This is the $3.9 billion aircraft, maybe the most expensive aircraft in the world. All right. So probably both, that is just one massive airplane. Look at how big that thing is. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, both airplanes are ready to go. They have both taxied up to their respective staircases. They've got a red carpet set up for everybody out here. Trump and Putin, within the next, I don't know, probably 10 minutes now, soon, they're going to be disembarking their aircrafts and shaking hands on the tarmac here. And then they're going to go have their meeting about how to de-escalate out of this damn situation in Eastern Europe. You guys know, for the last 3.5 years, a lot of people have been chirping about World War III. Oh, we're so close to World War III. I think it's easy to forget. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, listen, this situation in Ukraine very easily could have, and also still can, unravel into a world war type of situation. So it is in everybody's best interest, every single person, frankly, around the world, that this conflict in Eastern Europe de-escalates. We put this thing on ice because it's not too late. Things could still get worse, which is why it's so important that we stop that from happening. So thank God President Trump is trying to make that happen. Thank God. This is a big deal today. Right now. Thank goodness. They are pulling up the staircase there. Yes, they are. They've got the windows blacked out. No peeking inside. No, sir. And there's another thing worth mentioning here. God forbid. Let's hope nothing crazy happens today. These are two very controversial guys, both Trump and Putin. Let's hope that nothing crazy happens. Because I remember I was watching the Butler. I hate to take the show here. I was watching live the Butler, Pennsylvania rally, where Trump got shot in the ear. I will never forget that. That left a mark on me, man. I was watching that live. So we're gonna hope that nothing crazy or insane happens today. Nothing like that. God forbid. Let me take a look here. Let's hope not. Yeah, today really is, frankly, one of these history is being made on live TV kind of situations. You're right about that. You're right about that. You are right. Ich schau noch auf. Danke schön, mein Deutsch Zuschauer. Willkommen im mein Stream. Entschuldigung. I don't know. Thank you. We have our one and only German viewer in the chat today. Everybody say hi, German viewer. I think mostly we have Americans here today. Maybe we have some Russians tuning in today. I don't know. Maybe some Russians are here today because we're talking about Putin. Oh, the door is open on Putin's airplane. Okay. All right. Okay. There it is. These gentlemen are going to be disembarking here pretty soon. We are speaking a little bit of German in my household. My wife is a German woman, as German as can be. And so we have 2 young children, a 2-year-old boy, my son, and our 4-year-old daughter. And they are learning English and German, both. Little bilingual kids. Speaking a little bit of both. I'll tell you a funny story while we are waiting for these two gentlemen to come on out of their airplanes. Our 4-year-old daughter, we were at a Costco, a big grocery store, about a month and a half ago, and our 4-year-old daughter, she had a toddler meltdown. She was melting down, yelling and screaming. But she decided to have her meltdown in Costco in German. She had a German meltdown. And she was going, nine, 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 nine. It sounded like we had a little baby Hitler. Honestly, we had a little baby Hitler having a Hitlerian meltdown in Costco about a month and a half ago, and I was like, okay, hey, everybody calm down. Calm down. Okay, sweetie, okay, don't invade Poland. Everything is gonna be okay. It's okay. Can somebody check on Poland, please? And that's just how it is. So we're looking at Air Force One right now. Not Hitler, Hurtler. Yeah, okay. So President Trump is going to be stepping out of Air Force One now any moment here. Air Force One has been parked here on the runway for about maybe an hour now. He's been hanging out. He's been hanging out, waiting for Putin to show up. Waiting for Putin to arrive. And so Putin has officially arrived. They've got both of the stairways set up here. They've got red carpets set up for both of these guys. Now, a little bit of a background check here. Putin and Trump have not met each other in person since June of 2019. So it has been 6 years. 6 years. Oh, I mean, over 6 years since these two individuals have met each other. They've been talking on the phone. Hello, what's up? Trying to de-escalate this entire situation. But they haven't met each other. It's been quite a while. It's been over half a decade. 6 years. So we're going to see, you know, I think sometimes you can kind of read the situation by taking a look at everybody's body language. We're going to see how stiff, how uptight they are. Do they seem friendly? Do they seem cordial? You know, we're going to see. Do they seem mad? Do they seem angry at each other? We're going to have to kind of vibe this out. We'll see how it looks. We'll figure it out here. Why the F do I keep cutting out? Yeah, I'll tell you, YouTube has been having some tech difficulties today. My stream on YouTube has been having some difficulties. The stream, we're on Rumble right now. The Rumble broadcast has been all good. It's been fine. But the YouTube broadcast has been a little bit come and go up and down a little bit today, so. But folks, listen, I gotta say, today is exciting. Today is an exciting day. This is a history is in the making type of day. We're watching history is getting made today together. So hey, thank you all very much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys for being here with me on my broadcast here. Thank you guys. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. He says, fight, fight, fight. Okay, he must be feeling optimistic. He's pumping his fist. Make sure don't fall down the stairs, Mr. President. Watch your step. Be careful. This is live. Trump is coming on down the steps of Air Force One. Secret Service is down there. You can tell that's Secret Service on standby. Yep, salute. There he is. Trump Love him or hate him, Trump is such a boss. He is. He's like a 1980s gangster type of guy. He is. Anyway, there's Putin. Coming down the stairs. There he is. Now, we probably have some KGB guys hanging out around here, too. So Putin has a little bit of a pep in his step. Putin is kind of skipping along. You saw he's smiling there. Putin seems he's a little bit jubilant. There's Trump. Trump is all business. Trump is business. He's not here for fun. He's not here to have fun and goof around. The businessman. They're coming on up. Is that a symbol? Hey, was that some weird... I don't want to be schizophrenic with you guys. Was that some weird Freemason... What was that symbol that he just did? Did anybody else see that Putin there? That's a little something. I don't even know what it means, but I'm seeing people do that. What does that mean there? I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Okay, anyway, Trump is sitting here waiting. He's waiting. He's staring him down because Putin is walking right at him. He's clapping. Come on over, Putin. There he is. Thumbs up. There he is. Shaking hands. Trump always pulls him in. He does the handshake and he pulls him in. So Putin, by the way, Putin speaks English. He doesn't like to speak English, but Putin is fluent in English. So they can talk. They don't even really need a translator. There they are. He's saluting. This is the first time these two gentlemen have met in person in over 6 years. That guy's got somewhere to be. So Putin seems very happy to be here. Have you guys kind of noticed the same thing? Trump seems very relaxed. I wonder what that was. I wonder what type of plane that was. That was all part of the show, part of the plan, you know. Now, do we have some audio? I don't know if they're going to be speaking here. Oh, we do have something. They're trying to yell at him.
President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. Thank you. I think that was just very unfortunate timing on that Putin body language. They said, President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? And incidentally, he went... I think that was just bad timing. Unfortunate timing. So they both actually loaded into the same car. Putin and Trump are in this car together at the same time. And so I want to show you where they're driving on the map here in a second. Look at that. Secret Service is doing their job. Look at these guys. Alpha male Giga Chads. And you can tell, I mean, you've got some Russian guy. That's a Russian guy here. Mm-hmm. If we have a minute, I'm going to show you on the map where they're driving next, because we know exactly the building on the Air Force Base, the specific building where they're going to be having this meeting today, folks. But, we can wait a minute here. Let us pray for peace. Yes, listen, yeah, if you like to pray, pray for peace. I agree with you. I think that's a noble thing to pray for. David Miller. Now that is one hell of a super chat, David Miller. I appreciate that. I said, listen, I think we agree. This is really an historic moment. So we gotta be here. We gotta be here together. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, sir. That's a big super chat. There they are. Look at that in the back of the car there. The name of this car, they call it the Beast. This car has like 6-inch thick, reinforced, you know, everything. They call it the Beast. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And so there they go. They are going to be staying on this base. Hey, H. Ross Chass over there in Rumble. Thank you. I appreciate that. Big super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you guys. And all of you, thank you for tuning in today. I've got something I want to show you guys here in a minute, but I want to make sure we're not missing anything here. See, this one here, this must be some type of like anti-drone jamming vehicle. You don't want any terrorists or anybody crazy flying drones over, trying to do something crazy. They've got drone jammers. Making sure nothing weird is going on here. Those guys are still just standing out there. Good for them. All right. They're loaded up. All right, folks, real quick. I think we have a moment here. So this is the Air Force Base we are at right now, Trump and Putin are at, in Anchorage, Alaska. They both landed on this runway here. They both just disembarked, probably about right here, and now they're driving through the Air Force Base all the way down. It's a very short drive, 3 or 4 blocks, from here over to this building right here. This is a building called Quarters 1. This is a historic building because in 1971, President Nixon met here with Hirohito, the Emperor of Japan. He was the Japanese Emperor during World War II, in fact. They met here together, and it was a gesture of peace. This is so it's like this building here has a history of American peace deals with foreign leaders. So they're meeting in this house, historical house on the Air Force Base. Here's kind of what that meeting looked like. So maybe we're going to see something a little bit similar. But so this building has some history to it, okay? And this is where it is. Beautiful building, just nice, cozy building. And so I'm going to go back to our live broadcast here. Now, hey, Anna Russell, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. Turn down our audio a little bit here. Anna, thank you very much. Very much. So, folks, going forward, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what we have live footage for and what we don't. As far as I understand it, this meeting between Trump and Putin is actually going to be private, meaning we're not going to have live feed of their private meeting. But once the meeting is done, they're going to come out and actually they're going to speak together on this stage. So this private meeting between Trump and Putin, it could be 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours. I'm not sure. It kind of depends how the meeting goes. You have some woman down here speaking. We don't have audio for her, though. So right now, I think probably this is the segment of the show where they are doing their thing behind closed doors. And we are, and we're just kind of looking for updates here. That's where we're at the moment. I've got another angle. Let's flip it back here. There we go. So now they're having their private meeting. It's a good day for peace. I hope so. I hope you're right. I think it's a good day to have peace. I think that's what everybody is hoping for here. Trump has met Putin. Now, Melissa Beauty for Ashes, Isaiah 61. Thank you. Thank you. That is a massive $100 super chat over here on YouTube. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me take a look at what this says. You have a great channel. Thank you. Well, now we have a slightly less great channel. I apologize. Sorry about that. Funny timing on that one. Sorry about that one, Melissa. Sorry about that. Melissa says, you have a great channel. Thank you. Prayers for Lord Jesus. We bless you and keep your family in his care. And we're hoping that, listen, all of this killing and bloodshed in Eastern Europe can be brought to an end. President Trump, call him a vessel, call him whatever you want. Hopefully this thing can simmer down. Whatever is going on here, hopefully we can de-escalate this killing. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, now, once again, that's very kind and that's a big deal. I appreciate that. This is where I'm at with you guys. Okay, so right now, President Trump is inside of the Beast. That's the presidential car, the automobile. They are driving to this building right here once again. Where was it? Yeah, they are en route to this building right here on the Air Force Base in Alaska. It's called Elmendorf Air Force Base. And that's where this meeting is going to take place. The meeting could be 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours long. We got to wait and see. Now, we have a massive super chat here again in the YouTube chat from Raya. Raya says, thank you, Matt, for doing this live. Bless you and your family and Argos. This is history. God bless President Trump and Patriots. Best channel. Thank you. Are you guys optimistic, Raya? Yes or no? In the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat, yes or no? Are you optimistic that once they come out of this meeting, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, I don't know, but once they come out of the meeting, we're going to have some good news? Personally, I am. I am optimistic about the way that this is going to go, but hey, we got to wait. We got to give it some time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I see everybody is optimistic. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I think we have good reason to be. I don't think it's you don't want to be blindly optimistic, I suppose, but I think we can be cautiously optimistic. Okay, and so right now, folks, I'm taking a look around. I'm looking for updates. This is kind of how the broadcast is going to be until these gentlemen come out of their meeting. I'm going to try to find some live coverage of what's going on inside of this room, maybe with some audio. One moment here, we have a big super chat over on Rumble from Deborah. Deborah on Rumble says, great coverage. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm astounded at how well, everything is going on Rumble. I appreciate you guys over on Rumble. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Well, we lost that feed there, so I'm going to give this a minute. I'm going to try to take a look around here. Because like I said, we are going to be here all day breaking it down. Admittedly, things are going to kind of slow down for maybe a half hour here. I'm sorry, half hour. Could be 1 hour. Could be a half hour. Could be 2 hours, 1 hour, 3 hours. Because right now they are having their meeting. Now I'm going to try to find some commentary here. We do have, let's see here. Here we go. We've got something here, folks. Let's see what people are saying about this.
This is going to be very public-facing. To your point,
what are
will
the
a
experts
reporter
saying?
put Putin on the spot? I mean, you just kind of think as journalists, Mike, if you had the option, if you had the opportunity, what would you ask Putin?
Yeah, I mean, I would try to see if you could get an arise of the president. You think if you could try to really say and try to corner him into saying, how can you still be attacking these small children in these homes and hospitals while you are saying that that Ukraine is the enemy when it looks like you are the bully,
Yeah, I mean,
we saw this, by the way. We know for a fact this was about a month ago. President Trump was pissed off at Putin. He was. You remember the footage. President Trump was pissed because they were going through the peace negotiations about a month ago. They were meeting in Qatar, specifically the emissaries the emissaries from Russia and Ukraine and the US. They were having a meeting in Qatar. And the night before the meeting in Qatar, Russia blew up. It was like a hospital or something like that, or a part of a hospital. And Trump was pissed. He was pissed at Putin that night.
at the time, Zelensky disrespected the president. Remember, Vance asked, why have you not said thank you? Will Trump do something like that to Putin? Can he put Putin on the spot? Can he be creative off the cuff? Maybe to, put Putin's feet to the fire, make him feel uncomfortable? Or will he take more of a deferential tact? Will he be more, respectful and diplomatic, so to speak? I don't know.
Yeah, so true. And now we wait here for more images ahead of the summit. We are expecting to see just a little bit of tape right off the top before they really get into this meeting. There was talks
That's right.
that
Okay. That's
when
what
they
I
get
thought.
to the area of the summit, that President Trump would go in a room with his advisors and that Putin would do the same, and then they would meet in a separate room along the way here, along with now who we know Rubio and Witkoff will be in that room as well.
Yeah, I think the kind of, end of this, what our viewers should take away from this, the question I've been asking myself, and it was posed by Condoleezza Rice to Bret Baier a couple of days ago. She said this: Putin needs Trump more than Trump needs Putin. Because we've been asking ourselves, who's going in with more leverage to this? Is it Putin with the small advantages and gains he has made on the battlefield in Ukraine? Does he have the upper hand? Or does Trump have the upper hand? We'll just wait and see after the meeting.
Yeah, we really will. And it looks like on our shot here, and I'll be able to show it
you
once
guys something here real quick.
they're getting ready, but it already looks, Andrew, like the pool is awaiting the moment where we will see President Trump and Putin together in a room. So it looks like they're in a holding pattern right now.
Current battle
I was
map.
going to go to a break, but I'm just going to stay on this because it looks like we're getting closer.
Okay, yes, possibly. And this is going to be very brief. This is what we call pool spray. The White House press pool literally just sprays the camera very, very briefly. And so, unfortunately, we don't have the best shot right now.
Yeah, going in and out.
Give it some
But we
time.
do have inside the venue where the press conference is going to take place. I think, Mike, you'll remember, and let's talk about this.
So what they're saying real quick, folks, is it's a very short drive from where we saw Putin and Trump shake hands a moment ago. They just have to drive 3 or 4 blocks down to this building. This is where this meeting is taking place. If I had to guess, they are probably parked outside of this building right now, which is where the meeting is going to happen. They will probably quickly, we'll have another little feed here probably between these two guys outside the building, and then they'll actually enter the building, and then they're going to go ahead and have the meeting. So that is what is coming up soon, next.
Reached the first
Immediately.
time. That was also part of Ukraine. That perfect phone call with Zelensky about a possible quid pro
Hey, Jimbo,
quo.
thank you.
We'll get you more
Thank you
aid
very much.
and
Thank you.
materiel for the military to fight off Russian aggression. If you maybe dig up some dirt on the Biden family. He has been with this story, Russia and Ukraine, for the last 10 years in varying forms and iterations. It's fascinating to me watching and following the news for like the last decade. It's like he can't escape the specter of Russia and Ukraine. And now he's tasked with ending a war there.
No, yeah, so true. And
I see this. Oh. Oh, folks, wow. Oh, wow.
Come on, guys.
This is live.
Why should President Trump trust your word now?
This press is rabid. Zero decorum. Look at this.
Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, press. Thank
That's embarrassing. That is, wow. Frankly embarrassing.
with the media and when they are trying to just get those questions in to the leaders, nobody responding back. We'll wait for a little bit more of the playback once they're able to push that out. It was a little bit hard to see at times because of the quality. But Andrew, I mean, that looked like really maybe the first time, if you want to go back to the first administration when President Trump and Putin met, it had the same look to it.
real quick, keep in mind, let's put this into context here. You have had half of this country here in America and probably 70 or 80% of Europeans that have been directly equating Putin to Adolf Hitler for the last 3 or 3.5 years, making Putin out to be as bad as he's a Hitlerian type of villain, of dictator or whatever, killing innocent people, da-da-da. Okay, and so if you are of that mindset, if you're that 80% of Europeans or 50% of Americans that actually genuinely believe that, from their point of view, Trump is meeting with Hitler today. Trump is meeting with literally Hitler today. So obviously I don't agree with that. I think that's insane. Obviously, they are crashing out. They are having a total meltdown. And you just saw it. You just saw them do that. They are nuts.
You don't really necessarily have people meeting for the very first time in these sit-downs. They are familiar with each other. They have spoken with each other before. So it's not completely new, but you just have to wonder, what's on the agenda next? What is top of mind? What is Trump going to say first? What is Putin going to say first? What was their conversation like in the Beast? You know, it's just, if you could be a fly on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to think like, well, here we are, and here's the moment that everybody will be talking about, no doubt. So, well, Andrew, now we wait here.
Yeah.
Now we wait for the details that come out from the summit, and we'll just see how long it's going to be. I know, Andrew, that you will be part of our coverage here in the evening, getting everybody ready for the big in-demand news conference that will be happening. So, Andrew Kraft, thank you so much for joining me as we just really saw history in the making in Alaska.
I can't believe
Definitely.
that.
I'll see everyone at 6 p.m. Eastern. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
Yeah, that is something else. I mean, keep in mind here, this isn't live here. You know, they have also been saying that Donald Trump himself is Hitler. And so, yeah, as far as the progressive media is concerned, what is happening today? Hitler is meeting Hitler. Hitler is sitting down to have a conversation with Hitler. Literally, Hitler is meeting with literally Hitler today. Really, it is astounding. It's you know, like we said, history is being made.
We're watching live now from Fox. We, of course, will continue to bring you the coverage and the details of this summit as it does progress. And then, of course, later tonight, the full joint news conference. You will see it all here on Live Now from Fox, so you don't really have to go anywhere this afternoon or evening. We will be your destination for the summit and all the details to come out of it. But again, the stage is set for the joint news conference, and we will just be seeing in moments a little bit more of that play out. It was hard to see the first time we played it out because they were just showcasing it live. But
I hope
again,
they play that footage
signal
back again.
might have been just a little bit not the best, but here is just a freeze.
So you know what's nuts is like they were sitting down here willing to talk to the media. They were willing to talk and break it down and answer some questions. It looks like the media couldn't contain themselves. They were getting rowdy. They were maybe getting violent. I don't know. They're, like we said, they were crashing out. Oh. So this footage here is not live. This is old footage before the crash out. This is from before the crash out. And then you're going to see all the media get kicked out of the room here pretty soon. Pursuing peace.
Right, at this moment, they are playing out no audio associated with this, but you see President Trump and Putin just.
This is live. They did a reset here. However, we have no audio. This is live, actually. Okay, but we do not have audio. All right. Well, where are you going? Cut. All right, go to the different camera now.
Now from Fox, you're taking a look here of our coverage. Thanks so much for being a part.
It's going to be a crazy day,
folks. We'll
folks.
continue to see all of the highlights and, of course,
that's what I think.
Joint news conference a little bit later. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Okay, this is AI. Yeah, everything is AI. Every single thing in the entire universe is AI. True. Okay, well, I think this is where we are at. they are probably segueing, if not already having their meeting right now. They're going to be having that very soon. It could be a half hour. It could be 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours. We got to see. This was a photo that they snapped. But anyway, yeah, it seems like they were going to sit down and talk to the media, but the media was freaking out. They were flipping out. They were melting down. And so no media questions. Sorry. We're not going to do that. Now what do we have here? Okay, folks. This is where we are at. While they are in the back room, they're having their meeting. What I'm going to do is try to find some updates for you guys. We'll see if anything is coming out. I'm checking my news feed here. Kurt Hogan, hey, thank you. All of them need to lose their press IDs for the crazy outburst. I agree. I'm with you. I think you have to start punishing these people a lot. Check Discord. Okay. Oh. Oh, boy. Okay. I just got some news, folks. I'm trying to consider what I'm going to do here. My wife has just sent me a message saying that I have to go to the bank today in the next hour before 2 p.m. I've got 90 minutes to get to the bank. You gotta be kidding me. L, big L. Big time L. Okay. What am I going to do about this? No, I know this is a massive day. This is a very big day. I'm trying to figure out. Well, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about this. Hey, David Miller, thank you very much. He says, press like that is why people like watching real reporters like you. Well, this real reporter has got to go to the bank soon. You've got to be kidding me. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I'm trying to come up with a solution real quick. This is incredibly frustrating. You know, guys, I could just leave the stream going, I guess. I mean, we're not missing anything. They are now having this meeting. They're in the meeting, so we're not. Is it unethical if I leave up the live from Fox Now broadcast for you guys and then I leave and I come back in 90 minutes? Is that wrong of me to do that if I leave and come back and I leave this up for you guys? Just leave it up. I'm worried maybe that's like not cool. I don't know. It's fine. Okay.
Waiting for the updates to come from this meeting, as no doubt.
Okay, one moment here, folks.
The future hangs in the balance right now.
One moment here, folks.
Going forward, how this will all
Can you make a deal today, sir?
continue or
This is live now. This here is live, I believe. Are they starting again? Yep, they are. Okay. One moment.
Just go up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Okay, this is a replay.
Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
This has got to be a replay.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
That is a replay. Okay.
raw and unfiltered. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more.
2-minute
on Live
break.
Now.
Okay, so folks, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to leave open the Live Now from Fox broadcast. I'm going to set a note here on my broadcast here that says Trump meeting with Putin right now. I'm going to have to change the font size here. I apologize here. I'm sorry. This is very unfortunate news. So guys, like I said, we are moving in about a week and a half, and my wife has just messaged me that I have to go to the bank and send the money now within the next 90 minutes now. Otherwise, we're not going to get the house. So it is like, you know, I can't really postpone this. It has to happen now. So one moment here. I apologize for this really a lot. I really do. This sucks. However, I will be back within 90 minutes. We don't want to lose the house. You don't want to lose the house. Okay. So, folks, I'm going to go ahead and leave this message up top at the screen, at the top of the broadcast. I will be back in 90 minutes. I apologize. This is so stupid. I'm so annoyed, but I will be back. I will be back. I'm going to turn up the audio here for the broadcast. There's that. Thank you all for your understanding. Do me a favor, everybody, and if you have not already, go ahead and follow me on Twitter. There's my Twitter link, Matt Morris TV. Here's the Rumble link. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be back soon. In fact, I would guess that I will be back before they're even done with their meeting. So I'll see you folks soon. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we bring you the very, very latest from the summit in Alaska. Later today, the joint news conference is set, and we will be bringing you that coverage between President Trump and President Putin. In the meantime, I do want to showcase my colleague Josh Breslow's interview with the governor of Alaska, as Alaska, of course, front and center of this summit. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
On the dot over on the East Coast and 7 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and across the world. I do want to get to our big story right now as you take a live look out of Anchorage, Alaska. President Trump in the air aboard Air Force One en route to his historic face-to-face meeting with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Trump does have a goal of ending the years-long war with Ukraine and says this will lay the groundwork for all of that. The president adding he will know within just minutes whether this will be a good or bad meeting and if Putin is serious about a peace deal. The meeting between the two leaders as of now is set for 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. That would be 11:30 a.m. local time if my conversion there is correct. Alaska's Governor Mike Dunleavy joining us now live ahead of that chat here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
It's great to be on, Josh. Thanks for having me. Busy day today.
Yeah, and first off, because we know this is a very busy day, can you kind of break down your thoughts as you heard that Anchorage, Alaska was going to be used for these talks?
Okay, folks, one more time. Thank you all very much. I will see you soon.
Strategic state in the country. Our location in the globe being about 7 hours from Moscow
thanks again.
by air,
I'll be back as soon as I can.
6 hours from Washington, D.C. by air. So it makes sense to have it here. We are the Arctic state for America. We are the North Pacific and Western Pacific state for America. And again, President Trump really loves Alaska. President Trump, we have an executive order that he put together for the state of Alaska, is really focused on our natural resources, including our natural gas pipeline that's moving forward. So makes a lot of sense to have it here. We're looking forward to hosting President Trump, and hopefully some good things come out of these discussions.
What can you tell me about the base where this is going to be held? Again, you can see that live image right there on the left-hand side of your screen and why that was chosen specifically.
Well, it's in Anchorage. The base is in Anchorage, our largest city. It's a well-staffed, well-maintained base. Alaska really is the true fort for North America. Our assets here are not really just for training. They're actually for deployment. We live in a tough neighborhood. Russia's only 2.5 miles between an American island and a Russian island, 50 miles between the mainland. We are under the North Korean missile umbrella. The Chinese ply our waters with warships. So we're in a dangerous neighborhood, but we have a robust military capability. And I have to say, most Alaskans sleep well at night knowing that our military is here.
What are the main goals overall of these discussions here between Trump and Putin? And what role is Alaska overall playing in facilitating that discussion?
Well, we've worked with the White House and their ground team that got up here on Saturday. And we've been working with them ever since to secure locale. Makes sense to have it on the base. The base is secure. The base has a lot of space for meetings, a lot of space for staff. The airport's right there with the military base. And so all of it makes sense to have it here. We have the resources. We have the assets to assist the president with this trip. And, you know, again, I think we're all curious as to how this goes. I think the president, as he says, will find out very quickly whether Putin is serious or not. And that'll set the stage for future meetings and future actions.
As far as security and logistics, that's, of course, a big question whenever you have President Trump visiting, but then you're also talking about Russian President Vladimir Putin. So what sort of security and logistics went into all of this for folks there in Alaska?
You know, the announcement didn't give people much time to prepare, but I got to say the White House staff has been great. They really check things out. And again, being on a military base, it's secure to begin with. But now there's a lot of security that has come up from Washington. Our assets, as far as our state troopers and others in Alaska, are helping as well. And so I don't anticipate any incidents. I anticipate the ability for President Trump and Putin to sit down and talk uninterrupted, no disruptions. I think they're going to have a pretty good talk. Again, where it leads to, we're going to have to find out. But I really believe President Trump is sincere in stopping this war. However, it has to be on just terms. I think everyone agrees with that. So this is a beginning. Hopefully, it leads to an end of this war.
What has the reaction been from the majority of folks there in Alaska about this visit from President Trump and Putin and all of that happening there, as you mentioned, in Anchorage?
Yeah, I think the vast majority of Alaskans welcome President Trump here, welcome this summit here. Again, Alaska is the international state, to be honest with you, in our location where we are on the globe. We deal with the Pacific all the time. We deal with the Arctic all the time. And so we're very used to our neighbors. But at the same time, Alaskans love it when the president comes up here. And the president, you know, he's been up here frequently. When he's going to Asia, he stops at the same base to refuel. He did that several times his first term. He's back here again. I anticipate over the next 3.5 years, he'll be up in Alaska a lot. And again, President Trump has a real affinity for our great state. And being the only state with an executive order that he issued, I think makes all of us proud that he's coming up here.
Does this kind of give maybe some more exposure to Alaska and where it does stand kind of on the global stage when you talk about security, first of all, but also just economic and where Alaska does sit on the map?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I am sure the name Alaska is being Googled a lot here the last week. And, rightfully so. We're Alaska's we're America's biggest state. We're 2.5 times the size of Texas. We're a resource storehouse. We have the only oil giant in North America at Prudhoe Bay, large gas reserves. We have the second busiest cargo airport in the United States, and the third busiest in the entire world is here in Anchorage, Alaska, at the Ted Stevens International Airport. So there's a lot of superlatives, we can rattle off about Alaska, and all of them are true. I mean, this is a great state. It's got a lot going for it. And again, we're proud to have the president up here. We all look forward to seeing, what comes out of this discussion. But I would invite people that want to visit a very unique state, a very unique place to come up and visit Alaska. But Alaskans are proud of their state. It's a very unique, terrific place to be honest with you.
Hey, Governor Dunleavy, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. I know it is a busy day for you and the folks there in Alaska. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
I want to thank the president, to be honest with you, for leaning forward and and trying to bring peace to the world. I mean, he's had several successes so far. His first term, he had the Abraham Accords. This just in 6 months, he's worked with Azerbaijan, Armenia. He's worked with the Congo and Rwanda, Thailand and Cambodia. I mean, he really does want peace. I think we can all agree with that. And so I'm really looking forward to the next 3.5 years, to be honest with you. I think some great things are going to come out of this administration.
All right, Governor Mike Dunleavy, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to join us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, our thanks to Josh Breslow and the governor there of Alaska. We back out live right now on Live Now from Fox, continuing to build up to the coverage and really the anticipation of this joint news conference of President Trump and President Putin. We want to take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us on really this fast-paced, newsy Friday. We'll continue to do so throughout the afternoon and evening as we get ready for the joint news conference for President Trump, President Putin. Again, this Alaska summit just getting underway here. But we want to continue to bring you the coverage and really some insight and analysis ahead of this meeting. So let's bring in our next guest to help break it all down. This is Josh Schriffenson, Associate Professor for the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland. Josh, thanks so much for joining us here on really this historic day. And it feels like there's so much anticipation and really build up to this meeting because this war has really been going on for quite some time.
You're exactly right. This war has been going on for over 3 years, approaching almost 4 years now. It's really been stalemated for most of that time. And there's been stillborn efforts over time and space to kind of bring this thing to a conclusion. President Trump has made this a signature piece of his time in office. And hopefully by bringing the two presidents together, we can break the logjam and really make some progress towards a stable deal.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. But Josh, what do you think the outcome is going to be? I mean, the odds here that we see something substantial coming from this meeting?
No, I think the odds of there being kind of a final arrangement at this meeting, something substantial in that way, are pretty low. I think the best we can hope for is an agreement to continue talking, number one, a process that will bring the Ukrainians, perhaps other Europeans, into the conversation, number two, and finally, some kind of off ramp for the United States and for Russia both so that they avoid the prospect of a continuing confrontation over what's really a bloody stalemate. So I think prospects of continuing the negotiation would be the best possible outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about just the optics here of this meeting where we have the U.S. and Russia conducting these talks, but no Ukraine representation.
Right. That's certainly not good optics on the one hand, because you certainly do want the Ukrainians, whose homeland, after all, has been invaded at the table. My understanding, though, is that President Trump and President Putin are trying to create a framework so that the Ukrainians can join in the conversation going forward. And it's understandable, right? If you were to say to President Putin, hey, we're going to have a talk with Zelensky, but not invite you, you would not expect him to agree to it either. This is a good way of moving the ball forward, similar to how we ended the Vietnam War, for example, but it doesn't commit any side. And of course, the Ukrainians will eventually need to be part of the conversation.
I'm just showing video from just moments ago of President Trump and Putin. They're on the red carpet, and really the eyes of the world watching these two come down the aisle here, and really the Tarmac area. And now with all the buildup, now the pomp and circumstance is over. Do you think there will be some pressure from President Trump and the U.S. to, at the very least, maybe stop some of the attacks and the missile launches at these schools that we have seen Russia do, at hospitals? I mean, what's the thinking there?
Yes. So obviously, I'm not privy to what's going on in the White House, but I have to expect at a minimum, if you're going to bring the Ukrainians to the bargaining table, look, their front line is weakening. In some places, it's collapsed. The battlefield is not moving in their favor. The only reason, they have lots of reasons to come to the table, but as a good faith effort, I would expect President Trump to be putting pressure on President Putin to refrain from some of these more egregious atrocities. You could also imagine why President Putin would want to agree to this, because after all, President Trump has said if Putin doesn't come around, Trump, could just walk away. And that would be a bad thing for Russia. So I suspect there's lots of pressure, both formally, explicitly, and informally, being put upon Putin, not just to refrain from some of these atrocities, but to really seriously consider a framework for a more durable solution.
Let's talk now a little bit about the makeup here of President Putin, where, I mean, he is known to really try at times to not only egg on the different entities that are involved, but also to try to continue and really showcase his efforts that are always at the heart of it, seeming denial and lying. I mean, let's just face the facts here that he is known just to lie as easy as he breathes.
Right. No, it's very plausible that this is a Putin effort to string Trump along. That's certainly what many people worry about. He lies like a rug, as my mother would say. But the flip side of it is Russia has lost hundreds of thousands of people in this war. It's increasingly isolated internationally. It's becoming a junior partner of countries like China, like North Korea, for goodness sake. Ending this conflict is increasingly in Putin's interest. And he has in the back of his mind that Trump himself may not know where he wants to go with this. So if the meeting doesn't go in the way that Trump wants, Putin could be in a much worse position. So yes, he lies, but he also has good incentives to at least strike some kind of arrangement, to at least move the chains forward.
And moving those chains towards a hopeful off-ramp to this war, what does that look like? Because we've heard that Ukraine obviously does not want anything to do with land swapping, that there was some talk maybe earlier this week that that was maybe the goal of this summit. But what does an off-ramp to this war look like, where Russia says, okay, enough's enough, Ukraine can also say enough is enough? What does that look like?
Right. I think it's going to involve a couple of different things. I think a freezing of the battle lines, number one, akin to what we did with the Korean armistice in 1953. That way, neither side gets to say, that way Ukraine gets to say we haven't surrendered our land, even though it is effectively under Russian control. I think likewise, there needs to be a plan to provide Ukraine with the ability to defend itself going forward. I don't think that's going to involve NATO membership, even EU membership at this point, but the reconstruction of the Ukrainian economy, the Ukrainian defense industry, perhaps some kind of European security guarantees so they have some kind of faith in the long-term durability of any arrangements. And then finally, some kind of way of making European security begin working again. Right now, we've seen the collapse of European security conversations where Russia's on the outs. Russia lives in Europe. It'll ultimately have to live with its neighbors in some way, shape, or form. They'll have to live with Russia. And so some kind of framework that begins moving that conversation forward. So it becomes not just about Ukraine, but Russia, Ukraine, and the rest of European security will need to take place. I think an armistice leading to progressive negotiations are the way we're going to get there.
And this comes at a time where when we saw in the previous years, President Biden and his administration and not having conversations with Russia. And now we are seeing back the opening portal of those conversations. Again, President Trump and Putin coming together here to try to come to some sort of agreement. But at this point, does it seem that Putin has the advantage already? He's on American soil. He's back in the limelight here of international news. Does he have that advantage already?
No, I hear that argument. I don't think there's much to that argument. You know, statesmen, policymakers are judged by the ability of the countries they hold. And Russia has been proven in this war to be much less militarily potent, much less economically vibrant, and much less diplomatically strategic than many countries expect them to be, than they were expected to be before the war. The fact that he's in the United States actually could be seen almost as a supplicant coming to the United States seeking President Trump's help in ending the war versus the victory Putin saw in the opening days of the conflict. So I actually think by virtue of coming to the United States, Trump hasn't given anything up, and he's put Putin in the requester seat.
And where do you think the respect level is from Putin to President Trump? We've heard many times President Trump says that, you know, Putin is a strong leader, that, you know, he gives them some sort of, you know, ability to be excited to be here. But what does Putin ultimately think of President Trump?
You know, I'm not an expert on Vladimir Putin, but the fact of the matter is, I think he respects anyone who inhabits the Oval Office, because whomever inhabits the Oval Office commands the U.S. military, gets oversight of the U.S. economy, and the United States is a much larger, more powerful, more potent country than Russia. So Putin may have various things to think about President Trump versus President Biden versus President Obama, but at the end of the day, he's thinking about them as leader of the United States, and we're a gosh darn powerful country.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to show everyone, again, the room where this joint news conference is going to happen. And I was talking earlier, and I want to get your thoughts on this, about how in this room, no doubt, the advantage has to go to President Trump because he is so good at taking questions, both positive and negative. I mean, he really does open up his Oval Office to the media, I mean, so many times during the week. That is very different from how President Putin operates, where everything is much more controlled. And, you know, you're not going to be pretty much setting him up for negative questions if you want to, you know, continue to have a good life in Russia.
That's correct. And also President Putin is kind of famous for his 3-hour-long answers. He gets a question and he lectures you on the topic. I think this type of forum, this type of Q&A from the media, from an open media as well, also really plays to President Trump's advantage. I think it also puts, again, Russia on the back foot, having to confront, if not sincerely answer, real hard questions of a Russian policy.
Yeah, so true. And I'm so glad that you were here with us today, Josh, on this really historic day that will continue to be. And we'll wait for some of the remarks that come out and key details of this meeting. But Josh, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You take care. All right, everyone, we are going to continue to bring you the coverage from Alaska right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also getting some sound right now from President Trump's supporters that are in Alaska right now. Let's listen to that.
What are you trying to say? Okay, and if you can look at me, not the camera. All right. The reason we're here is we supported Trump for
the beginning of his campaign. For district officers of the Republican Party for this district, we feel honored that we could come down and support President Trump. There's several Ukrainians here that live in Alaska, and they're here to support him too.
We love America. We love America. And Trump is the best thing that's happened to us in a long time. And I've been around a long time.
How do you feel about the rally? What are you seeing? How do you like the crowd?
Wonderful. Yeah. We're going to be able to go back to developing the resources that are locked in here. That's what we need for America.
And also about the summit today, what do you hope for? What do you hope they're going to achieve, Trump and Putin?
If I was Premier Putin, I'd do a deal because Trump ain't kidding. It's going to get bad for him if he does not make a deal.
What are you hoping is going to be the outcome for today? What do you want to do?
Ceasefire in 30 days, negotiate a peace.
I want peace, but I want it to be fair. And I think that Trump is the guy that can do that.
Thank you so much. Could I have your names?
All right, some President Trump supporters there. You heard a lot of them speaking in the background, USA, USA, chanting, and again, those supporters speaking to the media ahead of that joint news conference. All right, I do want to show you the other side, the complete opposite of a President Trump supporter, Hillary Clinton, speaking about this upcoming meeting, saying if Donald Trump negotiates an end to Putin's war on Ukraine without Ukraine having to cede territory, I'll nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize myself. And I want to show just some of that sound here on Live Now.
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
We are on the precipice of a meeting between President Trump and President Putin in Alaska. Drawing on your experience as Secretary of State, if you were en route to Alaska, what would you be looking to get? What does an acceptable deal look like?
He is not meeting with a friend. He is meeting with an adversary, and an adversary who wants to see the destruction of the United States and the Western alliance. But if he could bring about the end to this terrible war where Putin is the aggressor, invading a neighbor country, trying to change the borders, if he could end it without putting Ukraine in a position where it had to concede its territory to the aggressor, had to, in a way, validate Putin's vision of greater Russia, but instead could really stand up to Putin to make it clear there must be a ceasefire, there will be no exchange of territory, and that over a period of time, Putin should be actually withdrawing from the territory he seized in order to demonstrate good faith efforts, let us say, not to threaten European security. If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
All right, just some of the comments there were from the former Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton. All right, everyone, we are going to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. More coverage from Alaska continues in moments. Welcome back to Live Down from Fox on this really, really busy Friday and really big newsy Friday as well. Out in Alaska, we are awaiting the joint news conference between President Trump and President Putin. The stage is set. You can see the two podiums right there. We're also seeing some rallies and protests happening in Alaska, some in favor of President Trump and others not in favor. We do have some speakers speaking to the media right now. Let's listen in.
It's not his war. It's true. It didn't start on his watch, but he can certainly end it. The Ukrainians are willing to work with the Europeans to buy the kinds of weapons that they need to defend themselves. And all we have to do is demonstrate that strength because Putin can be trusted. And so, you know, George Bush looked in the eye of President Putin, said he could see his soul. I hope that President Trump looks in the eye of President Putin, sees that he doesn't want any peace. I think that much is obvious to people who are following this closely, and we believe that President Trump, if he, for example, makes sure that Ukraine has the weapons it needs, that Ukraine isn't willing to pay for, and that he makes sure that Putin releases the 20,000 captured children that he has, then he absolutely should get a Nobel Peace Prize.
Why did you decide to send this message at this Trump rally here? I mean, maybe just some might think it's
Look, I mean, Ukrainians have largely been Republicans for the last several decades. You know, when President Reagan said he wanted to defeat the evil empire, a lot of Ukrainians were like, yes, absolutely. Ukrainians felt seen by that, heard by that. And so I think I would love a sticker. Thank you. Would you like a sticker? There you go. And so, you know, Ukraine is, I think, something that everybody can believe in. Ukrainians want freedom. They're fighting for freedom. There aren't people who don't understand the value of something like the Second Amendment more than people who've had to defend their own homes. And so I think this is a message that every American should hear, and I'm deeply sad that this has become a partisan issue. And I feel like it's my responsibility to make sure that Ukrainian voices are heard, and that the diversity of the Ukrainian American voice, which is mostly Republican and also Democrat, are represented as well.
How have the reactions been like today from your fellow Trump supporters? What have people been saying?
Sure, so a lot of the people here support Ukraine. A lot of the people here say they want peace. And I share that hope for peace. I really need President Trump to see that Putin does not share the desire for peace. That said, there's a lot of people here who I don't really think kind of understand what's going on. I mean, I'm on the phone with Ukraine every day. You know, never before has a country like Russia taken children captive as negotiating tactics in a war. And somebody here made the false statement that Ukraine is doing the same thing. That's not true. So I see my role here is also to educate, because I believe that Republicans especially believe in the dignity of children, the dignity of families, the dignity of Christians, and that Russia is attacking children, attacking Christians, and that people here understand why that's not tolerable.
And last question, just short, very short, what's your main hope for the outcome for the summit today?
I hope that President Trump speaks with President Putin, sees that there is no diplomatic way forward. Maybe there is, but Ukraine has to be at the table for that to be feasible. And for him to really, as he has in the past, determine that so long as Russian drones are flying at Ukrainian civilian buildings, he can't negotiate with Russia. And so what that means is Ukraine needs to be able to purchase American air defenses and American weapons to have the kind of security guarantees that the U.S. is known for providing, because the United States is the strongest country in the world, and America's counting on it.
Thank you so much. Have your name?
Sure, my name is Julian. Hayda. Julian, Hayda.
And you're from Anchorage?
I'm not from Anchorage. I'm from Illinois.
Okay.
But like a bunch of people are here because this is a moment of history. You know, the entire world is here in Alaska. History will be decided in the next few days, and I couldn't miss this historic moment.
So you came up just for the summit?
I did. I met people from, there was a guy, I can't see him, he was yesterday, he's a Republican from Denver. He came up Some folks came out from Oregon. So it's
Find a place to stay?
I got the very last Airbnb.
Okay. So you were that guy.
I was that guy, sorry. Yeah. I met some folks here who rented some RVs. I met some folks who were just couch surfing. So like it's Anchorage is at capacity right now.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, just some supporters there coming really from all over the country. You heard there that man from Illinois wanting to be in Anchorage as these talks are happening right now. We'll take another 2-minute break. We'll be back with more on Live Now. Back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. As the summit right now is going on between President Trump and President Putin, all eyes really on Alaska, and really all eyes will be on this joint news conference that we will carry for you later this evening on Live Now from Fox. Outside, out in Anchorage, there is a mix of President Trump supporters of Ukraine, as well as President Trump supporters there. So a wide range right there. But of course, right now it says America needs Ukraine. We have a rally for Ukrainians as well. And earlier today, the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky speaking out as this war continues to rage on.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Коротко про сьогодні. Звісно, отримую доповідь від нашої розвідки, від дипломатів про підготовку зустрічі на Алясці, про те, з чим їде Путін. Ми отримуємо також доповідь з регіонів України після російських ударів. Суми, російський удар по центральному ринку, Дніпровщина, удари по містах та підприємствах, Запоріжжя, Херсонщина, Донеччина, свідомі російські удари. Війна триває саме через те, що немає не тільки наказу, але й сигналів про підготовку Москви завершувати цю війну. В день перемовин вони теж вбивають, і це багато говорить. Напередодні ми обговорили зі Сполученими Штатами Америки, з європейцями, що дійсно може спрацювати. Усім потрібне чесне закінчення війни. Україна готова працювати максимально продуктивно, щоб завершити війну. Сподіваємось на сильну позицію Америки. Все буде від цього залежати. Росіяни зважають на американську силу. Саме на силу. Продовжуємо координацію з нашими партнерами в Європі. Говорив сьогодні з президентом Франції Макроном. Команда також контактує. Різниця в часі з Аляскою 11 годин. Тож завтрашній день для всіх в Європі почнеться рано. Готуємось до відповідних розмов. Росія має закінчити війну, яку сама ж і почала, і затягувала на роки. Припинення вбивств потрібне. Зустріч лідерів потрібна, щонайменше Україна, Америка, російська сторона. Саме в такому форматі можливі ефективні рішення. Гарантії безпеки потрібні, тривалий мир дуже потрібен. Всі знають ключові цілі. Я хочу подякувати кожному, хто допомагає досягти реальних результатів. Провів ставку і про ситуацію зараз на фронті, у забезпеченні нашої армії, а також довгостроково армія має бути контрактною. І перехід до саме цього має початись вже зараз. Головком доповів про наші активні дії, всі напрямки, особливо Покровський та Запорізький напрямки. Українські воїни вичищають від окупанта позиції в районі Добропілля, і це дуже важливо. Є результати. Російський намір був показати силу перед Аляскою. Фактично для окупанта це закінчується його знищенням. Я дякую нашим 79-й та 82-й десантно-штурмовим бригадам, які воюють саме там, які воюють на напрямку Добропілля. 2-й батальйон 92-ї окремої штурмової бригади. Дякую вам, хлопці. 14-та бригада оперативного призначення Національної гвардії України. Дякую хлопцям з Азову. Також 32-га окрема механізована бригада, 38-ма бригада морської піхоти захищають позиції саме там, на Донеччині. Дякую всім вам. Також вдячність 1-му та 425-му штурмовим полкам. Відзначу наших воїнів на Сумщині. Це передусім 95-та бригада, 225-й штурмовий полк. Дякую. Сьогодні ж провів нараду з нашими дипломатами Міністерства закордонних справ, команда Офісу. Ми розраховуємо на парламентську дипломатію. Подякував сьогодні голові парламенту Руслану Стефанчуку за його активність. Зараз маємо на наступні місяці оновити план зовнішньополітичної роботи. Доручив провести аудит роботи з партнерами в рамках оборонних коаліцій, коаліцій стійкості всіх наших домовленостей. Все має працювати. І також доручив визначити конкретних відповідальних за кроки на основних наших напрямках. Є конкретний проект з партнерами, має бути конкретна людина, яка відповідає за успіх цього проекту. В понеділок я очікую доповідь від уряду по оновленому плану зовнішньополітичних кроків. Дякую всім, хто з нами, з нашим народом, хто з Україною. Дякую всім, хто працює на незалежність нашої держави, на наші сильні позиції. Слава Україні! Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці і українки. Коротко про сьогодні, звісно.
And those were the remarks earlier from President Zelensky as him and his team really sitting on the sidelines as this meeting right now is taking place in Alaska, and they will just be waiting for key details coming out, just like we all are. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more from Alaska, as many people coming out in support of President Trump, in support of Ukraine as well. We'll be back in moments. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we continue to bring you the latest from Alaska. We are awaiting the joint news conference that is slated for at least we are about 3 hours away from that happening between President Trump and President Putin. We will just see how the timeline goes, just how long their meeting will take. And of course, that will change when this news conference will be happening. I do want to show you a clip right now from Fox News' Bret Baier. He was on Air Force One with President Trump going to Alaska. Let's listen in to live to this right now. This is about a ceasefire possibility.
What are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
All right, so that is the hope there for that President Trump just said, that this meeting is going to go well and that a second meeting could happen and those talks could continue. You just heard them that if it doesn't turn out good, there probably won't be another meeting, and that would probably be the end of President Trump trying to put an end to the war in Ukraine. So definitely when we talk about high stakes, it really, really is about the future of Ukraine and really this war as it has been progressing ever since. All right, everyone, I want to continue just to give you just the images that we have seen take place within the last hour. Should also tell you that during that Bret Baier interview with President Trump aboard Air Force One, when he noted that Clinton said that she would nominate Trump if he got the deal done and didn't have to give any land up to Russian President Vladimir Putin, President Trump says, well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again. Clinton appeared on the Raging Moderates podcast when she said she would nominate Trump for the award if he could convince Putin to end his war against Ukraine and give back all the territory his forces took during the conflict. Earlier, while President Putin was traveling, the Russian president stopped at a Russian memorial honoring Soviet-era cooperation with American forces during World War II ahead of his meeting in Alaska with President Donald Trump. Now, we should also tell you that President Trump will be joined by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other leaders for his meeting with the Russian president. A White House official said the meeting will include Witkoff, Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and others. Russian troops make gains in Ukraine ahead of this summit. That's the latest coming from the war perspective, as Russian troops have made gains inside Ukraine in the recent days ahead of today's big summit meeting. Russian forces recently breached Ukrainian lines and continued advancing. Just on Tuesday, the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said that Putin wants Ukraine to withdraw from the remaining 30% region that Kyiv still controls as part of a ceasefire deal. Ukraine has rejected such a deal. Also, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said Russia continues to launch airstrikes against Ukraine despite today's upcoming meeting with President Putin and President Donald Trump. On the day of negotiations, the Russians are killing as well, and that speaks volumes, Zelensky said, and we showed you that post just a little bit ago. Not for the first time, though, European leaders are waiting to see what comes from the latest discussion between Putin and Donald Trump. There's absolute distrust in even the slightest idea that Putin wants peace because he keeps on annihilating Ukraine. That was coming from the Lithuanian defense minister. Also, the European Union made their position on President Donald Trump's land swapping push very clear following a powwow that happened earlier this week. Russia has not agreed to a full and unconditional ceasefire. We should not even discuss any concessions. That was coming from the EU policy chief in a written statement to Fox News. So we are just now in this holding pattern right now, everyone, while we await the joint news conference. And really, that is when we are going to be getting the key details and really the inner workings and learning a little bit more that came from this summit. Obviously, the U.S. as well as Ukraine, hoping that this is a very positive summit. The negative side would be that if no concessions are made, and if the thought maybe is that Putin is just dragging this along and
ladies and gentlemen,
America on
wow.
once again. So that is just some
goodness
of the worry
gracious
that is happening right now. But they are going to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say thank you guys very much for hanging in there and not leaving and standing by. We had a little bit of an emergency today, and so I had to go take care of that. That was kind of unpredicted. But now we are back. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Look at this. We have 2,000 people in the Rumble chat and 3,400 people in the YouTube chat. Listen, over 5,000 of you guys, of my most loyal viewers. I appreciate that a lot. You guys can't even fathom. Wow. I was zooming to the bank. I did my stuff at the bank. I came back. I appreciate it, guys, because I had to go wire off this money to the people to get the house. Pretty much, if I didn't go to the bank right now, like right then, we were going to lose the house. Well, not lose the house, but we were in the process of buying a new house. So if I didn't do this, then we wouldn't have gotten the new house. That's the best way to put it. So thank you guys very much for tuning in. Thank you guys very much for not leaving. I appreciate it. Thank you all a whole lot. And like I said, hey, listen, Donald Trump and Putin, they are still behind closed doors. So it's not like we really even missed anything. Let's be honest here. But how long was I gone? Must have been like 35 minutes or so. So hopefully it wasn't too bad. Hopefully you guys had something to do without me. But anyway, no, thank you guys. Thank you. Wait, I see a super chat here. This is from Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. Thank you. We all know you went to save the world. Really, I had to go send money at the bank so we could get this new house so we can move in a couple weeks, in about a week and a half. So thank you all very much. I appreciate that. Thank you all for standing by and being patient. Thank you all very much. I see somebody in the chat says, Matt, you have a bunch of idiots in your community. Hey, listen, maybe I'm one of them. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, so can I try to get caught up with you guys here? Let me see what I missed. I'm going to start scanning for some updates here. I just got out of the car. I peeled into the driveway. I'm back. Okay. So this is something else. I want to give you guys a little bit of a highlight recap here. This is something. I see this. Putin is having to deal with a free press for the first time in years, and he doesn't seem amused. This footage is from 45 minutes ago, but it's going to be funny to watch anyway, because right now they are still having their private meeting.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
So it is true, Putin has been in Russia for the last several years. I don't think he's left. Maybe he went to Belarus at one point. But anyway, yeah, I missed a bunch of replays. Yeah, so I guess what I missed. But anyway, yeah, now Putin, how foreign and different of an experience is this for Putin to have to be confronted by our very rude, very hostile, very aggressive American media? That's not something he really deals with in Russia. In fact, if somebody spoke to him like this in Russia, he'd probably push him off a rooftop. He'd have them look at his face. He is he's like, what? He's like, how dare you talk to me like that? How dare you speak to me like that? One more time.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. I have a feeling when they say thank you, press, what that means is get the hell out of here. Hey, press, get the hell out of the room. Get out of here. You need to get out of here. We have news as it relates to Hillary Clinton, also kind of on topic, maybe. Take a look at this.
In fact, did you see that Hillary Clinton yesterday said that if you got this deal done and not capitulate to Putin, that she would nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize?
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again.
In fact, did you see?
I was actually going to make a video about this at some point today, this Hillary Clinton Nobel Peace Prize comment. I think there's a lot to unpackage here, but I don't want to spoil it because I think I am going to make a video about this. There is a reason why Hillary Clinton is now trying to brown nose. Let's call it what it is. This is brown nosing. Hillary Clinton is sucking up and brown-nosing Donald Trump right now because she is worried. She is scared. There's a reason why she said this yesterday. There's a reason why. It's because Hillary Clinton is scared of what she knows is coming. And so I think I'm probably going to have a video about this, if not later today, maybe tomorrow afternoon. Probably tomorrow afternoon, to be honest. But yeah, Hillary Clinton is in big trouble. She knows something is coming. She is in big trouble here. And so, yeah, so she is doing a little brown-nosing, a little bit of sucking up. Putin wants to invite the press to the gulag so bad. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. Matt, I see a super chat here. This is from Deech. It says, Matt, we are making loyalty great again. Following you from the start. You're a good man, Deech. I appreciate that. I want to say, really, listen, I wouldn't blame anybody for dipping out when I was gone for about a half hour or so. But hey, I appreciate you guys for sticking around. I really, really do. I had to run to the bank, turn around, come back to the bank, go back to the house. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sometimes life just kind of comes at you like that. Look at this, Deech. Right here. Is this live? Yep. So we have all of the press. I'm sure we have some representatives from the Russian press, as well as a bunch of people from the American press. They are in this press room in Anchorage, Alaska, getting ready to talk to Putin and talk to President Trump. Putin and Trump, right this very moment, right now, are having this discussion. Hey, listen, Putin, we got to de-escalate this thing. What is it going to take? What are we going to do? They are meeting right this very moment. The entire world is standing by. They are on commercial break right there. So we got to see. What I'm going to do now that I'm back, I'm safe and secure back in the house. I'm going to look around and see if we have any kind of tidbits or leaks or spoilers coming on out. See if we can find anything interesting to talk about here, because right now we are just kind of sitting on the edge of our seat. We are on standby, waiting to see what the breaking news is. Today, really, we could really have some crazy breaking news. Can you imagine, we were talking about this earlier today, could you imagine if we actually have not just a temporary ceasefire, but a peace deal? Could you imagine that? Now, is that going to be the case? You know, I'm not exactly holding my breath. But listen, there is a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4% chance that actually is what we get by the end of the day. Totally could be. I think in a best case scenario, you know, like we don't need to be at odds or at war with Russia. I think if we could kind of wipe the slate clean, we could, you know, rebuild some type of economic tie, rebuild some type of relationship with Russia. We don't need to be at odds with Russia. But hey, we got to see. You missed a super chat while you were at the bank. I'm sure I did. I'm sure that I did. but I think I'm not going to be able to see that. I see this one. This is from Smokeless Choice. He says, "You're the man. Keep up the stellar work with your content and live streams. Keep paying attention to extreme detail in your broadcast piece." Smokeless Choice. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Really, the big deal is I just have to be here. I can't be driving around town. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I see Zazella in the chat says, "I'm happy you are getting a new house in a better state. It's not Texas, but it will do." You know, like I said, I mean, you know this, Zazella. I've actually got some family down in Austin, Texas. But it's not for me. I like Texas. I just think I couldn't live there. Texas is not a place I could live. We're moving to Idaho here. We're moving to North Idaho. North Idaho. Look at this. Pursue peace. This is the message of the day, posted by the official White House X or Twitter account. Man, I have to say, renaming Twitter X was the dumbest thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm pissing anybody off here, but I hate calling it X. Hey, follow me on X. Hey, check out my X account. I'm sorry. It is just the dumbest thing. I'm just gonna keep calling it Twitter. Yeah, that is Jack Posobiec right there. Yeah, that's Jack Posobiec right there. Anyway, X. Hey, that's Jack Posobiec. He's famous on X. Isn't he the X user? Anyway, Idaho is better than Texas. Listen, I have, it's a personal preference thing. My deal is I have to be surrounded by the forests. I have to have a forest. Texas doesn't really have forests. It doesn't really have good forests. I have to be up in the land of the forests. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I gotta be by the forest. I love to go hiking and spend time outside. So, I like Texas. I'll go visit Texas, but they just don't have the right type of nature. Not for me. I'm a big nature guy. Every day I'm out in the woods. Every single day I am. X is more like a viper pit. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Where in Idaho? North Idaho. But anyway, that's that. And so, I'm trying to think now. So President Trump and Vladimir Putin, they have been inside of this meeting now for must be about 50 minutes, maybe 1 hour. Maybe they've been behind closed doors for about an hour. So this meeting, it could wrap up any minute, really. This meeting could be, 1 hour long, could be 2, could be 3. We got to wait and find out. We got to see. We got to wait and see. But hopefully once they come out, we're going to have some good news. I think we can only hope here. And like I said, it's not just us sitting kind of on the edge of our seat here. It's the entire world. Really, the entire world is doing what we are doing right now, waiting to see what are these two gentlemen, Trump and Putin, going to have to say to us? What information are they going to relay to us once they are done with this meeting? We got to wait and see. What vehicle do I drive? Matt Morris, what vehicle do you drive? Matt Morris, tell us exactly where you live. Matt Morris, what's your mother's maiden name? Matt Morris, what's your social security number? Hey, I know what's going on here. I don't think so. I don't know about that. I don't own a vehicle. I walk everywhere. I have a Segway. I drive my Segway everywhere. Hey, this is from Deech again. I appreciate this. He says, "We all need to recognize the endurance and determination of our president at that age. Total beast." He is 79. President Trump is 79 years old. Yeah, no, I mean, it is impressive. Most certainly it is. It really is. I think how you age kind of depends on how well you take care of your body. Some people, they're doing hard drugs. They're obese. They never exercise. All they do, they're a big old couch potato. They're drinking a ton of alcohol. It's tearing up the inside of their body, And then those people, they tend to not age as gracefully. Donald Trump, I mean, he's not, it's not like he's thin, but he's not really fat. He's not fat. I wouldn't even really say he's overweight. I mean, he's 6'1". I don't think he's overweight. And I don't think he drinks alcohol. He doesn't. Oh yeah. No, you're right. He is 80 years old. He is 80 years old now. He turned 80 not too long ago. Anyway, no, he takes reasonable care of himself. And you can tell. You can see it. What's your mother's favorite dog? My dog. My dog is my mother's favorite dog. I'm from Idaho. Can you send me where you are moving and where you keep your keys so I can help you out? Yeah, that's exactly the type of help that I don't need. Yeah, no thanks. This is a replay of some commentary that he said earlier today while he was flying up to Alaska on Air Force One. He was talking about how he is optimistic about the deal. He thinks today's negotiation, his conversation with Putin, is going to go well. He's feeling optimistic, is what he was saying aboard Air Force One maybe 3, 4, 5 hours ago earlier today. So, hey, we got to see. You could tell when these two guys, when they linked up, when they were walking down the runway today, Trump, Putin seemed happy. Putin seemed actually had a little bit of a pep in his step. Trump, he didn't have that same happiness or enthusiasm, but Trump seemed very calm. He wasn't uptight. Trump wasn't aggressive or mad. Trump seemed calm, relaxed, at ease, and Putin seemed happy. So I think that's probably a good sign as far as this meeting goes. I think so. Let's see what else we have going on here.
Smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are, we're president. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about business?
Would you do business? We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. Cool. And China's not doing well economically, but look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
Mr. President, what do you mean by thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
It's on the table for discussions today, Mr. President. Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, you mentioned the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along. Is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
Yeah, if we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy because wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors we'll be setting sometime next week after.
What are you looking at? What rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
Is he over there? Isn't he a gentleman?
He's helping me out.
He's a very nice, he's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe, yes. It will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of this.
All right, so that is how it ended there on Air Force One. President Trump speaking for about 5 minutes to the...
So this is something pretty impressive that we've seen President Trump do over the last couple months, is that he's actually he's leveraging the might and power of the American economy to negotiate not just new trade deals all over the world, but new peace deals all over the world. He says, listen, hey, India and Pakistan, if you guys don't stop blowing each other up, then we are cutting both of you off from the American economy. We are tariffing the living hell out of you. And neither of them want to be cut off. Okay, they don't want to deal with American sanctions or really primarily American tariffs. Okay, all right, we're gonna chill out. You know, time and time again, this was, what was it, Vietnam and Malaysia a couple weeks ago. I think it was those two countries, similar type of situation. He's leveraging the American economy as a weapon in a way that a lot of presidents in the past have not, really that none have. And now he's effectively doing the same thing with Russia. In fact, going into these meetings today, into this meeting today with Putin, what has President Trump done? President Trump has, over the last month and a half, he has pulled Europe away from Russian energy dependency. And he has also, to some degree, already pulled India away from Russian energy dependency. And so over the last month and a half, he's very strategically been economically on a global level isolating Russia, pulling Europe away, pulling various African countries away, pulling India away. And, you know, what does that do? That makes it so when he finally does have a conversation with Putin, like he's doing today, he has a little bit more leverage to negotiate with. He says, hey, listen, if you de-escalate this, maybe we can work out a new deal where you continue supplying energy to India or various African countries or various Latin American countries or to Western Europe. But until then, you know, you guys are cut off. Nobody's going to be buying your energy, or at least nowhere near at the level that they had been prior to all of this. And so it is smart. There are ways to negotiate out of these situations beyond just killing people and dropping bombs. And this is something that President Trump has done masterfully. He's built leverage for himself by using the American economy, right? With Biden and the Biden administration, it was just like, you know, we're going to keep on giving hundreds of billions of dollars. A lot of it is going to go missing. Nobody even knows where it went. And all of that money is being sent in the form of weaponry and bombs and drones. That strategy has not exactly worked. President Trump's economic strategy seems to be working more than anything the Biden admin did. And so we're going to see. We're still waiting. President Trump and Putin are meeting right this very minute. I'm out here scanning around looking for updates here. Really, to be frank with you guys, any second they could come out and talk about this and let us know what's going on. See, for instance, here is an update right here. I've got, you know, as it relates to all of this, take a look at this. Okay, according to Reuters, this is hot off the press 9 minutes ago. According to Reuters, internal discussions this week at the White House regarding today's meeting between U.S. President Donald J. Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin included floating the idea of using Russian nuclear-powered icebreakers to support the development of gas and liquefied national gas project, probably natural gas projects, off the coast of Alaska as part of one of the deals Trump could propose to Putin to end the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. So let's really make sure we understand this, including floating the idea of using Russian nuclear-powered icebreakers to support the development of gas and liquefied natural gas projects off of the coast of Alaska as part of one of these negotiation tactics. Maybe float that offer. Hey, listen, Russia, let's work together, okay? Let's work together to, build some type of natural gas extraction infrastructure off of the coast of Alaska. Okay. Things like this that the Biden admin or really anyone other than Trump would never even consider. Okay, well, we got to see. And as you know, Russia has some of the most insane icebreakers out of anybody here. Okay, cool. It's a cool idea. Let's get back to our coverage here. What is going on? Oh, this is the New Orleans mayor, LaToya Cantrell, who's been indicted. Is this live?
18 felony counts, including making false statements to a grand jury, obstruction of justice, wire fraud, and conspiracy. The indictment reflects the prosecution of 2 public officials alleged to have engaged in a years-long continuing fraud scheme that used public money for personal ends by...
And some of the Democrats, at least, are finally being held accountable. Finally. You know, here's a fun fact about, she was the mayor of New Orleans. As I understand it, Orleans, there's a city called Orleans in France, which is what New Orleans is named after. Orleans, that name, that word, actually traces back to Alexander the Great. It's Alexander became something Orleans became, now we have New Orleans in the USA, in Louisiana. Just funny how all of these words get their origin. They all trace back, in this case, thousands of years. Alexander the Great was running around in, 300 BC? 2,300 years ago, Alexander the Great was conquering everybody. We go back a pretty long time. Anyway, W, Alexander the Great, W. True. Very true. DEI stands for didn't earn it. Yeah, I think that is pretty much the case. Oh my God. Okay, can I show you guys something? This is guys, listen. What I'm about to show you is nuts. There is this guy on Twitter. He's actually famous on Twitter. He has hundreds of thousands of followers, millions of views. He's influential. You can't deny this. His name is Brian Krasenstein. He's one of the Krasenstein twins. He has a brother. They're both of them are extreme Trump derangement syndrome, far left, progressive type of people. This is what Brian Krasenstein on Twitter earlier today said. He said, they should have had snipers in Anchorage, Alaska, ready to take him out as soon as he shrugged. He's saying, this is an American progressive saying that we should have had snipers blow Putin's brains out earlier today. And then he said, oh no, correction, we should have poisoned him instead. Correction, we should have poisoned him, make it less obvious. Weird, lots of Russian bots are reporting me to the FBI. Hey, idiot. Hey, dumbass. Do you not realize, let's say we actually do this. Let's say this happened. Putin touches down on US soil and a sniper kills him, assassinates him. Do you know what happens next? World War III nuclear holocaust. The nukes start flying. Hey, why don't we just shoot him? Well, because then we have World War III nuclear holocaust, doomsday, and everybody dies. That's what happens, dumbass. I can't even fathom that people are just this stupid. And beyond that, it's like, shouldn't we be, pursuing a path of diplomacy and peace? Isn't assassinating people in cold blood kind of the opposite of diplomacy and peace and negotiations, which really should be at the forefront of our foreign policy, is diplomacy and peace and doing all these things that are happening right now, that Trump's doing right now? It's insane. Just nuts that these people exist. Thank God they're not running the country. There are protests going on in Anchorage, downtown Anchorage, Alaska right now. Take a look at this. Take a look at that. I mean, that is what the American liberals have become. The opinion is, hey, why don't we just kill everybody that disagrees with us? Hey, American progressive here. Why don't we just kill everybody that we don't like? Uh-huh. And I'm getting pretty hungry here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I do want to say real quick, if you guys are new, if anybody here is new to the show, either on Rumble or on YouTube, please make sure to go ahead and drop a follow. We're going to be here all day. Make sure to subscribe. I have to say, is this guy pretending to flash people? Look at this guy. What are you doing, dude? He's pretending to be like a sexual predator. He's flashing people. Hey, dude, keep those pants on. Keep your pants on. Look at this guy. What is wrong with you? What? So anyway, these people are mentally ill. These people are absolutely insane. Also, oh, thank you, dear. I appreciate that. Thank you, sweetheart. My beautiful wife has brought dinner in. I want to say real quick. If we really want to stand with Ukraine, we need to negotiate a ceasefire. We need to negotiate a de-escalation. We need to put an end to the war. If your entire thing is standing with Ukraine, what is the best way to stand with Ukraine? Stop the killing. Put the guns down. Stop the drones. Stop the bombs, you know? Which is exactly what President Trump is doing, right now. Hey, sweetheart, if you're tuning into the show, it occurred to me that there's no way I'm going to be able to eat dinner unless I have some type of drink. I'm afraid my throat might get a little bit too parched. So, baby, if you really love me very much, maybe you could bring in some type of drink, a little sip, a little glass of something, a little can of something. Thank you very much, sweetheart. I love you very much. Thank you. Let's see if it works. Oh, it's some nice chicken and broccoli. Wonderful. Listen, you want to stand with Ukraine, we got to de-escalate this. We got to stop the killing. That is the best way to stand with Ukraine. Big crowd, yeah, there's like 25 of them. It's crazy. That's nuts. Tell her to say hi. Okay, when she comes in, I'll tell her to say hi to you guys, okay? I will ask her politely to say hi to you guys. Given I think I can hear her. I think she's out there. Hi, sweetie. They want you to say hi. Can you say hi? Well, come here. They can't even see you.
Hi there. I'm not doing my best today.
There she is. I think you look great.
Thank you. What if, by the way, everybody was complaining I didn't go to the bank because people don't know I don't have a driver's license.
The reason, yeah, let's be very clear here for a second. The reason why my wife wasn't able to go to the bank instead of me is because my wife does not have a driver's license. So I am the only one that... She doesn't even know how to drive. Maybe that's crazy, I don't know. She's European. She grew up in a very small European town. And so she never learned how to drive. We just hasn't happened yet. And so I'm the only one that knows how to drive in this house. So if somebody's got to go somewhere, it's got to be me. So I'll tell you what, though, she does know how to cook food. She does know how to cook and clean and take care of the kids. And she's really a great wife. She just doesn't know how to drive. So, you know, that's just how we do it. She's from a very small German, countryside German town. She's my German immigrant wife. She's pretty great. She's pretty good. Well, there we go. And we, actually, next month is our 5-year wedding anniversary, next month. And a long time ago, we actually met each other playing World of Warcraft. You would not believe it. We were playing online video games together. And then we ended up getting married. She was my online World of Warcraft girlfriend, and then we got married, and she moved here to the United States. I see the comment, libs are retarded. I would tend to agree with that. Yeah, I would generally agree with that. I think you raise a good point. I think you're onto something there. Now, I'm going to try to scarf my food real fast. I want to see what he has to say. Take a look at this.
Negotiate over how to carve up some territory within the U.S. Of course, it's just to have these.
I've seen some people talking about how we in the U.S. are going to give Russia some territory in order to negotiate the ceasefire. Unacceptable, off the table, no, no, no. We are not giving any American territory to the Russians. I saw somebody on Twitter yesterday, they said, well, what if we gave Russia all of Alaska? What if we gave them Alaska in order to negotiate the ceasefire? Hell no. What are you, insane? No, no.
His own view of how to proceed in these negotiations.
Yeah, that's so well said there. And we all continue to wait for this joint news conference. What are some things to be looking at? Not only what is being said, but can we glean anything from the body language that we'll be looking at during this joint news conference?
Well, both men have very distinctive body language. You can usually tell what they're thinking, what they're feeling. So, yeah, I think body language may be important, but what they say will be even more important. And if you remember the 2018 Helsinki summit, aides to President Trump at that time were quite optimistic, quite positive about how the summit had gone until the press conference. And then at the press conference, President Trump I think, got aggravated by questions about the 2016 election, and the direction of the press conference changed. So I think the press conference will be a quite unpredictable moment when even if they've, even if the negotiations have proceeded down some reasonable track, the subjects.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Within 30 seconds of meeting Putin here on U.S. soil, President Trump flew a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber right over his head. Within 30 seconds of meeting this guy on the tarmac, he's got a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber flying over his head. Keep in mind, when was the last time that we saw a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber? When it was dropping multiple 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs from 50,000 feet up in the air on a bunch of Iranian nuclear facilities. That sends a message. We know what the message is. It's, hey, Putin, guess what, buddy? We can, listen, hey, if it comes to it, listen, dickhead, if it comes to it, we can blow you up anytime, anywhere from 50,000 feet up in the air, and there's nothing you can do about it. Let's have a peace deal. Why don't we go ahead and de-escalate this? Now that we've kind of set the tone, why don't we go have a productive peace negotiation now that you've seen our B-2 Spirit stealth bombers? Let's go have a talk.
For the Kremlin PR machinery, this is an amazingly good moment. It's an opportunity to show all Russians that, in fact, their leader is internationally respected, even if the West would like to isolate President Putin after the invasion. They can't afford not to talk to him. And so there he is, back again on U.S. soil and playing the kind of great power role that Russians believe their leader should be playing.
Yeah, we will all definitely be watching here in the next couple of hours. The world will be as well.
Real quick, we have a massive super chat in the Rumble chat from Massa Molly. That's a $100 super chat. I have food in my teeth. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you very much. He says, excellent coverage, Matt. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. I want to say again, thank you all. I had to take care of a real life emergency. Thank you all for standing by and hanging out. And also coming back. I appreciate it, folks. It means a lot. Also, this is another big super chat coming out of Rumble here. Put that back up on the screen. Says, this is $50. Says, Matt, 1234 to 35. For out of the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. The good man brings good things out of his good store of treasure. I think that's probably pretty true. I think that sounds about right. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. That means a lot. All of you guys, thank you very much for tuning in. I see there was a super chat a moment ago from Old Geezer was his name. He said, my wife doesn't know how to drive either, but that doesn't stop her from trying. That's a good one. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you. I see Smokeless Choice. Thank you again. And also Coy Stallings. He said, that flyover was boss as hell. Love your content. Let's pray for peace. Only Trump can deliver it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much. You know what? I guess I'm gonna wait for the coverage to come back before I keep on eating my food here, so you guys at least have something to listen to. What happened to those protesters? Where were the crazy protesters outside? I want to find those guys again. I want to see what they had to say. Everybody's on break at the moment. I'm going to see if we have any breaking news updates here. Let me take a look. Thanks for the coverage, Matt, and putting up with the rudderless trolls. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. You guys know my history. I've been a full-time streamer now for almost 9 years, maybe 9 years. But I was on Twitch for 8 years. 8.5 years. I've been a Twitch streamer for a long time. And so, you know, the trolls, the rude comments in chat, it doesn't really bother me too much. In fact, really deep down, I kind of like to, you know, debate people in chat or maybe argue, get a little bit crazy with you guys in chat. I like to do that. In fact, I have to kind of stop myself and hold myself back sometimes, because I think most people don't want to watch that. They don't want to see that, but I kind of like to do it. I kind of like to get a little bit wild with the crazy guys in chat. I like it. I like talking to chat. I like it a lot. I like going live and talking to you guys. That is to say, at least, hey, talking to you guys is a lot more fun than editing videos in Sony Vegas, which is what I do most of the time these days. So hey, every chance I get every time I get a chance to do a live broadcast like this, I like to do it. I like to hang out with you guys. Now, right now, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like there's actually not a whole lot of breaking news for the time being. Everybody is just kind of waiting. Everybody is waiting, radio silence, waiting for Trump and Putin to come out of this meeting that they had. Okay, here, take a look at this. What do we have here?
That the right to control the local policing of our city sits with the mayor and the chief of police, notwithstanding the government, the president, and the attorney general's efforts to suggest that they had taken control of our police force and put somebody in to run our police force. I'm very gratified that the judge today recognized that that is flagrantly illegal, that it violates the clear language of the Home Rule Act, and that for all...
This is unrelated. This has to do with Washington, D.C. We're talking about Putin today. However, you will notice that in the background, what do you see? You see protesters. You see Ukrainian protest. They've got the Ukrainian t-shirt. What do their signs say? You can't read it. But anyway, they're everywhere. They're trying to get on TV. I really just cannot make sense of the people that are saying, peace for Ukraine, bring peace to Ukraine, peace, support Ukraine, we got to support Ukraine. But then also they are mad at President Trump for negotiating a peace deal right now, which is what he's doing today. It's like, listen, hey, that is what he is doing. That's exactly what he is doing. Is bringing peace to Ukraine and supporting Ukraine in that way, in the way of bringing peace and stopping the killing, stopping the unnecessary killing. He is really, in essence, supporting Ukraine. Now, I see another massive super chat over here in Rumble. This is quote, it's Romans 10:9. That if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. There you have it. And I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Can I have a little bit of a moment of honesty with you guys here for a minute? I really try to be an honest guy. I'm not a perfect guy, but at least you can try to be honest. I've never read the Bible. In fact, I haven't even been to church in I went to Sunday school probably twice when I was a boy. My parents weren't religious. I was not raised in a religious household. So I've never really been a churchgoer. I've never really read the Bible. Wait a minute here. For the first time ever, as of about a week ago, I ordered something on the internet. You want to know what I ordered here? Make sure this is the right way. I now, as of a week ago, for the first time in my life, I own a Bible. I actually own a Bible now. And I've got a pretty long, here it is. I've got a pretty long reading list. But now the Bible is officially on the list. I've never read the entire Bible cover to cover. I don't know how many people can say that they have, but it's on my agenda now at least. I'm gonna read the Bible, okay? I do have one or two other books I've got to read through, but it's now it's on the list, okay? There's that. So officially, for the first time ever, a Bible is in the house. It's in the house. Now, I want to say, whoa, there's a big super chat from Vic Smith. My grandfather's name was Vic. That's a great name. He says, "Thank you for your coverage." Thank you, Vic. That's a great name. I appreciate that. I appreciate you having that name. Thank you, Vic Smith. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And then his other name is Star Trekker. And everybody loves Star Trek. Thank you very much. That means a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I really do. I really do. Now, right now, they're up here talking about look at the protesters back there. They just look so sad and frumpy. Really, frumpy is the proper word. They just look so frumpy. Anyway, he's up here talking about Washington, D.C. How dare President Trump try to clean up the streets of Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., we love our gang shootings. We love our homeless people. So, of course, they are mad that President Trump is cleaning this up. Okay, whatever. They can be mad about it. It is what it is. They're just going to have to stay mad and be mad. Now, this is from Kevin. I see a super chat in YouTube chat. He says, President Trump should get Nord Stream and Kaliningrad Oblast from Russia in exchange for Putin's Russia keeping the land they took in Ukraine. This is my opinion, and my opinion here is influenced by my wife, who is German. I think Kaliningrad needs to be given back to the Germans. In fact, the Germans, we call it Königsberg. I think Kaliningrad, we say Königsberg. If anybody here doesn't really know what we're talking about, I'll try to show you on a map. This is a little bit of a history lesson, I suppose, if anybody cares about this. Russia has, okay, so you guys know where Russia is. Here's Russia. It's a big old country. Russia has a little territory right here. It's called Kaliningrad. It's not connected to the rest of Russia by land. It's connected by water, I guess. But anyway, after the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia ended up keeping this little piece of land. This is Russian territory. It's just north of Poland. Long time ago, for a lot of European history, this was actually owned and operated by the Germans. And then after World War II, and then the USSR got involved, and so they ended up losing this. But anyway, my wife says, "Hey, listen, we got to give Kaliningrad back to the Germans." Okay, but anyway, this is kind of tangential to what we're talking about. I appreciate that super chat. You guys are really just going crazy with the super chats today, man. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Dean Sando, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I want to ask you a question, Dean, and also everybody else tuning in. On a scale of 1 to 10 today, how optimistic are we about the outcome of these talks? You know, of course, they're talking right now. They're having their private conversations. On a scale of 1 to 10, are we saying, it's a 5, we're going to have good news, but, it's not going to be the best news? Or 10 out of 10 is like, total, peace on earth, total peace. The war is done. Everybody can go back home. Everybody is laying down their weapons. The attacks, the bombing is done. It's totally done, right? I'll probably say like a 6, maybe a 7. 6, maybe 7. I think we probably will have some type of ceasefire coming out of this. Now, it seems like we are losing some of our footage here. I'm not exactly sure why. I'm going to try to find some new footage for you guys. Guys, I still need to finish my dinner, though. I really need to shut up and finish my dinner. Give me one moment here, folks.
Some of the latest top stories that are happening. Of course, the big one out in Alaska. We are awaiting that joint news conference a little over 2 hours away. We'll be back with more.
And commercial break. Okay. I just want to eat my dinner at this point. What's going on over here? This is a replay of some of the stuff that we saw earlier. Now, there wasn't another massive super chat from Greg Adamite. He says, Matt, everyone has the right to believe their own way. You know, I think you're right about that. I think so. In fact, that idea pretty much is the idea that this country, well, one of the ideas that this country was built upon. You're right about that. Very true. So this footage is from about 2 hours ago. They seem cordial. They seem fine. They seem happy. They seem so. It has to give you a little bit of optimism about the way today is going to go, potentially. We can only hope. We can only hope. Today, what we saw was the first time that Putin had met Trump in 6 years. There's that B-2 bomber. Look at that. That's actually such a flex. That is such a flex. It really is. Like really it is. Flying a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber right over Putin's head within 30 seconds of him touching down on U.S. soil. That's a flex. That is a power move, is what that is called. Undeniably so it is. Mm-hmm. I've got something here for you guys. Give me 1 minute here. All right, take a look at this. If I can mute this old footage. We've got something new to say here, folks. According to the White House press pool, the 3-on-3 meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Putin foreign policy aide Yuri Ushakov is still ongoing. And I guess they had a scheduled luncheon. They're going to have lunch together. They have not started eating lunch. So the meeting is still ongoing. They have not exited the meeting room to have lunch. So maybe that means it's still going to be a little bit of a while. A little while. Could be the case. We got to wait and see here.
President Trump, if he, for example, makes sure that Ukraine has the weapons it needs, that Ukraine is willing to pay for, and that he makes sure that Putin releases the 20,000 captive children that he has, then he absolutely should get a Nobel Peace Prize.
Why did you decide to send this message at this Trump rally here? I mean, maybe just some...
Look, I mean, Ukrainians have largely been Republicans over the last several decades. When President Reagan said he wanted to defeat the evil empire, a lot of Ukrainians were like, yes, absolutely. Ukrainians felt seen by that and heard by that. And so I think I would love a sticker. Thank you. And so, Ukraine is, I think, something that everybody can believe in. Ukrainians want freedom. They're fighting for freedom. There aren't people who don't understand the value of something like the Second Amendment more than people who've had to defend their own homes. And so I think that this is a message that every American should hear, and I'm deeply sad that this has become a partisan issue. And I feel like it's my responsibility to make sure that Ukrainian voices are heard and that the diversity of the Ukrainian American voice, which is mostly Republican and also Democrat, are represented as well.
How have the reactions been like today from your your feel are Trump supporters? What do people just say?
Sure. So a lot of the people here support Ukraine. A lot of the people here say they want peace. And I share that hope for peace. I really need President Trump to see that Putin does not share the desire for peace. That said, there's a lot of people here who I don't really think kind of understand what's going on. I mean, I'm on the phone with Ukraine every day. Never before has a country like Russia taken children captive as negotiating tactics in a war. And somebody here made the false statement that Ukraine is doing the same thing. That's not true. So I see my role here is also to educate, because I believe that Republicans especially believe in the dignity of children, the dignity of families, the dignity of Christians, and that Russia is attacking children, attacking Christians, and that people here understand why that's not tolerable.
And last question, just short, very short, what's your main hope for the outcome for the summit today?
I hope that President Trump speaks with President Putin, sees that there is no diplomatic way forward. Maybe there is, but Ukraine has to be at the table for that to be feasible. And for him to really, as he has in the past, determine that so long as Russian drones are flying at Ukrainian civilian buildings, he can't negotiate with Russia.
I gotta say, man, I am just so sick of everything we do in America, our foreign policy, our budget, all of it being predicated not about what's best for America and the Americans therein, but actually what is best for various other foreign countries around the world. I'm sick of the foreign influence. I'm sick of our money being sent to other. I don't care what country it is, Ukraine or Israel or Japan or whatever. I don't care. Any of them. I am sick of the foreign influence. I'm sick of the foreign lobbying. I'm sick of sending money abroad. I'm sick of all of it. I'm sick of it. America first. Listen, I am beyond America first. I am America only. I am America exclusively. America first. How about America first, second, and last? How about that? I'm so sick of this. I'm sick of it. Okay, anyway. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have finished my lunch. I have finished my lunch, and now we're looking for updates. So, hold up here. Trump, Alaska. I'm seeing if I can find some other different type of live broadcast here. What I would like to find is some footage on the ground. Here's what I want. I want Alaska protest. Where were these guys? I want to see these guys out here on the streets. Ah, look, we have even more of the... Well, this is actually footage from yesterday. This is yesterday. This is today. I guess this is Putin. This is the bear. Whoa. So this is Anchorage, Alaska, is what this is. They are downtown Anchorage, Alaska. You have all these Ukrainian flags. For every one American flag, there are 50 Ukrainian flags. A long time ago, back in the early 20th century, there was a movement to stop people from identifying as called hyphenated Americans. This whole notion, I'm a Japanese American, I'm a Ukrainian American, I'm a German American, You are American, period, or you are not American, period. We don't have room in the country for hyphenated Americans. You're either American, period, that's all you are, that's it, or you are not an American, period, that's all, end of story, that's it. Hyphenated Americans, Now, these days, we have a lot of hyphenated Americans. And you've got people waving foreign flags on our streets, whether it's the Ukrainian flag or the Mexican flag or whatever type of flag it is. These days, we have a lot of or the Israeli flag or whatever flag. We have a lot of hyphenated Americans in this country. We got to bring back just pure, refined Americanism. That's what I like. That's what I'm a fan of. Oh, Zelensky's saying something here.
Отримуємо також доповіді з регіонів України після російських ударів. Суми, російський удар по центральному ринку, Дніпровщина, удари по містах та підприємствах, Запоріжжя, Херсонщина, Донеччина, свідомі російські удари. Війна триває саме через те, що немає не тільки наказу, але й сигналів про підготовку Москви завершувати цю війну. В день перемовин вони теж вбивають, і це багато говорить. Напередодні ми обговорили зі Сполученими Штатами Америки, з європейцями, що...
I'm going to read this because nobody understands. Everybody needs a just way to end the war. Ukraine is ready to work as productively as possible to bring the war to an end. And we count on a strong position for America. Everything will depend on this. The Russians factor in American strength. Make no mistake, strength. We continue coordinating with our partners in Europe. I spoke with French President Macron today. The team is also in contact. So tomorrow we'll start early for everyone in Europe. So right now, the Europeans are sleeping right now, is what he's saying. We are preparing for the upcoming discussions. Russia must end. Dude, listen, I don't care what you post. Just stop spamming the chat. Do not spam my chat. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed at the very least. Ukraine, America, and Russia together. That's the only way to make effective decisions. Security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is needed. Everyone knows the key objectives. I want to thank everybody who is helping achieve real results. I held a staff meeting both on the current situation at the front and providing for our army. And also the long-term plans, there must be a contract army, and the transition to this must begin now. The commander-in-chief reported on our active operations in all sectors, especially Poktrop and Zaporizhzhia. Ukrainian warriors are clearing positions in Dnipropetrovsk area of the occupier, and this is important. There are results. Russia's intention was to demonstrate strength ahead of Alaska, but in fact, for the occupier, this ends with its destruction. I thank our 79th and 82nd Air Assault Brigades, which are fighting there in the Dnipropetrovsk sector. He's thanking some other brigades. Thank you, guys. The 14th Operational Brigade of the National Guard in Ukraine. Thank you to the fighters of Azov. Also the 32nd Separate Mechanized Brigade. Okay, so he's thanking all of the brigades. Perfect. He's grateful to all of them. He's thanking some different regiments now. I've got broccoli stuck in my teeth. Joe Biden was driving Trump's plane. I sure hope not. I think if he was, the plane probably wouldn't have arrived. Hey, thank you, though. Thank you, though. We are counting on diplomacy now, is what he says. We need to update our foreign policy plan for the coming months. I instructed that an audit be carried out of our work with partners within the framework of the defense coalitions and the resilience coalitions. Everything must work. I also instructed specific individuals to be designated as responsible for steps in our key areas. Okay, I think he is just kind of rambling about things that maybe we are not, frankly, so interested in. Let's go back to the protests here.
For the last 30 years, we've been talking about getting
this is Trump back with Satan from South Park. I'm going to be honest, I haven't watched South Park in probably like 10 years. So I'm not even really sure what South Park is saying about Trump. But I've seen a lot of other people talking about that. Peace for Ukraine. Resist evil. America needs Ukraine. War crimes are not negotiable. Putin sucks, and so does Trump. Now, where was our battle map? Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is Ukraine. This territory in the red is all of the territory that Russia has effectively been able to conquer. I'm not sure what else you would call it. It's a conquest, pretty much. And so here's the deal. This is going to be tough because most certainly Russia has spent tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of lives conquering and a bunch of money and years conquering this territory. Is Russia going to be willing to give any of this territory up? In order to pursue a peace deal and some type of peace negotiation, is Russia going to want to give any of this territory up? Probably not. Most certainly not all of it. Maybe some of it, but most certainly not all of it. Now, as far as Ukraine is concerned, is Zelensky going to tolerate Zelensky? Is he going to permanently walk away from all of this territory? Probably. Also, probably not. So you can understand why a peace deal has not been met. You sort of have two different irreconcilable stances. Russia saying we want to keep all of the territory. Ukraine says we're not going to give up any of the territory. Okay, well, how do you navigate through this? If Trump is able to pull this off, it's going to be pretty damn impressive. Really, really, really it is. It's going to be pretty damn impressive if he's able to actually negotiate a peace deal here. What is this? Oh, this is talking about the IRS. This is a couple days ago. These protesters really are just unhinged. You know, what I would love to do is go up one by one to all of these protesters here and ask them, all right, what is your solution to de-escalating this? Because really, what seems to me to be the case is that the opinion of all of these people is that, well, Ukrainians just need to keep on fighting and dying in the trenches. Well, I don't know. Here's what needs to happen. Ukrainian soldiers, Ukrainian people. By the way, these are Ukrainian conscripts. These are, at this point, these are not people that are volunteering to fight for Ukraine. They are being conscripted to fight for Ukraine. So this is all compelled. All these young men are being sent out here. And I guess the American progressive or American liberal belief is that more Ukrainians need to die. More young Ukrainian men or just Ukrainian people in general need to just keep on dying until there's none left. And then what? And then what? And then Russia's going to get all the territory anyway. So then what? What is the plan? There's no plan. At least Trump has a plan. Trump's plan is stop the bloodshed, stop the killing. Yeah, you probably have to give up a little bit of land. You lost the war. That sucks. That sucks. It does. Okay, let's stop the bloodshed. I think that's a noble cause. I think that's a noble enough pursuit. I see this from Touche. Touche says, I honestly think Zelensky is scared about these talks. He will lose so much embezzlement money if it goes well. I'll tell you what, maybe that's a part of it, but also here's what I think. I think Zelensky doesn't even have complete and total control of his own Ukrainian military. Yes, he's the president. Yeah, sure. Does anyone believe that Zelensky is in complete and total control of what's going on here? I don't think so. Does anyone believe that Zelensky's entire Ukrainian military directly reports to him and does everything that he wants them to do? I don't think so. I think he has lost control of the situation. And so, you know, here's the thing. Even if Zelensky issues a stand down order, if Zelensky comes out and says, all right, Ukrainian warfighters, stand down. We've reached a ceasefire. We have reached an agreement. Are all of them actually going to stand down and listen to him? I'm not so sure about that. I'm not sure about that. And so keep in mind, Zelensky wasn't invited to this talk today. Zelensky has been pushed to the outside on these negotiations. Why? Trump is meeting with Putin. Seems like Putin is in control of his own military. Is Zelensky in control of his military? Maybe not. Zelensky has not been invited to these negotiations. Maybe Trump has determined, you know, talking to Zelensky doesn't really matter a whole lot because he's not even the one in charge. That might be inside of Trump's head right now. Who knows? It's a really complex situation. Who's to say?
For us What do you mean by secure?
Thank you for coming back
This
to
is
take
earlier
questions.
today.
We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set his...
Did you forget the Wagner attempted coup? What did Putin do? When that coup happened, what did Putin do? He killed all of them. He killed Prigozhin was his name. He blew up his airplane mid-flight, and then he killed all of the people in the Wagner group that were complicit in the coup. Putin killed all of them.
But I'll be talking to him about it later.
It's on the table for discussions today, Mr. President. Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along, is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
Yeah, if we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy.
Speaking of Joe Biden, check this out. I saw this on Twitter. Thank God this meeting with Putin in Alaska is happening with Trump and not Biden. Biden would have accidentally agreed to give Alaska back to Russia or something like that. And you know what? That is probably the case. Yeah. Now, where was our broadcast? There it is. True.
I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors. We'll be setting sometime next week, week after.
What are you looking at? What rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
I didn't see you over there. Isn't he a general?
He is nice. He's helping me out.
He's a very nice... He's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe.
Now, by the way, I want to add something real quick here, folks. This just occurred to me. President Trump, before this meeting started, the meeting is underway right this very minute. Before the meeting started, President Trump was saying publicly that if the meeting goes poorly, he's going to wrap up the meeting. The meeting is going to be short, and he's going to walk out, and he's going to wrap up the meeting early. Well, this meeting is still ongoing. This meeting has been going on for maybe 2 hours. By nature of this meeting taking so long and not being concluded prematurely, what is it fair to infer? I think it's fair to infer that the meeting is going well. The meeting is going well. It's productive by the nature of them still being in the meeting. So just something to keep in mind there. That just occurred to me, that popped in my head here. I think that probably is the case. I keep seeing people on Twitter, predominantly left-leaning people, predominantly liberals, that are talking about giving Alaska back to Russia. This is one of the stupidest, most anti-American ideas I've ever heard. Also, by the way, it's also just completely freaking historically illiterate. If I remember right, it was 1867 when the U.S. purchased Alaska. We purchased it from them. And I'll tell you what, the reason why, I think a lot of people, you guys are not taught this, Americans are not taught this ever. We actually purchased Alaska from Russia. We were doing a favor for them. Russia, In the 1850s, Russia was fighting a war against various Western European superpowers in the 1850s. Russia was fighting a war against France and England, and the war was taking place. It was called the Crimean War. You can Google this or pull it up on Wikipedia. It's called the Crimean War. And Russia lost the war. They lost Crimea, and they were an absolutely insane amount of money in debt. It was a very expensive war that they ended up losing. Now, at this point in the 1850s and 1860s, we were also very hesitant and suspect of Western European military aggression. We were suspect and hesitant of the French and also of the British because we kind of had a rough history with them, to be frank, and they were aggressive global superpowers at the time. And so we actually were kind of loose allies. We were friendly with the Russians because we kind of had a shared enemy, which was these Western European superpowers. And so in 1867, Russia is in extreme wartime debt. Their economy is in turmoil. The U.S., we agreed to purchase Alaska from Russia as sort of a token of goodwill. It was a nice gesture. We were doing them a favor by buying Alaska from them. And they were more than happy. They were practically begging us to buy Alaska because their economy was in shambles. And so this entire narrative that, oh, we are going to give them back Alaska, or that, oh, we should give them Alaska, or that Russia is going to take back Alaska. It's like, listen, you are so historically illiterate. This is painful. You don't even know how we got Alaska in the first place. So just classic peak historically illiterate stupidity. Now, what are these protesters saying? Also, I like that you bring this. KP in the chat mentions also, when we bought Alaska from the Russians, it was incredibly unpopular. Amongst the Americans at the time, the Americans, us that were living in 1860s, it was an unpopular move. We did it anyway. And they're just out here chanting, "You're a criminal." They are not a fan of Putin. So this is like Putin dressed up in drag or something with a gay pride flag. Amazing. That's news to me. Yeah, Pantera, that is how it happened. That's how we got a hold of Russia. It is true. It is true. Matt Morris knows his U.S. history. You know, I'll tell you something. If you guys are looking for a book to read, I highly recommend reading the book. It's written by Patrick Buchanan. In 1999, he wrote a book called A Republic, Not an Empire. A Republic, Not an Empire. I cannot recommend this book enough, written by Pat Buchanan. Very good book. Going over as it relates to American history. Anyway, great book if you're looking for something to read.
Because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will not be part of today's discussions and says he's counting on America. If things go well, a second meeting with all three leaders could take place soon.
It's extraordinarily difficult to predict how things are ultimately going to turn out. There's no evidence that Vladimir Putin is interested in a ceasefire or a peace deal.
If Putin isn't ready for peace, Trump says there will be severe consequences.
Economically severe, yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives.
Dividing up land will be a key sticking point to ending this war. President Trump says that will be discussed today, but Ukraine will ultimately have the final say on giving up territory. In Washington, Rebecca.
All right, Rebecca Castor, thanks so much for
Thank you,
that.
Rebecca.
We'll take another 2-minute break, and we will be back with more in moments.
All right. All right. I wish I could find another angle of what's going on the ground here. By the way, folks, we were looking at Kaliningrad here. Let's go over and take a look back at Alaska. This is a little place called Anchorage in Alaska. So this is where the meeting is going on right now. President Trump and Putin. Ladies and gentlemen, first off, this is Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm going to zoom in here. So earlier today, when we saw Putin and Trump on the tarmac, they were shaking hands. There it is. So right here, they were actually standing on this tarmac right here, this runway strip. And then they got in their cars, they shook hands, said, hey, how do you do? Nice to see you. They got in their cars and they drove down to a building on the Air Force Base. They're still on the Air Force Base. And the building here is called Quarters 1. Now, this building here has some historical significance in American history. We were talking about this earlier today, because this is where in 1971, Richard Nixon, who was president at the time, he had been president for 3 years because he first got elected in, it was 1968. Anyway, so Nixon was president. Nixon actually met in this building with the Emperor of Japan, Emperor Hirohito. This was the first time any leader of Japan had ever stepped foot on U.S. soil, let alone the emperor. And so Emperor Hirohito came over and visited Nixon, visited the U.S. By the way, Hirohito was the emperor of Japan during World War II. The U.S., just 25 years before this meeting, had dropped nuclear bombs on his country under his watch. So it was a big deal that Hirohito, this was national news, it was global news, that Hirohito visited Nixon in this building in Alaska. This was a big, and they broke bread. They were kind to each other. It was civil. It was nice, and it was on U.S. soil. And so this building, has, like I said, has a lot of American historical significance, but also there's a reason why this is the reason why Trump is meeting Putin here today in this building. Because this building has a history of bringing peace and civility. And so there's a reason why they're doing this meeting today in this building specifically. It's because of the history. Now, I want to take a look. We have a big time super chat coming out of the Rumble chat. Excuse me. Let me take a look at this. This is from the Gaming Murph, a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He says, my father told me growing up that a good compromise leaves everyone a little bit unhappy. You can't have a compromise unless everybody is a little bit unhappy. You're right about that. Your father was right about that. He says, on top of that, people forget that the pen can only sign agreements over what the sword has already taken. Hey, I think these people here up on screen are not going to be happy about hearing that. But yeah, you're right. You're right about that. That is absolutely right. That is right. And thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I got to say, all of you very nice folks tuning in here on YouTube and also on Rumble. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. President Trump is currently in the meeting with Vladimir Putin, and they're hashing out the details. They're figuring out what is going on here today. What is the plan? What is the plan? You also can't have a compromise unless everybody got something they wanted. It's true. It goes both ways. It's a give-take. It is a give, and it is a take. That is true. I see that this is Bravo 6, a super chat over here in the YouTube chat. He says, freedom of speech, yes, but these protesters aren't doing anything to stop the senseless loss of millions, literally a generation or more of soldiers on both sides gone. This needs to end now. You know, I just have to say this. I'm sorry. I'm going to sound, I try to be nice and civil. When you're a fat, privileged American who has never known difficulty in your life, you have a cozy office job, you come home, you eat your McDonald's, you flip on, you're watching the NFL or whatever bullshit soap opera TV show, reality TV show you watch in your free time, you are so detached from the brutal reality of the type of terrible stuff that goes on outside of our country. The audacity of these idiots to sit here and say that, no, this war needs to keep on going. They need to fight till the death. These young Ukrainian men, they need to fight till the death. Who the hell are you to tell them what they should and should not do? How detached are you? You have no clue what the hell is going on. We live in the age of the internet. You know how many young Ukrainian and Russian men I have seen get blown up in a muddy ditch on the side of the road? They've had a $5 Chinese-made grenade dropped from a drone. It's not heroic. It's not ceremonious. It's just cold and brutal and terrible. And worst of all, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. So that's why I said a half hour ago, I would walk up to this idiot on the side of the road and say, hey, listen, dumbass, how many more young men need to die in a ditch on the side of the road before you are happy and you've seen enough? Hey, this other dumbass on the side of the road, how many more 19-year-old Ukrainian or Russian boys need to have their fucking legs blown off, pardon my language, before we can all say enough is enough? These people are sick in the head. And if they're not sick in the head, they're just totally detached from reality. They have no clue how brutal it is. I've seen the videos. I've seen all of this. I've seen way too much. It's got to come to an end. It has to. It has to. Matt has never had to cook dinner. I did have to cook dinner, and it sucked, and that's why I got a wife who cooks me dinner every night now. I hate cooking dinner. That's why I got a beautiful wife who cooks me dinner, because I hated it. Now I'm lucky. My wife loves to cook. I'm very lucky. I've got a wife that loves to cook. You're a Vietnam vet? Yep. And I'm sure you're saying, listen, we got to shut this down. I'll tell you what. The most anti-war people I have ever met in my life are men that have actually gone to war. I'm not a veteran. I'm not a combat veteran or anything, but I'll tell you what. The most staunchly, vehemently anti-war people I've ever met in my entire life are people that actually served a combat tour. They had a friend that died. Maybe they got their foot blown off, whatever. Maybe now they're in a wheelchair, whatever. Because they know how evil and terrible it is. War veterans, combat veterans, they are not the ones looking to send other people's children into a combat zone. They're the ones saying, listen, we got to keep other people's children out of the combat zone. Excuse me. Keep them out. Shut it down. Enough is enough. Then you have these idiots. Then you have these people. All right. Where did they even get this? Where did they even get the flag this big? Where did they get all this merchandise? Walk it back. Walk it on back. Bring it back.
This is one of the world's largest Ukrainian.
One of the world's largest Ukrainian flags ever made. Jay Chopper, I see you. I see that. I see that, brother. Yep. They're really out here. This is in Anchorage, Alaska, right outside the military base. Right outside the Air Force Base. They're really sticking it to Putin here. They really are.
Folks, you gotta back up this way.
And this is the most insane, ironic thing. I've said this probably 5 times today. If you really do stand with Ukraine, what is the proper stance here? Pursue a ceasefire. Pursue an end to the killing. If you really, genuinely, sincerely, beyond all of the social media virtue signaling, if you really, genuinely stand with Ukraine, if you support Ukraine, what is the proper stance? Help negotiate a ceasefire. Push for a ceasefire. Really, seriously.
Okay, Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair. Thank you so much to my colleague, Mike Page, as we've been preparing you for this momentous occasion. Let's step away from that shot. It's a little blurry there. A lot of demonstrators near the site of the summit. Inside the summit venue there, where the press conference between Trump and Putin will take place. That's kind of the main event here. as we are waiting. We're getting some reporting as to how the progress of the talks are going, at least on a timing front. We'll bring that to you. We've been relying on some of our Fox News colleagues there in Anchorage, including White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich. She has a lot of reporting on what some of these White House officials are telling us about the progress of the meeting. Remember, we're still told right now that it's the 3-on-3 meeting happening still. And then after that,
I have to call this out. I saw a comment a moment ago in the YouTube chat. It said, because Matt doesn't support the never-ending war in Ukraine, therefore he would surrender up his own country if his own country was invaded. I have to call this out. That is unfathomably, unbelievably, moronically incompetent. That is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my entire life. What? Because I, as an American, am not deeply invested in supporting a never-ending war in Ukraine halfway around the world that has no impact on the lives of Americans beyond the never-ending depletion of our own taxpayer money. Because I'm not on board with that, that means that I would serve up America on a silver platter to some invading force. You are so incredibly stupid to have posted that in my chat. Seriously, just unbelievably dumb. Anyway, ooh, the protesters are protesting. The protesters are protesting. Also, I'm going to say something very controversial here. To compare the legitimacy of Ukraine as a country to the legitimacy of the United States of America as a country, absurd. On the scale of real country to not real country, America is a real country. America has a deep, long, very rich history. Ukraine has been a country since what, like 1993 or something? I don't accept the comparison. The USA is real. It's a serious country.
I think some progress could be being made here before they head to this lunch and hopefully a joint press conference.
This is when they met earlier today.
President Trump coming face to face with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska for the first time since the start of his second term. The two leaders greeted each other on the tarmac at Elmendorf Air Force Base before beginning a sit-down aimed at ending the war in Ukraine.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
President Trump says the goal of these talks is not to broker a peace deal on behalf of Kyiv, but instead to get Putin to the negotiating table.
I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing.
Ahead of the summit, the president said both sides will need to reach an agreement on territory before ending the war. Right now, Russia occupies nearly 1/5 of Ukraine's land and is pushing for more.
The war continues precisely because there's no order nor any intention that Moscow is preparing to end this war.
And if Putin does not make concessions soon, there could be severe economic consequences.
He really does want to avoid these tariffs and sanctions. And if the president dropped them, then that doesn't end the process.
And while Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky was not invited to this summit, President Trump is hoping today will open the door to a meeting between all three of the leaders. He even suggested.
I do think we'll kind of like ramble here for a minute. I do think a lot of Americans, especially maybe Western Europeans as well, have a very almost like comic book or superhero, good guy, bad guy understanding of foreign policy or geopolitics. And what I mean by that is the good guys win and the bad guys lose. The bad guys need to lose and the good guys always need to win at all costs. There is no cost too high to facilitate the winning of the good guys and the losing of the bad guys. And so, of course, we have decided, and by the way, I actually generally agree with this. I don't condone the invasion of Ukraine. So anyway, Putin is the bad guy. He is the Voldemort. He is the Thanos. He is the Darth Vader of the situation. And over here in the West, America, NATO, Europe, we are the good guys. And because we are the good guys and he is the bad guy, we have to win decisively. Clearly, we will make no concessions, etc. And you know, I don't know, maybe that would be a good philosophy if it actually worked, if that's the way that things worked, but that's not the way that things work. You know, maybe regrettably or unfortunately, we don't live in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or in Hogwarts. We don't live in Harry Potter land. You know, there are shades of gray. There are concessions that are going to have to be made. And if you refuse to acknowledge that, then you are just condemning another generation of young Ukrainian men to dying for no reason. Just literally for no reason. And as maybe as regrettable and terrible as that is what it is. That is the reality. And we can all say that sucks. And you know what? I think that it does suck. But we don't live in the, like I said, we don't live in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. What the hell is this? What am I looking at? What in the hell? Yeah. Impressive. Me personally, I'm going to get all of my geopolitical opinions from this person. I wasn't really sure how to feel about things, but now that I saw this person screaming and chanting on the side of the road, I feel like I figured it out. I really feel like I know what's up. I really feel like I've been able to piece everything together. This person really helped me figure it out. Now I really know what's going on. Okay, we're on commercial break over there. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, literally any minute, quite literally any minute, President Trump and Putin could come out of their meeting. They are still having this one-on-one meeting. They're going to come on out. And then they're going to let us know what the plan is going forward, what's going on. Now, I see a super chat here in the YouTube chat. It's from Bartimaeus Aurelius. Thank you. He says, Ukraine doesn't have the strength or the capability to push out Ukraine. We Americans are far stronger. Our military is far superior, and we don't ask for handouts. They are weak, and they need the USA. You know, I think just for better or for worse, whether or not you love Ukraine or love Russia or hate Ukraine or whatever, I think you just kind of have to acknowledge that is the truth. Ukraine does not have the military means to defend themselves. There's a reason why they've been asking for so much support and assistance from NATO and from the US. That's very obvious. And also, I mean, beyond weaponry or military capability, Russia has like, what, 6 times more people than Ukraine. So if you just want to break it down, like, you know, numbers, population numbers, it's a stacked deck, pretty much, right? It's tough. Difficult situation. My audio is clipping. Yeah, that has been happening on YouTube all day. That's just a YouTube problem. I'm sorry about that. I can't do anything about that. I hate to say it. So this is what Alaska looks like in August. All right. You notice everybody's wearing sweatshirts and jackets, and nobody's wearing shorts. War crimes are non-negotiable. Once again, really any minute Trump and Putin are going to come on out. Any minute now. I'm just going to mute this because we're not really hearing anything. You know, I'll tell you something else. If you want to make the case to the American people that we should be sending a bunch of support, assistance, military aid, whatever, all over the world, helping other countries in their struggles against, you know, tyranny and authoritarianism. If you want to try to make that argument, I don't know, maybe you could make a compelling argument that we should do that, that's our American obligation. Maybe you could make that argument. However, I'll just tell you point blank, you are never going to be able to make that argument if America is on the brink of collapse, if our own country is deteriorating. If our own country has been invaded by 50 million illegal aliens, if our own country's economy is screwed, if young people are not having kids and they can't afford to buy houses, and then people can barely afford to buy groceries and put gas in their car, there is no way in hell you're going to be able to convince the American people that we should be sending money to pay for foreign wars on the other side of the planet. No shot. You know, maybe, I don't know, maybe if America was in stellar, perfect, pristine condition, everybody's life was awesome, you know, everybody had what they wanted over here and things were going just perfectly and everything was swell, then maybe you'd be able to, you know, push the argument that, yeah, we should send some resources to go, you know, help combat tyranny across the planet. Maybe you could make the argument, but that's not the circumstance. America is pretty downtrodden right now. We have some pretty big issues in this country. Americans do not want to hear about how we should be sending money to other countries around the world when a lot of people feel like they've gotten screwed over by our political elite, by our leadership, whatever. Americans are not having it. We've had enough.
Meeting. Basically, he wants to have a trilateral meeting, which will be, you could say bilateral between Putin and Zelensky, but the reality is Trump is definitely going to be there. And there's also a lot of talk that some of the Europeans might be represented as well. So that is the goal. And actually, when I look at the entire thing and I look at the certainly what appears to be initial rapport between Trump and Putin, I'm thinking that they might actually accomplish setting up a meeting. Although there's a very good chance that they could come out and it could be something rather vague like, yes, at some point in the future we need to meet, and there's no definite timeline that comes out of that. And that's going to be a difficult one, because if he does that, that is a sign that Putin really isn't serious. That's a sign that should be a cue that Putin's actually just buying more time to avoid those secondary tariffs, to avoid more sanctions. So we'll see how that rolls out. But as you know, it's not a one-on-one meeting. They're actually doing 3-on-3 meetings. That's so right, there's a couple of other people in the room that can kind of whisper in President Trump's ear, you know, when those things are being said.
So, Hal, I just have to note this. There is now a flurry of activity in this room, and we're trying to see why. From what we understand right now, the parties are still meeting, but I'm not entirely sure who's in the room right now. But you see, presumably, a lot of the press corps on hand
this
for
room
the
is
summit.
Filling up now, by the way, folks. A lot of people
gearing
in there.
up. This just filled in this room quite rapidly in just the last 30 seconds here. Actually, we have a head-on shot. Let's take that.
I think
so I'm going to do my best
now,
to try to identify and point out some members of the Russian delegation, as will Hal Kempfer alongside us. We know all the members, obviously, of the U.S. delegation, but we don't have any sense of timing yet on the press conference. But boy, Hal, look at all the activity. You know, I was struck because, and you're a student of Kremlinology, a lot of U.S. Soviet summits and meetings, Hal, they spanned a weekend or 3 or 4 days. You know, I'm reminded of the Reykjavik summit between Reagan and Gorbachev. We can get into that. Not just kind of one day where you have to get everything in. That was kind of Soviet-U.S. summits of the past. This is very different, is it not?
This is really different. And frankly, it looks like they're getting ready for a press conference, which I can interpret one or two ways. Either Putin agreed to something, which he may have. He may have been prepared to make some grand gesture to say, yes, I will meet with President Zelensky at some point here in the future. I mean, they could literally come out. He could say, I have agreed to a ceasefire based on what the U.S. had basically placed on the table. I'm not holding my breath on that one, but it is possible that could happen. The other side of the reason they're having a press conference this early is because they may have hit loggerheads. They may have gone nowhere. And so they're saying, rather than belabor this thing, let's go out and do our joint press conference and say.
I think we are going to know exactly how this meeting went when we can look at President Trump's face. President Trump is very expressive. I think within 1 second, we're just going to look at Trump when he walks out and we're going to know good meeting, bad meeting. We're going to be able to tell exactly.
The first thing that was struck out to me was the flyover right as Trump and Putin were shaking hands on the dais there on the tarmac. What was that meant to achieve, do you think?
Well, that was a clear message of American power. Look, that is something that Russia can't do. We have strategic capabilities they don't have. I mean, they're flying bombers that they built back in the 60s. Their stuff, they have some 60s and 70s, I should say. They have some really old bombers. And of course, one could say that it reminds Putin of how many bombers he lost when Ukraine did that covert operation with drones and took them out. I'm not going to read that much into it, but one could say that might cause a little bit of remembrance on Putin.
We are discussing what is the message behind flying a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber over Putin's head. The message is this, and by the way, this ties into what we saw with Iran, where Trump used the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers to bomb all of these Iranian nuclear facilities. The message is this: hey, listen, Putin, just a reminder, buddy. We have the most advanced stealth bombers in the world. Nobody else can do what we can do. We can bomb anybody, anywhere, in any bunker, doesn't matter how deep it is, from 50,000 feet up in the sky. Nobody, no radar apparatus in the world can spot us, can see us. We can be in and out before you even know. And we can drop 30,000-pound bunker buster, earth penetrating super bombs and kill anybody anywhere at any time. Just a reminder, we can do that and you cannot. China can't do it. Iran can't do it. Nobody else can do it. We can do it. Just a reminder, Putin. That is the message. That is the message with the B-2 bomber.
A White House official confirming the working lunch with the expanded delegation has not started yet. Now, that was an hour ago, so presumably it could have started. But we just don't know. We have all of these live scenes. And to your point, Hal, it does seem like there is something happening. Reporters are preparing for it. We have different vantage points inside the room here. Yet another angle as well. Something that people are fixating on, Hal, this moment, we talk about symbolism, we talk about overtures, Putin getting into the beast with Trump after they met. How should we read that? That was somewhat unexpected.
That actually caught me by surprise. I didn't expect he was going to do that. You know, a couple of things. First off, if you're in Ukraine and you see, Putin, who in their minds is an evil pariah, and has been a pariah on the international scene for, over 3 years, getting the red carpet treatment, that obviously has got to rankle more than a few out there. And he did. He got the red carpet treatment. But the other thing, too, is they're kind of watching this across this board, with President Trump getting in the beast, his limousine, the presidential limousine, with Putin one-on-one. Now, Putin doesn't like to speak English publicly. He prefers to use a translator when he's doing a speech or something. He just doesn't feel comfortable doing that. But in private, and sometimes in interviews and things, he will speak English, and he speaks English pretty well. I wouldn't say he's fluent, but it's definitely a clear Russian accent. Let's just put it that way. But I think they probably had an interesting conversation in the vehicle. And what's interesting is you got this 3-on-3, and the discussion was, they thought it was going to be a one-on-one. Well, frankly, that was a one-on-one. When they were in the beast, that was a one-on-one. Didn't last for a long time, but it was a one-on-one.
Okay. Hal, I was going to ask you, how good is Putin's English? You elucidated that there. So according to Dan Scavino on social media about 20 minutes ago, he said the Trump-Putin...
This sounds kind of like psychotic, but I think a big part of these negotiations are kind of maintaining this psychological edge on your opposition or the person you're negotiating with. And so, Trump compelling Putin to get in the beast with him, that might not have been part of the plan. Maybe they didn't agree to that. Maybe the original plan, the agreed upon plan, was that Putin would take his own car. And then Trump says, hey, come on, Putin, get in the car, to isolate him, to give him 2 or 3 minutes alone with Putin, to throw him off of the script, to kind of jar him a little bit, right? Tiny little micro things like that, I think are actually something that President Trump is very good at doing these things, just to kind of like mess with people almost, but it's very effective, yeah?
they don't want to see the third war break out. And if you break out the different times Russia has invaded, the third war would be whatever comes after this. And what they're afraid of is that something could be put in place where there just aren't enough strategic guarantees that Russia won't reinvade, won't try to finish the job, so to speak. And that's what they're worried about, is that they could have a ceasefire or peace agreement where Russia is sitting there poised to go in and then try and take Kyiv again. And so they're nervous about what comes out of this. Now, President Trump has said he's not going to talk about swapping territory. He's not going to talk about trading land, if you will. And I'm just going to have to take him at his word. We'll find out in the press conference what exactly was discussed. But that has folks in Kyiv very nervous, what will be covered in this thing. And there is the possibility, one cannot rule it out, that they could end up with a ceasefire with the lines frozen. I'm not particularly optimistic that that's going to happen today, but they've been in there for 2.5 hours, and they've obviously been talking about something. So we'll see what comes out of this. By the way, I should mention, I think what might be happening here, and I may be wrong, but I think what might be happening here is they're going to do a quick press conference, just some quick words before they go to lunch. I think that's what they're setting up.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but that's kind of what it looks like, is they're getting ready to do, something to say, hey, things are very good, we're making progress, whatever it is they're going to say, and then they're going to go to lunch. And they wouldn't do that unless they were making progress. So that, I'm going to look at this and be hopeful that they have some real progress to report.
Okay. Yeah, because you could look at it the other way. I mean, couldn't you? You noted it, that if they came out early, that may not have been a good sign. You were saying it could possibly be a good sign, and then the parties will go to lunch here. So it looks like a lot is happening. Jackie Heinrich says this happened very fast. Press here for Trump-Putin joint presser. We're told to get into their seats quickly, and that it could begin as soon as 10 minutes from now. Wow. Saying this is earlier than expected. Both podiums are still set up. So, Hal, just to give people kind of the time
maybe that
frame
means
here,
negotiations
if it does
fell
happen
through
within 10 minutes, that would be almost about an hour and a half earlier than scheduled. And so it seemed like things are very, very fast moving there in Anchorage, Alaska, keeping the live shot up for all of our viewers who are extremely interested in this. Hal, I'm going to reiterate the point. You and I have discussed it so often. Back in March in Saudi Arabia, the Ukrainian side did agree to a 30-day unconditional ceasefire. All throughout these negotiations, Putin and the Russian side has never agreed to a ceasefire in any of these talks here. Trump wants to see progress on a ceasefire. Do you think that is attainable and achievable?
I think it is attainable. I think it's achievable. What I would say is you got to look at the ground, what's happening right now in Ukraine. The Russians pushed forward up around in the Donbass region. They made a penetration. They found some weakness in the Ukrainian lines, and they made about a 10-kilometer basically a 10-kilometer push right to the lines. Now, most of those forces are getting wrapped up. They didn't have enough forces there to hold that. But if they were to freeze the lines, potentially that could stop the Ukrainians wrapping up those forward elements, and they could actually hold that ground. And so there might be a little incentive for Putin, and this is very tactical, some would say operational, to actually freeze the lines now so that they can consolidate on those gains without the Ukrainians counterattacking and pushing them back. That's something going into this. Of course, the other side, too, is you may have seen last night that Ukraine did a pretty massive...
the insane part, I'm just thinking through the various ways that this deal could go, that a de-escalation could go. It is impossible to have a deal or a de-escalation or a ceasefire that is satisfactory to every single person 100%. And so even if this is magically, somehow, miraculously a deal that is 99% perfect, 1% imperfect, the progressive media, the liberals, the Democrats, they are going to harp and harp and harp and harp on the 1% that is imperfect. They're going to say, it doesn't matter what President Trump does. They're going to say, oh, President Trump sold out Ukraine. President Trump capitulated to the evil Vladimir Putin. He's a dictator. President Trump is making deals with authoritarian tyrants. President Trump, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter how many lives he saves or what he does. They are going to try to undermine and subvert every single thing that he does. Doesn't matter.
He's very comfortable. He's very adept and agile at taking questions from reporters. What about Putin?
Putin looked really uncomfortable when he was getting off the plane. Reporters were shouting questions to him, and he was kind of doing the dismissive sort of thing. But I could tell he looked very uncomfortable with that. Is that something he doesn't get in Russia? You know, when he has a press conference in Russia, let's just say that he doesn't get all these very frank and upfront questions that kind of push him. I'm going to go so far as to say Russian media is a little bit controlled, if you know what I mean. So that's something that's unusual, and I'm kind of curious how they're going to roll this out. Are they going to let the press really go after Putin and ask some of the same questions they were asking on the tarmac? I would love to see that. I would love to see him have to answer those questions about the ceasefire, about the 30,000 Ukrainian children. I would love to see him have to answer that. I don't know if they're going to allow that to happen. By the way, just a quick metric. This meeting lasted 3 hours. You may recall they had a meeting with the Ukrainians and the Russians in Turkey. It lasted 40 minutes. So by that metric, this meeting's got much better than the meeting that they had with the Ukrainians. Not that Putin was there for that one, but 3 hours, that's probably about right. We'll see what comes out of this. And then we'll also see if they have lunch. Again, I kind of go back to another metric. As you may recall, that blow up early on with President Zelensky in the Oval Office, it was supposed to be followed by a lunch. Well, that lunch didn't happen. So let's see if this lunch actually happens.
So maybe our viewers don't know this. You know this. Putin is notorious for keeping world leaders waiting. Did that happen today?
I didn't sense that. Okay. There was a little bit of discussion. No world leader wants to be the first one standing at the end of the red carpet waiting for the other world leader. Okay, and there did seem to be a little bit of a standoff going on, which was who was going to leave their plane first with that red carpet thing. And I think they kind of worked it out. It looked like it was a pretty.
I think if, like in this case, President Trump was waiting on the red carpet for maybe 30 or 45 seconds, and then Putin showed up just half a minute behind. I think the message that sends is, hello, Putin, welcome to my house. Hello, Putin, I'd like to welcome you into, where are we again? You are in my house. Welcome, come on in. Right? This isn't neutral ground. We're not in your house. Welcome to my house. Come on in. Can I show you the way? Right? I think that's the mess. That is a powerful message, I think.
Going on with the press conference where they're holding off. But I would point out, this whole thing, this summit, everything has happened really fast, light speed in terms of diplomatic time. Setting up something of this scope within a week. That's a lot of moving parts. There's so much behind the scenes that most people do not see to set something like this up. And it's being done on a military base, which is very unusual for a summit to happen on a military base like this, and in Alaska, which is very unusual for a summit to happen in Alaska. So there's a lot of things going on simultaneously here. So if this press conference looks like it's a little rushed or whatever, I would say everything with this summit seems a little bit rushed. And so I do think that they're kind of playing it by ear and just trying to adjust with whatever the two leaders are saying.
You know, Hal, this is more of a 30,000-foot view question. I like those questions. Does Russia want to get back into the fold of the West? And will they after this? What will our relationship vis-a-vis Russia be after this?
That actually is an outstanding question, and this is where you find a difference in the philosophical outlook or the strategic outlook. President Trump is a businessman. He sees, when he looks at things like sanctions, business opportunity, economic terms along that way, he puts tremendous value and credit in that.
Real quick, this is a Fox News breaking report. So I guess we have the confirmation the meeting is over.
All right, on the ground here, breaking tonight. Just word now from the press room as you look there live that the meeting has ended. After 3 hours, the meeting is ended, and we're hearing that the press conference may be imminent. You see the backdrop there with the two podiums pursuing peace. They have called the press pool into that room, which is on the other side of this base, and they are getting prepared for what seems like an imminent press conference. All All right, on the ground.
And that's what we're looking at right now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen.
With Putin, the same way that something like that would resonate with President Trump.
All right, we're nearing the bottom of the hour, and so the press was called in very quickly to the room there. As we were learning, it's now been confirmed the meeting's over, lasting nearly 3 hours. So now we wait for President Trump and Vladimir Putin to take the podium, address the press. You do see what looks and appears to be some from the Russian delegation in the front row there. I'm not entirely sure who they are, but you have more and more people entering the room. So, Hal Kempfer on with me. What is this going to be like? What are they going to say off the top? How much are we going to get a picture inside the conversation, Hal?
Well, my sense is, because this is in the U.S., more likely than not, President Trump will kick it off. And he just kind of does that naturally. That's just what he does. And I have a sense that President Trump, he'll speak to the press corps. He'll have his comments, and then at some point they'll turn it over to Putin to say his comments. My guess, I could be wrong, but my guess will be that Putin will use a translator. He'll probably speak in Russian, and he'll have a translator there. And that's a wise thing to do. If you're a world leader, you want to be careful. And we've all heard world leaders that say something when they're trying to speak English, and they say something, maybe a colloquialism or something, and they get it wrong. And then that's the story of the next day. So he'll want to make sure he gets it right. So I imagine he'll be using a translator, and then he'll be using a translator for taking questions. And it's not that he doesn't understand what the reporters are saying. However, he is a human intelligence officer, all right? He is a counterintelligence officer. This is, manipulating people, getting them to do things that they don't want to do, whatever, recruiting people, getting them to betray their countries. That's what he did for a living. And true. He's actually very good at a lot of things. I mean, he went from that to, basically becoming the head of Russia. So he's got some tremendous skills in that regard. Well, using a translator allows you some time to think about how you want to formulate a response to a question. And then he can reply in Russia. And so
historic moment, yes, ladies and gentlemen. When Donald Trump and Putin come on out, this entire day really is an historic day. There's no doubt about that. This day is incredibly historically consequential. This day we could see the end or a ceasefire, the beginning of the end of the ongoing war in Ukraine. Absolutely, this is a big day. Listen. Hey, normally, I go live at a certain time. I make my videos. Today we went live bright and early in the morning. I said we got to be here all day for this one. You can't miss this. Matt is an AI on a green screen background. True, you got me. It's true. I'm not even a real person.
The edge, if you will be taken off of it.
True.
So, Hal, I have to ask this. Who's a better read of people? Trump or Putin? You mentioned Putin's background as a KGB officer. Trump touts that he's a good read on people he comes into contact with. Condoleezza Rice was saying a couple of days ago, Putin has more to lose here, that Putin is more reliant on Trump in this situation rather than the other way around, Trump vis-a-vis Putin. Do you agree with that assessment?
It's interesting. President Trump, different background, and frankly, we saw him reading people for years on television. Yeah. And so he's...
Well, by the way, okay, so I saw this comment in the chat. It said, Matt, we aren't sending money to Ukraine anymore. What do you want to bet that this wasn't just exclusively a peace negotiation, that this was also okay, let me rephrase this. What do you want to bet that President Trump actually issued a direct threat to Putin and to Russia? What do you want to bet that President Trump, let me just make something up here, President Trump pulled out a piece of paper and it's got every single one of Russia's nuclear bases or ballistic missile silos, even the location of Russia's secret nuclear submarines. And he pulls out a piece of paper, it's a map, and he says, I know where everything is. And by the way, I could have all of this destroyed within 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, I could cripple every single thing that you could do. Let's talk. It's like how do you open up the conversation here, right? How do you kind of set the tone? You know what I mean?
using some of that delaying tactic stuff as opposed to addressing, the main issues at hand.
Yeah, I would imagine there's going to be some type of interplay between the two on the stage there. The psychology of all of this is quite fascinating. Hal, back to the war, though. You have told me time and time again, Putin has no interest in ending this war. Will Trump have to convince him to end the war, that it's in Putin's interest to end the war? Do you think he'll try to do that?
The only way you can really do that is, and I do believe the threat of secondary sanctions does weigh heavily on him. His economy is not doing well. His economy is transitioned over to a war economy. He's basically drawn down on their sovereign wealth fund in order to pay for that. The other part of it's being paid for with oil and gas revenues. That's oil exports that goes to countries like India and China. Now, you've seen what President Trump, what the U.S. has done with tariffs on India. A lot of that is aimed at telling India, hey, quit funding the war, Russia's war against Ukraine. We haven't done quite the same. We have pretty substantial tariffs, I should say, with China. But part of that is due to the fact that we're in the middle of some very significant trade negotiations with China. So I don't think they wanted to throw a proverbial wrench into those negotiations at this point.
So Hal,
but those tariffs are significant.
So Hal, I'm sorry to be pessimistic on this question on sanctions and crippling the Russian economy. We would have seen that over the last 3.5 years. I mean, they have weathered that in some respect.
They've weathered. I got to say this: they have adapted very quickly to a lot of different sanctions.
Okay.
And I'm not saying they wouldn't try to adapt to these sanctions as well. In fact, what I would assume is if we were to put these draconian sanctions in place on China and India, that they would find some creative way to circumvent that, to have oil get essentially laundered, if you will, around the world so it could get to them. It would be very difficult to do in the short term. In the long term, I think they could do some, but it would be a lot tougher than getting the oil direct. And in the meantime, Russia would be experiencing a significant loss of revenue that could go into the war effort. So long story short, if we were to impose those sanctions, say today,
any minute now, they are coming out. Matt, why don't you read out sponsored commercials I see? I don't know. I'm just not a big fan. Maybe I'll do that someday. Maybe I will do that at some point in the future, but just I'm not really the biggest fan of doing that. But I don't know. Maybe someday I'll do that. Maybe I'll take some sponsorship someday. It could happen. Folks, President Trump and Putin just got out of a meeting. They were meeting for 3 hours. It was scheduled to go for 4 hours. So we're saying right now the meeting actually got out 1 hour early. You could take that one of two ways. Oh, actually, on that note, we just got an update. Breaking. Vladimir Putin's Russian delegation are now describing the meeting with Trump as excellent, saying everything went well. Everything went very well, they said. This is hot off of the news press. So, folks, according to Putin's delegation, the meeting went very well. And things went excellently. Okay, a little bit of optimism, I suppose. We gotta see here.
Those things put together,
that is exciting.
That could have a substantial impact on Putin and what his thinking is.
All right, Meredith McGraw at the Wall Street Journal has some reporting of who's in the room. Saying press was quickly moved into the auditorium. Some of President Trump's senior aides are seated for the press conference, including Stephen Chung, Natalie Harp, Dick Luna, Margot Martin, Will Sharp, and James Blair. On the Russian side, she sees Kirill Dmitriev. Hal, what do we know about him? He's been somewhat front and center during some of these talks over the last 6 months. Dmitriev, what's his role in all of this?
Well, he's been, as you said, he's been front and center with the talks. He's been in the middle of this whole thing all the way around. That he's sitting there waiting for the press conference tells me, and I'm not, it was 3 on 3. I don't know if there was 3 in the room itself. I don't know if they had anybody at the back seats, shall we say. He would be someone I would expect to have in the back seats, or somebody would be standing by if there was a question that came up during the discussions. The fact that he's actually out there in the press conference room waiting for these remarks tells me whatever role he was playing in the background, he doesn't have to play anymore, that they have worked out whatever they're going to work out for this particular session, this particular meeting, this particular summit, and that his expertise is not needed for, or his role, interlocutor role, is not needed for anything else that's being done. So I find that kind of interesting that he's out there. The fact that he's out there standing by tells me they've kind of wrapped up whatever the meeting is here, and we're just literally waiting for President Trump and Putin to come out and say whatever it is they're going to say.
Al, I've asked you so many times, and for viewers who don't know, you have been with us since the very start of this war. You were on with us the night of the very invasion in February of 2022. I always ask you, when will Putin budge, and how will Putin budge? Up until now, he has expressed no desire to end this war, nor have the people around him. So what gives? What will be any, concession that he may make? The president was saying he would accept some form of a ceasefire after the talks are all said and done. What does that mean?
What's kind of interesting with Putin, if I could address that first part, is I honestly, and I remember vividly what happened in 1991. That was a big year for me. I mean, first off, we had a little thing called Desert Storm you may have heard of. I spent some time over there, came back, and I remember this rapid change of events. 89 through 91 was just an amazing, for a Cold Warrior, it was just an amazing shift in how fast countries and leaders disappeared on the scene. And he lived through that. He saw, that's why he's no longer a KGB officer per se.
It is, I'm just trying to think, this is an incredibly complex situation. It is almost impossible to fathom a deal that both Russia and Ukraine will sign off on. Russia does not want to give up most certainly they're not going to give up all of the territory that they've taken. They've spent too much money and too much blood getting it. Maybe they'll give up a little bit. Meaning that Ukraine might be able to get a little bit back. But if, for instance, let's say hypothetically, if Russia were to give up all of the territory that they have conquered over the last 3 years, then Putin really cares about optics and how he is perceived. He needs to be perceived as a strong, powerful leader. Otherwise, he might lose his position as the leader. That's kind of the way that it works. If he gave up everything that he's conquered in the last 3.5 years, then he looks like a pushover. He looks like a loser. Even if President Trump was going to give him some, hey, Putin, give up all of the land that you have conquered, and in exchange, we're going to include you in some massive, highly lucrative economic deal. We're going to let you, harvest natural gas off the coast of Russia or whatever, right? It's not enough. Still, he would look like a pushover if he gives back all of his land, all of the land that he has taken from Ukraine. It is almost impossible to imagine that Putin is going to agree to giving back any land. Then what does it look like? And also, we know on the other side of the equation, Ukraine is never going to sign off on giving up all of the land that Russia has taken from them. Obviously Russia has taken all of this land, and it is technically in control of Russia right now. Ukraine has no say over this land. Russia has taken it. Still, though, Ukraine makes the claim that it is their land. They're going to get it back someday. They're going to keep on fighting, etc. It's hard to imagine. It's impossible to imagine a scenario where Zelensky, the Ukrainian fighters, they say, okay, we're going to walk away from it. Okay, it's your land now. We're done. What would it take to convince the Ukrainians to say that? Money? No, I don't think so. NATO membership? Maybe. Maybe Ukraine would be willing to give up this land if they were promised NATO membership. Maybe for Ukraine, that would be an agreeable situation. However, Russia would never agree to that. Russia is never agreeing to let Ukraine join NATO. It's off the table. And so right now we're waiting for President Trump to come out. We got to wait and see. Who knows? This is going to be a doozy.
The messy dynamic of democracy, which they hate, and they see that as weakness. And historically, they've always seen democracies as weak, that they go in there with determination, with control, and they break the democracies. And I just think that's a fallacy that they have. I think democracies are actually far more resilient than authoritarian countries. I think that give and take dynamic is what makes us, when we turn hard. And I've seen this, I certainly saw it on 9/11. I saw it with Desert Storm. There was a resolve that I'm sure Saddam Hussein never dreamed would ever happen. And when the U.S. makes a determination we're going to do something, we do something. Yeah. And it usually catches these guys off guard.
Yeah, you had indicated to me earlier in the week that, and because some of the critics of this entire meeting have said it's a propaganda victory for Putin, but you acknowledged that that was going to happen either way, depending on how the meeting went. And we're getting some reporting on how the meeting went from the Russian side, according to Fox's Brett Baer, that it has gone somewhat well. I'm paraphrasing. And so we'll just have to wait and see officially in front of the cameras if that holds up here. But to that question
There's Caitlin Collins.
that I just posed.
Rephrase that if you would. I would, because I was listening to the Brett Baer thing. I'm sorry.
Right. I was echoing some of the comments, some of the reporting from Brett Baer, signaling from the Russian side, his sources saying that the meeting has gone well. But I was asking about the propaganda victory that some of the critics of the very meeting itself have said Putin will get no matter what. You acknowledge that too, but you said that.
Oh, it looks like maybe that's Witkoff.
Look, if let's look at it this way, where to hold the meeting.
Okay, Hal, sorry, just to interrupt here. We just saw Steve Witkoff enter the room.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we just had U.S. Special Envoy Witkoff enter the room there. So things could be moving along quite rapidly. We'll get back to that question. It's an important question. Let's listen in, actually, to the sound in the room briefly.
Take a listen.
You see there some of the American reporters doing their stand-ups. You see there Caitlin Collins with CNN, Peter Alexander with NBC.
Like, in a room where everybody is being respectful and sitting and waiting for people to come out, you are the one person standing up, being annoying, talking over everybody. Like, Caitlin Collins, oh my God, take a hint. Everybody else is waiting. Everybody else has taken a seat. And you are standing up. You're the ugly duckling, literally, in this room.
Each of these leaders takes. But Hal, Putin does have quite the coterie of Russian press traveling with him, does he not?
He does, and I fully expected something like that. And to go back to your previous question, this is a propaganda win. There's no two ways about it. Just to have this meeting is a propaganda win. My understanding, what kind of has been seeping out of Washington, D.C. on this is that President Trump did not really want to go back to the Middle East again. He'd had that really big trip back there, and so going to the UAE or Doha for something like this wasn't that great. And the problem that Putin had, of course, is that he's got a International Criminal Court warrant, so there's not that many places he can actually go. So they brought him over here. But to have him come to the U.S., which you get into the dynamics of where do you hold this thing, wherever he went, it was going to be some sort of propaganda victory. And I don't think you can have a meeting with President Trump and Putin without Putin considering his pariah status on the international stage, without that being some sort of propaganda victory for Russia. On the other hand, if they had not done all these things, like the red carpet, the driving together, all these things, that's to build rapport. That's to try and work through some of those issues. That's to build an assessment of where they were going to go with this. And obviously, President Trump was saying he'd know within the first couple of minutes if this was going to go bad.
It's 3 hours long.
By the time that first couple of minutes was over, they were done with the ride in the car. So we would have known right away that would have been an issue. So I think, propaganda thing. But the other thing is they're trying to get Putin to do something he doesn't want to do. I don't think he really wants to end the war right now, and they're trying to constellate everything to somehow.
Matt, why is no one mentioning we had every opportunity to be allies with Russia following the collapse of the USSR? You are right about that. In fact, the Russians actually they requested to join NATO at the fall of the USSR, and Clinton said no. In 1991, our I want to say ambassador to Russia, the ambassador to the USSR, made a promise that if the USSR collapsed, after the USSR had collapsed, that we would also not expand NATO into any Warsaw Pact countries, pretty much countries east of Poland. We reneged on that. I think it wasn't wanted. I think the American political establishment did not want that, meaning we did not want to become allies with Russia. We did not want to integrate them.
The bargain that's been made with that. But I think the reason he called him was he was trying to assess things, and he probably felt that Lukashenko may have a better feel for what's going on, because Lukashenko is actually one of the few world leaders that actually meets with Putin. I don't know about a regular basis, but they do meet more frequently than he meets with anybody else, you know. And I got to tell you this, the other one he talked to would be, Xi in China. I think that would not work out too well. And then, of course, Kim Jong-un, I think that would be a complete waste of time to talk to Kim Jong-un about anything. But talking to Lukashenko, he might be able to give him some sort of assessment as to what was going on. And I think, President Trump likes to, as he said, this is a kind of an interesting term, a feel-out session. And so he was trying to feel out things before he actually landed in Alaska.
What about our European allies? There's some reporting out there to suggest President Trump may be on the phone with them and the Ukrainian side as we speak. We'll wait for more confirmation on that. I would imagine they're going to be watching.
Okay, real quick. I wanted to fact check this before I pulled this up. Somebody in the chat said that was an off-the-book statement and never, official. So just to refresh my memory real quick, it was actually Secretary of State under George H.W. Bush. Secretary of State, his name was James Baker. In 1990, during negotiations over German reunification, following the fall of the Berlin Wall, James Baker met with Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. According to declassified documents and various accounts, Baker reportedly assured Gorbachev that NATO would not expand 1 inch to the east, beyond a reunified Germany, as a way to address Soviet concerns about Western intentions in the post-Cold War era. So it is true. They didn't sign an official paper. It wasn't an official agreement, whatever. But, still, it's like the Secretary of State made a promise,
More of the delegation coming into the front row here. Let's take this full head on. You see James Blair, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, White House Chief of Staff. All right, so it does look like they are readying this press conference. You also see Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on hand, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, also Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, and let's see here, trying to recognize Caroline Leavitt there, the White House Press Secretary. So all parties from the U.S. side, Hal, are now in the room, except, of course, the principal himself, President Trump. So we wait for Trump and Putin. It looks like this is happening imminently here. Hal Kemper, stay on the line. We're chatting with you on the very back end once the press conference wraps. We thank you so much, Andrew Kraft, back here in the anchor chair as we are watching now for President Trump, for Vladimir Putin to begin their joint press conference in Anchorage, Alaska. So this is almost happening. The moment we've been waiting for, obviously the moment you see there. Okay, Secretary of State Rubio, Steve Witkoff, remember they were in the room with President Trump. It was 3-on-3. We know it lasted nearly 3 hours. And you see there Secretary of State Rubio kind of hamming it up to the cameras.
The Russians say this meeting went very well.
And so now we wait for President Trump. Vladimir
we haven't
Putin.
heard from Trump yet, though. We don't know.
This is happening imminently at any moment. Let's listen in. Okay, so this is, like I said, it's happening at any moment, where we will let you watch uninterrupted the entire press conference there in Anchorage, Alaska. Remember, this all came together.
Sit down.
In 1 week's time. We brought you the news 1 week ago today, last Friday, that this was happening now today, this Friday. So somewhat hastily arranged. But to Hal Kemper's point, is there a breakthrough? That is the question. What has been agreed upon, if anything, And if anything, will the Ukrainians agree to that? Remember, they're the other party in this war. Though they may not be there in person right now, they will be getting a readout. The fate of their country hangs in the balance as they continue to face Russian attacks and Russian aggression here. So those two words there, smack dab in the middle, pursuing peace, only two words, a simple statement. Not all that easy, as so many who have tried.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America and the President of the Russian Federation.
Here we go. Everybody make sure to follow and subscribe on Rumble and on YouTube. Let's get into this.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict, and his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation. However strange it may sound in these conditions, we have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate. And I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here. And I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you.
Not so sure about that one, buddy. Excellent. Trump is gassed. It's been a long day for Trump. You can tell. It's been a long day. So what did President Trump say? President Trump said there is no deal until there's a deal. So what does this mean? They don't have a deal today. He explicitly said as much, but he said this is the first step down a path towards having a deal. They want to bring the killing to an end, but it's like he said, there's no deal until there actually is a deal. So now he's got to take the information he got from Putin, and he's got to bring it to NATO. He's got to bring it to Zelensky, and then he's got to see if they sign off on it. And really, that's just the truth. Trump can really just be a negotiating intermediary, but if Zelensky doesn't agree, and if NATO doesn't agree, then, you know, it's not going to happen. Every single party involved here has got to sign on to this.
To more of these conversations here, because this is quite something. Let's go back out live to our vantage point there. And we have Hal Kempfer still standing by here. We're going to bring him into the conversation in just a moment. But in the meantime, like I said, this was not expected. This was very, very surprising. Hal Kempfer joining us right now.
A massive bombshell from all of this is that Putin confirmed himself that Russia would not have invaded Ukraine if Trump was president. So Trump has been saying this for years now. Guess what? He was right. Putin confirmed. Putin agreed with him. Yeah, we would have had a diplomatic solution to our problems. We would not have had to invade.
There was some good signs being made. What did you hear from Putin and Trump? And why did Putin get to speak first, Hal?
That actually surprised me, Andrew. I think the reason that Putin spoke first is because we heard a lot of flattering, we heard a lot of broad comments, talking about Lend-Lease in World War II, or the support for Russia with the U.S. and that we once were allies in the war, against the Axis powers. And what I heard was a lot of, I'm going to just say very flowery language coming out of Putin. And it kind of left me scratch my head, which is, why is he doing this? And as I kept listening to Putin, I wasn't hearing a lot of substance. I wasn't hearing, key points. I really didn't hear the outline of an agreement to speak of. And then he was done. And, President Trump said his stuff. And again, he said there was agreement on some parts. I am hoping that we're going to get some sort of communique or something that gives us a kind of clearer idea of what they actually agreed to, because frankly, from the speech, it wasn't clear to me at all. They said there was a reference to stopping thousands of people dying every week. Okay, does that mean that we have a ceasefire? And if it is a ceasefire or an offer for a ceasefire from Russia, what does that consist of? And it could be that Russia's saying, yeah, we'll have a ceasefire. Ukraine pulls back from, the 4 oblasts that are still being contested and gives us that terrain, and there'll be a ceasefire. That would be something that, I could see Putin putting out there, because he's already said that before.
So right now, this is what we've talked about, is that, and by the way, this was kind of what was on the table before the meeting today even happened, is that down the road, maybe a week or 2 weeks from now, at some point in the near future, that there would be a 3-way meeting rather than a 2-way meeting. This 3-way meeting would involve Trump, it would involve Putin, and it would involve Zelensky. And so this seems like it's on the table. As President Trump said himself, he said 2 massive things. There's no deal. Once again, there's no deal until there is a deal. They made great headway today, but they agreed on maybe some preliminary ideas or concepts, but that NATO and Zelensky have to sign off on this. You're not going to have an end to the war unless Zelensky and NATO both agree to the conditions that were agreed upon or maybe floated or discussed today between the U.S. and Russia. There are 4 parties involved: U.S., Russia, Ukraine, NATO. All 4 have got to be on the same page. And so really what President Trump was able to do today is break bread with Putin, say, hey, what do you want? What are we willing to give? Okay. And then he's just kind of like a messenger. All Trump can do right now is relay what they discussed today over to Zelensky and NATO. That's kind of where it is.
The phone and call President Zelensky. Is there an offer for another meeting? I'm not even quite sure. Is there going to be another summit after this? I'm thinking there is.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But
yes.
Again, it sounds like he kind of tossed that into President Zelensky's court as to where it is. I would really hate to see President Trump go to Moscow. He said he'd be in hot water. Oh, he'd be in a lot of hot water. I think he would have significant, huge international political repercussions, but I think the domestic political repercussions would be pretty significant as well.
Okay, so Hal, we're still looking at this live venue there, our shot. I want to put this up for viewers. Meg Kennard, our colleague and friend at the Associated Press, with the AP Dateline and filing. Putin says he and Trump have reached an understanding on Ukraine, warns Europe not to torpedo the nascent progress. I heard that. I heard the threats, you could call them that, to Ukraine and Europe.
Well, why did Putin say that the European Union or Europe should not torpedo progress being made in the name of peace? It's because this is what happened about 2 weeks after the war broke out. It was Boris in the UK, who I guess is not part of the European Union, but Boris Johnson effectively torpedoed the peace talks. This thing could have ended after the invasion has happened. We are beyond that point. There were peace talks going on within the first 2 weeks, and Boris Johnson vetoed it. Boris Johnson convinced Zelensky not to agree to the peace talks, keep the war going.
First, is there a
and Putin knows that.
In how vague all of this was, do you think? Is there a strategy behind the vagueness of what was just said there?
Well, without knowing what the actual specifics of the agreement or lack of agreement were, we're only speculating, but I don't think it sounds good. If there was major breakthroughs happening, if there were agreements being struck, and if there was a clear path to peace right now, I think that would be something that they'd make a little bit more apparent. And I think they'd be a little more open to, say, questions after the press conference, things like that. There was a bit of a strange disconnect between Putin's rhetoric, which seemed more positive than Trump's, while Trump did pay some lip service to the idea that...
Let's be clear. Putin's rhetoric was not even targeted at Trump or the audience in the room. Putin was doing what he does best. Putin is a KGB propagandist. Let's not forget that. So why did we listen to Vladimir Putin spend 10 minutes talking about the historical, the close, brotherly, neighborly historical tie between Russia and between the United States? Why did he do that? That was a message to you, and that was a message to me. That was a message to the American people. Putin wanted to send the message to the American people because he knows everybody in America is listening to this. Everybody in the country is. Putin is doing what he does best. He's a former KGB propagandist. Putin is trying to send the message, hey, listen, Americans, you have more in common with us than you do with the Ukrainians. We are more neighborly with you. We should and ought to and have historically had a better relationship with you, American people, than you ever had with the Ukrainians. Who are the Ukrainians? Who are they, right? That's really why Putin does that. That's why he gave this 10-minute long history lesson tonight to all of us.
Transparency about this. Not in the sense of backroom dealings or anything, but in the sense of what actually was accomplished. Has any ground been broken, or is this simply just another meeting that Putin shows up to, makes some nice remarks, then immediately walks them back the second he's out of the meeting? We haven't really seen anything from that press conference.
That's not propaganda, it's true. Well, who says those things are mutually exclusive? Joseph Goebbels, who is the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany from 33 to 45, you know what he said? He has a famous quote. Joseph Goebbels, he said, "The best form of propaganda is the truth." Who says propaganda and truth need to be mutually exclusive? Not every propagandistic narrative is a lie. That's ridiculous. Of course not.
The literal red carpet, which can be pretty standard procedure, but the red carpet and the flyover and the media opportunities, it was clearly a gesture of seriousness about approaching the discussion with sincere hopes for coming to some sort of ceasefire agreement, something to show that there is a path forward to ending the bloodshed. And it seems as though those might not have worked. They might not have been enough to get Putin to take the negotiations as seriously as Trump had hoped. We have yet to see what Trump's attitude is going to be like in 24 hours. He himself has previously said that he goes to a meeting with Putin. He thinks that everything is going great. He thinks that they've reached some sort of understanding, and then he turns on the TV and a hospital has been bombed. So we're going to see what Russia does in the next 24 hours on the battlefield and how Trump responds to that.
You know, Timothy, what did you make of this moment here? Traveling together in the Beast. You could make the argument that this was the only time today that they were alone.
Yeah, to be a fly on the wall in that car, I mean, who knows what sort of discussions happened in there. But I'm immediately reminded of Putin's visit to North Korea, where he rode in a car, he drove the car with Kim Jong-un, and he seems to be quite photogenic when it comes to getting into cars with fellow foreign leaders. It was an interesting photo opportunity, and I think it displayed some sense of, I don't know, gesture towards friendship. And that's something that Putin alluded to during his press conference. But, you know, did Trump find out in the back of that car that Putin wasn't serious? Did he get the inkling? As Secretary of State Marco Rubio previously said ahead of the summit, the United States went into this expecting to understand if Putin was serious, not long.
This is what I think. This is my take, you know, following the news every single day. Let me know if you agree. It seems to me that NATO at this point is generally on the same page as Trump. NATO generally agrees with Trump that the war has got to come to an end. Under the Biden administration, that was not the case. During the Biden era, NATO was all in on keeping this situation going. They were more than happy to keep on dumping money into this and keep the war going and keep the bloodshed pouring. NATO these days, under Trump's leadership, seems to be more inclined to agree with Trump to bring this thing to a resolution, to shut it down. So my kind of external assessment here is that Russia wants the now the conditions of an end to the war, that's different, but just generally speaking, it seems like Russia wants this to come to an end. It seems like the US wants this to come to an end. It seems like NATO generally wants this to come to an end. I'm not sure if Zelensky wants this to come to an end. I'm not sure. And also beyond that, like we were saying about maybe 2 hours ago, does Zelensky even have the capacity or the control over his own military to order the end? You know, let's say NATO and Russia and the US all agree, you know, to a set of terms, to an agreement, to a de-escalation agreement. If Zelensky signed on to it and said, all right, listen, Ukrainian soldiers, put down your arms. We are done. It's over. Everybody pack your bags. It's over. It is what it is. You know, here's what we get. Here's what we lose. It is what it's over, right? Would the Ukrainian military even listen to him? To what degree? So really the root question here is, to what degree does Zelensky even have control over his own military? Maybe 50% or maybe 80% of them would agree to put their arms down. Maybe it'd be 95, but all it takes is 1 or 2 or 3 or 4%, whatever, that would continue the fight. And then you have a massive problem. Then you have a big time problem. Then you do have a big time issue.
Stuff about, well, economic things and stuff like that. That's a classic Putin play, if you will, which is to talk about all these other economic things and avoid the core issue. And the core issue for the whole reason for this summit is the war in Ukraine. It's not about U.S. trade. It's not about trade opportunities with Russia. It's nothing like that. It's about Ukraine. And I kind of feel that, at least in that press conference, that Putin got a chance to kind of do a little misdirection, if you will. I'm just kind of curious what actually happened.
One thing I notice here, anytime somebody disagrees with me in the chat, you guys never actually tell me what you disagree with. You just get mad and say, I'm leaving, or you're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm leaving. Maybe it would be productive if you were able to gather your thoughts and articulate them in a concise little sentence or something. You could express yourself like an adult in the live chat. Let me know what you think. Okay, maybe that would help a little bit rather than, you're stupid, you don't know what you're talking about. Really, it's astounding. Really, it is.
But it just didn't have that feeling of momentum that I would have expected if the meeting went really well.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of equivocation going on.
It was very muted, quite unusual and unorthodox for President Trump, at least. Unusual in the fact that Putin did go first with speaking in his remarks. I want to put this up, and at the very tail end, there was some kind of tongue-in-cheek humor about a potential Trump visit to Moscow. Philip Wegman there, Real Clear Politics. Trump telling Putin at the end of the Anchorage summit, we will probably see you again very soon. Putin interjects, maybe next time in Moscow. Trump calls that an interesting one, adding, you get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. So I think at the bottom of the hour, we're going to replay this all for our viewers. Because
it is true. I see the comment here. If the war comes to an end, then Zelensky has to reinstitute and allow elections in Ukraine. Maybe some people don't know this. It was maybe a year ago, 9, 10, 11, 12 months ago, Zelensky actually paused elections. He's effectively just like terminologically, Zelensky right now is a wartime dictator. They have paused elections because they are at war. And so Zelensky right now is just like literally, I mean, you can say it's good or bad, but he is literally, he's an unelected leader at the moment. And a lot of people say, well, that makes sense. He's having a war. You know, we had a civil war here in our country, and we never paused elections. During our civil war in the 1860s, we never paused elections. We still had elections mid-Civil War. So you'll hear this narrative sometimes that, you know, Ukraine is a democracy right now. I'm not exactly sure that it is. He's also outlawed opposition parties. It's curious. He's a little dictator. And so, you know, we have polling coming out of Ukraine suggesting that if there were elections again, people would not vote for him. I don't know. Maybe that does weigh into Zelensky's decision making. It's hard to know. It's hard to tell. There was a survey, a national poll coming out of Ukraine a couple months ago that suggests, of course, these are polls, so it's really hard to know. But one poll I saw said that 81% of Ukrainians in the country right now, they want this to be over with. They want the war to be done. The will to fight, the desire to continue fighting has, you know, it was definitely there a year or 2 or 3 ago, no doubt it was there. The Ukrainians were really riled up, justifiably so, by the way. But now it seems like most Ukrainians do not want the bloodshed to continue. Also, justifiably so. I think you can't blame them. You know, it's been a very long, deadly, brutal, demoralizing war that, frankly, they have been losing. They've been losing it also. And it's terrible and it sucks, but that's the way that life goes, I guess. Putin could have gotten on his plane and left without even trying to act like he wants to continue a dialogue. I consider this meeting a success. I mean, yeah, if you want to de-escalate the war, you have to start somewhere. It's a multi-step, multi-phasic process. You've got to go through the motions. You have to keep working towards it, you know? The idiom people say is Rome was not built in a day. You got to work towards it. It's true. Let me take a look at this. Exactly. If Zelensky says we are done, the army and the people will be done. Maybe some, but maybe not all. Maybe not all. I think it is fair to say that in Ukraine, you most certainly have some more radical military groups, like maybe, you know, smaller militia style groups. And so the question is, to what degree does Zelensky have control over those groups? To what degree do those groups listen to Zelensky? Yet to be determined, I suppose. Now, Rosa de Arment, I appreciate that. That's a massive super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's a $50 super chat in the YouTube live chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. It's been a crazy day. First, we were having technical difficulties earlier today. Then I had to leave. Then I had 45 minutes. I came back to the house. Now we're doing this show. Goodness gracious, it's been a crazy day. We have had ups and downs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And everybody tuning into YouTube and here on Rumble, please make sure to like and subscribe. That goes a long way. It helps a lot. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you very much. Well, also, you know, you have to wonder why, you know, so let's just walk through this. I'm trying to make sense of this. President Trump is putting together negotiations with Russia. Why is President Trump not inviting Zelensky? Why was Zelensky? Because people floated it. People brought it up to him. They said, hey, listen, why was Zelensky not invited to this? President Trump said, I don't know, maybe at a later date, not this one, though. Okay, so why is Zelensky not getting invited to these peace talks or to these negotiations? You know, one leading idea is that, well, it's because Zelensky's opinion doesn't really matter a whole lot. Why? Okay, if that's the idea, why would Zelensky's opinion not matter a whole lot? It goes back to the idea, maybe Zelensky doesn't actually have that much of an authority over his own military. This is one of these ideas. I don't know. I don't know. It's all very complex and tough to parse, honestly. Bubby P, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Another big super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. P. Grace. Hi, P. Grace in the chat. Shout out to P. Grace. Zelensky is probably still on Trump's shit list after the last meeting. Well, they have actually had at least one that I remember a successful meeting between that bad meeting. Remember, Trump actually met Zelensky at the Vatican in the Cathedral of St. Peter's Cathedral. Remember, there's that iconic photo of the two of them having a meeting one-on-one. In fact, interestingly, Macron, who was there, Macron tried to get involved in that meeting. They were walking to the meeting location, and Trump actually effectively said, hey, Macron, he like shooed him away. He said, no, Macron, you're not coming. He said, you're not coming. Matt, why did Putin say he would have invaded if Trump was president? He didn't. He said the exact opposite. Maybe you misheard or something. No, to be clear, Putin said the exact opposite. He actually explicitly said if Trump was president, he would not have invaded. Maybe you misheard or got some of the words twisted. I'm not sure, but Art3007. Art3007. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's a big super chat over on YouTube. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. I see this comment from Holy Ghost. He says, you forgot who invaded who. You know, I think this conversation, it really depends on when do you want to pick your start date. If you pick the start date in February of 2022, then yeah, objectively, Russia, they are just like, it's black and white. There's no ambiguity. There's no shades of gray at all. Ukraine good, Russia bad. If your starting point of history in this situation is February of 2022, you're right about that. But I don't agree that that is the starting date. I think the history of this entire situation goes back years. In fact, probably two decades. I think a reasonable starting date is like 1992. And what you realize is that it's really hard to pick an objective good, objective bad, morally white, morally black. I think this situation is actually a lot more gray. I think it's a very gray situation. I think everybody is a little bit gray. Maybe some people are darker or lighter than others, but I think it's a very gray situation. I do. I do not think that this is, we were kind of making this analogy earlier today. I do not think that this is like a Marvel universe good guy, bad guy scenario. I think there's been a lot of bad on both sides. There's been good on both sides as well. That's what I think. I do not think that there's like objective good and objective bad in this situation. I do not think so. Putin specifically said he would have invaded if Trump was president, Matt. No, he didn't. I really don't know. Bernie 54. I don't know why you're saying that. He did not say that. No, he didn't. He said the exact opposite. I would go back and watch the clip if I were you. He said the exact opposite. In fact, this is actually the second time that Putin has said this. Putin said this in a different interview about 9 months ago. So this is now the second time that Putin has said this, that he would, if Trump had been president between 2021 and 2025, if Trump was president instead of Biden, he would not have invaded. This is the second time that Putin has said this. Now, I guess if you want to not believe Putin or say Putin is lying, I guess you're fair to have that opinion. Sure, I think Putin probably does a lot of lying. I think so, honestly. But no, that's not what he said. I don't know why you're saying that that is what he said, because very clearly that is not what he said. I'd go back and play the clip if I were you. Putin very clearly said he would not have invaded. Do you have any basis for saying that president of Ukraine has no authority over army, or is it just how you feel? Yeah, there have been stories that have come out over the last couple of years. Like I don't have like links. I don't have them all bookmarked for you right now, but specifically the Azov Battalion. Specifically the Azov Battalion has seemed to be a little bit belligerent and at times have been at odds with what Zelensky himself has wanted. And I'm sure you can find those articles if you look for them. 7P, 1999. He says, no girls allowed in this clubhouse macaroni shoe get. Listen, hey, if you're a girl, you're allowed. If you're a girl, you can be tuning into the stream. It's all good. I appreciate everybody tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that super chat, though. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What did Ukraine do in 1992 that justifies the Russian invasion? So if you want to go through like just a little bit of a history, by the way, I'm not saying anything justifies the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, I think it's important to understand history. In 1990, the United States Secretary of State, his name was James, why am I blanking on his name? James Baker was the U.S. Secretary of State in 1990. The president was George Bush Sr. James Baker had a direct one-on-one meeting with Mikhail Gorbachev in 1990, during which, this is all declassified now. We know this is a fact. This is declassified documents. So James Baker, our Secretary of State, gives a promise. It wasn't written. There was no contract. It wasn't written down. It was a shaking of hands, a verbal promise. So I guess you can say it doesn't matter. But anyway, James Baker directly and explicitly, this is documented by our own intelligence, promised Gorbachev that if Gorbachev allowed Eastern Germany to rejoin with Western Germany after the fall of the Berlin Wall, that then the US and NATO would not expand any military presence or NATO involvement east of Eastern Germany. This means no Warsaw Pact countries would be admitted into NATO. So, in fact, he said not one more inch would NATO expand to the east. Because as far as the Russians were concerned, You know, what is NATO? NATO is explicitly an anti-Russian entity. The existence of NATO is because it is directly and explicitly anti-Russian. That's why NATO exists. And so from the Russian mind, they made a deal with the Secretary of State in 1990 that if they gave up Eastern Germany, allowing it to reunite with Western Germany, that NATO would not expand east past Eastern Germany. That's the deal. That's the deal. In their mind, that's the deal they made. Okay, well, they allow that to happen. The Soviet Union collapses 2 years later, and then what happens? We continue, or NATO continues to expand east into the Warsaw Pact countries that NATO promised they would not expand into. First NATO expanded into Poland, and so it's been, 10, 15, 20 years of eastward NATO aggression. And you can say it's not NATO aggression. Literally, I mean, it is NATO aggression. We have been moving ballistic missile sites and military bases and military equipment east towards Russia. So I'm not hand-waving Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 at all. I think it's terrible and reprehensible. But it's important to understand what is in the mindset. What is the mindset of your enemy, if we can call Russia our enemy in this case? What is going on in their head? They're sitting on their doorstep watching NATO over 20 years expand. And from their point of view in 1990, the Secretary of State of the United States of America gave his word that that NATO would not do that. And then we did. And then we spent 20 years doing that. Right? And so, once again, I'm not justifying the expansion the invasion of Ukraine. However, it's important to understand what is going on in the mind of your opponent or the mind of your enemy. I think as far as Russia was concerned, Ukraine is the red line in the sand, right? That seems to be the case. They were not going to tolerate that. Now, curious, 2 weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, what happened? Something very interesting happened in 2022. Do you know? I'll tell you. 2 weeks before, so this is late January of 2022, our Vice President Kamala Harris attended a NATO summit in Europe, and she was going on and on about, I think it would be, this is Kamala Harris, you can find the transcripts, it's all written down. I think it would be so great if Ukraine were going to join NATO. I can't wait for the day that Ukraine joins NATO. I think we should expedite the process under which Ukraine will join NATO. Boom, 2 weeks later, Russia has invaded Ukraine. That was their line in the sand. So now they see the U.S. Secretary of State in 1990 promising that NATO's never expanding to the east. We lied. We did that. For 20 years, Russia watches NATO expand to the east. We're expanding our military presence to the east. That's a problem for them, but they just kind of take it on the chin. They don't do anything about it. And then in January of 2022, the fucking Vice President of the United States of America flies over to Europe and says, I can't wait for Ukraine to join NATO. It's going to be the best thing ever. 2 weeks later, Russia invades Ukraine. And by the way, we're not even talking about what happened in 2014. Somebody mentions Victoria Nuland, who was, I forget her position in the Obama administration. Somebody's going to let me know. But also James Clapper, who was the director of national intelligence under Barack Obama. This is 2014. Now we know this documentation has been declassified as well. The Obama-era CIA in 2014 was paying protesters during the Maidan Revolution to overthrow a guy named Yanukovych, who was the democratically elected leader of Ukraine. The CIA is paying for boots-on-the-ground protesters to overthrow this guy. Why? Why did Barack Obama's CIA pay for protesters to overthrow, to push this anti-Yanukovych agenda during the Maidan Revolution? Why? It's because Yanukovych, he was presented with two deals in the second half of 2013. Deal number one was take Ukraine and develop more robust ties with the European Union, or he had a deal from Russia, ignore the European Union and instead take Ukraine and strengthen ties with Russia. And so Yanukovych, he decided, well, I'm going to strengthen ties with Russia. our American deep state, the Obama administration, CIA, they said, this guy's got to go. Shut this guy down. So they effectively, you want to talk about a coup, they fomented a coup in Ukraine. They kicked this guy out. They created a whole fake astroturfed Maidan revolution coup to kick this guy out. He did end up leaving. He left office. And then they installed a more NATO, Western America-friendly leader in place of this guy. And then began the process of integrating Ukraine with the European Union. And so once again, I think the current combat, the situation, the war in Ukraine is terrible. Of course, I don't condone Russia invading Ukraine. It's been catastrophic. We've had hundreds of thousands of people that have died. That's why we need to shut it down now, immediately. It has to be shut down now. However, to act like, nothing, for 30 years, nothing happened. And then one day, the evil Vladimir Putin woke up in February of 2022 and decided to invade. He decided to invade Ukraine for no reason other than he's like a comic book villain bad guy. He's just insane. He's just evil. He just decided to invade Ukraine and start killing people for no reason. I'm sorry, that's just historically illiterate and fundamentally retarded. That's not the case. There's a rich history that has evolved into this entire situation. And by the way, the American deep state is pretty much exclusively responsible for all of it. So this is one of the reasons why when we talk about draining DC, draining the swamp and getting rid of the deep state, it's because of all of this stuff that has happened here. This is a perfect example. Putin, I think Putin is a bad guy. I don't like Putin. I'm not a Putin shill. I don't like him. I think it's bad that they invaded Ukraine. However, I don't think he's a one-dimensional comic book villain. He's not like, Voldemort, or he's not like Thanos in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He didn't just wake up one day in February and say, I feel like invading Ukraine for no reason now. I'm just going to invade Ukraine and kill a bunch of people for no reason. No. There's at least a 20-year-long history that really explains why a lot of this stuff has happened. And I hate to say it, but America, the American deep state, has been complicit. Not complicit. They have directly caused all of this. It's not like they were complicit blindly going along. No, they created this. They wanted a war. In fact, there's a really good book. It's written by Patrick Buchanan. In 1999, Pat Buchanan, who's one of my favorite politicians or political figures in American history, Pat Buchanan in 1999 writes a book. The book is called A Republic, Not an Empire. Go fact check me on this. Pat Buchanan in 1999 writes in this book that if NATO keeps expanding to the east beyond the scope of Eastern Germany, if we keep on reneging on our promise that we made in 1990, if NATO keeps expanding its military presence towards Russia, there will be a war, and the war will take place in Ukraine. He predicted this in 1999. So it's not like nobody was saying this. Pat Buchanan said this in fucking 1999. And then what happens? We continued expanding to the east. NATO continued expanding to the east. And then a war broke out in Ukraine. Go figure. Go figure. And so once again, none of this history is to justify Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's to understand and make sense of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's a complex situation. It is. And I'm thankful that we have somebody like President Trump that actually gives enough of a shit to put an end to this war, or to at least try to put an end to this war. Thank God, because before Trump got in office, this country was led by a bunch of shadow figures, by a bunch of deep state shadow Washington, D.C. elite. You couldn't even put names on these people, abusing Biden's auto pen, etc. And they were totally happy. They weren't happy. They created the war. They wanted the war. They instigated the war. They wanted this war, and they got it. And now Trump is back in office. And so you wonder, why does the deep state hate President Trump? Why is President Trump facing all this legal problems and getting shot in the head at the Butler rally? Why do these people hate President Trump more than anybody else? It's because President Trump, he's not a perfect guy. He's not a messianic figure, but at the same time, at a minimum, he's not complicit in all of these deep state operations. At a minimum, President Trump is not tied to the hip. He's not marching in lockstep with the direction in which the deep state wants this country to go. Okay. And by the way, thank God for that. Is he perfect? No, but at least he's not as bad as those people. Let's say that. Now, I want to say free Florida. Thank you very much. $20 super chat over there on YouTube or on Rumble, by the way. Shout out Rumble. We're on the front page on Rumble. Everybody on Rumble just heard this massive Eastern European NATO history lesson. Everybody, we are Matt Morse TV on Rumble. Please make sure to drop a follow, subscribe over here, subscribe over there. We're on YouTube. We're on X, on Twitter, Matt Morse TV. Thank you very much. And by the way, no, I'm not suicidal. I'm not. I really am not. I'm not. I don't have any enemies and I don't take any medication either. So anyway, that's the history lesson. It's listen, there has, I'm going to say something very controversial. There has not been one bad guy in all of human history that is just a one-dimensional comic book supervillain. Why did he do the bad thing he did? I don't know, because he's just evil. Because he's just evil. Every single bad guy in all of human history has had some reason, at least in their mind, as to why they were justified and correct and proper in doing what they did. And so there's not one boring one-dimensional comic book bad guy in all of human history. All of them have had some reason to do what they did. At least that's what they thought. And it's the reason why this is worth mentioning is because it's incredibly important to understand if you want to defeat a nation or a leader, an evil leader that you don't like, or you want to defeat a mindset or an ideology. If you want to stop some ideology you think is terrible, first you need to understand it. You need to grasp, where does it come from? Why do the people feel this way? Why is my enemy acting in this way? At a minimum, you need to understand it. But marching through geopolitics and getting America involved in a bunch of foreign wars on this notion that, why did we invade the Middle East? I don't know, because a bunch of people in the desert hated democracy. It's like, really? Really? I don't know, they hate our freedoms. Like, really? Come on. Guys, the year is not 2003. We are smarter than this. We are more aware than this. We have the internet. We can do independent research. We should all ask more questions than this. We really should. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, here's the deal. It's been a long day. I've been live now for, I don't know. I don't even know, honestly. But I am going to wrap it up. It's been a long day, guys. I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I appreciate it very much. Everybody follow and subscribe on Rumble. Everybody follow and subscribe on YouTube. Matt Morse TV over here, Matt Morse TV over there. But perhaps most importantly, every single person follow and subscribe on YouTube. I need more followers on YouTube. On X. I need more followers on X. So everybody go follow on X. It means a lot. It helps a lot. Subscribe, follow. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. With a video and another live broadcast for you guys. So everybody have a great evening. Have a great morning. And we'll be back. We're going to run it back and do it again tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have some new updates as it relates to all of this. So take care, everybody. Thank you for your patience today. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good night. God bless.